certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Hey, yo. Welcome to the program. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. I'm clearing out a little bit. I'm emptying. I feel like I took a step backwards this morning. I feel like I've been coughing a little more. I've been draining a little more. I don't like it. You don't like it. 5 pounds heavier. Does that mean you're getting better? Like, if you go through some fucked up shit and then you gain a little weight, is that better? Or is that could just be like I'm still fucked up and I'm just eating like a pig. That could be it too. I got to the gym yesterday. That's a positive. That's a plus. Then I ate a bunch of shit. That's probably a negative. Oh well. Great show today. Keanu C. Thompson will be here. I don't know if you saw, I was a busy beaver yesterday. I had a lot of shit going on yesterday. Had, what is it? Misery Loves Company. Kevin Brennan sent me a text while I was in the parking lot at the gym, and he said, do you want to come on the show today? I said, fuck it, yeah, sure. I love being on with Kevin. I have a lot of fun. And then I ended up getting some gossip for him just before the show started. I had to take care of some insurance shit, and while I was taking care of insurance shit, I found out some interesting information that we can go over today. We've also got a lot to talk about. Keanu's here, so naturally it's going to be a Gossip Girl Thursday. You know, the girls are just going to throw around some gossip, talk about some news. It's going to be good. I'm excited about today. Whatever comes in from MLC yesterday, we're going to put towards goals and Gino and Keanu and Johnny and everybody else. That's why yesterday we just did a real short show. A, I'm sure the goal got covered. B, I was going to do MLC for like an hour, hour and a half, and I think I ended up on there for almost 2.5 hours. So by the time that was done, I'm like, I think I'm going to do a quick short show. I know Sack Demon had some stuff Sack Demon wanted to do. So I let Sack Demon do their thing while I did the show, and then hung out with Sack Demon a little bit afterwards. You know, just working. So it was a really busy day yesterday in a fun way. It was a good kind of busy. I know that dreams are like the most boring thing you can tell people about. Like, I had a very strange one yesterday where my uncle, and I have a shitload of uncles, and one uncle in particular was driving I can't remember if it was my sister. It might have been my sister and I and my cousin in a pontoon boat, and we kept driving by this one area and like rooster tailing some fisherman on a dock. People think that dreams mean shit. And I bet you Keanu is one of those people who looks up what her dreams mean. I defy anyone to find any fucking meaning in that dream. Please, I fucking dare you. I think sometimes dreams are just your brain kicking out nonsense. I think it's just your brain's filtration system taking unnecessary thoughts and shit that you have and just getting them out. Because I'm in a boat with relatives. Here, meaning of being on a boat in a dream. Let's see. I'm sure a boat in a dream can symbolize the journey of life and the spiritual progress that goes along with it. It can also reflect the dreamer's desire for adventure, exploration, and new possibilities. Well, I'm looking to be boring and just smoke meats and go to Menards and play cornhole. So that could maybe. A boat can show how well the dreamer is navigating the world around them, both physical and emotional. The boat is a part of the dreamer's identity and their ability to cope with the challenges and uncertainties of life. You gotta love horoscope type shit where they keep it so vague that you can be like, oh, well, that's definitely me. That's 100. That's what I'm going through. It's like, well, then can't every dream mean like you're going through a spiritual adventure? Is nobody ever going through a spiritual adventure? It's only when you have a boat dream? I think it's horseshit. But I was rooster tailing a motherfucker in a pontoon with my uncle. Let's try to figure it out. Oh, here's what they'd say. It's your spiritual journey that has you reconnecting with your family lately and your extended family. And that's a sign that it's like going well and you're having fun. I don't know. I just thought it was, I hate it when I start with, man, I had a stupid dream last night that meant nothing. And then you go look it up and you're like, oh, maybe it means this. It's all like John Edwards shit. Like, you know, the guy who said he used to talk to dead people. I think he probably still does claim that he talks to dead people. But all he does is guess really easy shit. Like, he's like, I'm seeing, you have a relative that passed recently. I'm seeing a J. There's a J in there. There's the letter J keeps. Well, my uncle Frank, we used to call him Junior. Okay, I think that's who might be coming through. Yes, it's becoming clearer because the J is very prominent. They called him Junior because, okay, I'm assuming he had his dad was Frank and he was little. Okay, great. And I'm seeing something with the heart. He keeps grabbing his chest. He keeps pointing to his heart. Is that anything? He died of a heart attack. Most men die of heart attacks. That's fucking easy. So as soon as you told him, these talk to dead people, guys, they feed you info and then you give them the answer. It's fucking infuriating. There's nothing worse than having a friend or a relative who believes in that horse shit. And they're like, oh, I think that's real. It's not real. Stop it. You ever like lose respect for someone because you were like, wow, this is a smart person. I really like this person. They've got their shit together. And then they tell you that they believe in some paranormal horse shit. And you're like, oh, damn it. I can't like you as much now. It's frustrating. At any rate, great show today. Keanu's coming aboard. I want to catch up with the chat a little bit. We've got 335 is our number today. That could change. Well, no, today's won't change. Tomorrow's might change. We're going to see what the MLC payday was yesterday, and that'll affect tomorrow's goal, most likely. But today it's 335. If you guys want to pop into Streamlabs and PayPal and Venmo, you want to throw us a few bucks, I really appreciate it. MSO pointed out yesterday that we've been perfect since April's last day. We have not missed a goal. Since April's last day. That's like 65 days in a row now. So keep that streak going. We really do appreciate it. What do I got to get rid of all my Stoney's gift cards is what I've got to do. I've got 50. I've got two 50s today. So the first two people who throw in $20 on PayPal or Venmo are going to get themselves $50 to Stoney's mailed out today. So if you'd like those, first two to $20, we'll throw it your way. The links are in the chat. They're pinned to the top of the page on Facebook. There they are in the chat again. Let's catch up with you guys. Then Keanu will be on. We've got some gossip to talk about today and then some news. Elza Belza says, why do you weigh yourself every day? Shouldn't the size of your clothes suggest that you're fat? I mean, I'm like a large. I can wear a large. Like, this is an extra large, and it's very baggy. Baggy. That's that Midwestern accent. This is, I got a lot of hang on this shirt. So I'm about a large. That's not, I mean, if you're about 6'4", being in a large is not being a really fat guy. Elzabelza also says, all your dreams are about food. The boat symbolizes that you're craving Red Lobster. Oh, okay. Thank you. Trucker 18-Wheeler starting us off today with $2 says, I think Keanu will love this story. Okay.
Hey, young legends, it's time to get...
We'll check it. It's called For the Love of Cheese. Oh, the Cheese Rolling Festival. I've heard of this. We'll play this for Keanu later. Sure. We'll play that for her. Maybe she would love. Is that the one where they roll like a wheel of cheese? Or they roll, is it one wheel or they roll multiple wheels of cheese? And then like a bunch of psychopaths, I think it's in the UK, they all chase after it. And like people break legs and break arms and fall down and roll. It really is. It's madness. Aaron punishes cake, says T. Jefferson. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. We'll get to some super chats in a second. Oh, my God. YouTube chat may be a little too fast to catch up with. Burner Popcorn account says, I'm on a bad streak of hate watching this show. Hate watching is just a fan who hasn't realized it yet. That, I tell you what, that it's just being a hate watcher. You love the show. You just haven't figured it out. Oh, my God. Dirty Dalish is paranoid thinking that they've been banned. Nobody banned you. I would never allow it, Dirty Dalish. You're another one who pretends to hate the show. And I think you're just a fan. Kyle's best videos. We're not going to go over the past. I'll give you new information. I'll give you new info, but we're not going to go over the past. We've already went through that shit, buddy. Jay Warren says, my boat dream means my uncle fucked me. Damn it. Damn it. Yeah, Dirty Dalish, the only way you can get like banned or timed out from this channel is if you're like spamming something over and over and over. It's just like if you're just being an obnoxious cunt, then we're going to cut you loose because you don't know how to behave. But yeah, you don't get banned from being like a goofball or anything like that. Chalino says, dreams don't mean shit. Give your head a shake. See, that's what I think too. I agree. Oh, boy. Yeah, Oxygen Railway, he's a fan. He just doesn't know it yet. Burner Popcorn account says, no, definitely not a fan. Just baffled as to how this show has existed for years. Then I've got you. I've got you, buddy. If you're curious, if you're wondering, I'm doing my job. I'm here to make you wonder. That's it. Jay Warren says he used to put you in a dress and a wig and make you sit on his friends' laps during poker games on a boat. You know, I'm going to look into that. I don't remember that, but don't they say you can like suppress those kind of memories? Or is that all bullshit? You wonder about that too. I've watched Law and Order SVU episodes that have gone over this same phenomenon. The phenomenon of like repressed abuse or suppressed abuse. I think sometimes psychiatrists and stuff might be fucking with people and like putting memories in their head that maybe didn't exist. I don't know. Or maybe I'm just saying that because someone just said I was molested by my uncle, which I don't believe I was. Funeral director with $2 says, please make poll to have, not have canoe on. I think he means, he says poll. Okay. No, that's not up to the audience. That's up to me. I love Keanu. She's great on the show. And she gives us a different look from all the big sweaty guys that we have on. Thank you very much to Gray Duckling starting us off with $20 today. Gray Duckling is getting $50 to Stoney's. $20, by the way. Gets you that last one. We're giving $50 away to Stoney's this morning to the first two people who throw in $20 over on the Streamlabs or PayPal end of things. Scotty Joe with $4.99 says, that's one true man. I'm 6'7", and it's a PETA to have a buy baggier shirts just to be long enough to cover the height problem. I read that right, but I feel like it could have been delivered better. Anyway, thank you, Scotty Joe. I appreciate it. 310 is today's number for 30 minutes of overtime. Okay, let's talk about some things here. I was watching the boys on Kino Casino last night. I like that show. I think Ashton and Andy Worski do a good job. I think they do an entertaining show. PPP fucking hates me. He thinks that I am an unrepentant, what's the word? Degenerate piece of shit. Now, I will say this. I am a repentant, degenerate piece of shit. In this whole storyline that I was in, and I guess still am in until I guess their case is figured out. But and until I completely untie myself from the whole thing. As you'll hear in today's story, I've still got some tendrils that are tangled up with that group. And every time those tendrils show themselves, I just hack them off. But PPP thinks I'm an unrepentant, degenerate piece of shit. I am a repentant, degenerate piece of shit, and I'm getting better every day. I'm doing fantastic. As a matter of fact, yesterday was a great day. And I've also realized that the more I kind of recover from the trauma and shit that I put my own self through, that I remember more shit. You know, just like silly anecdotes, nothing like actionable or anything like that. Just like silly memories and anecdotes and stuff, and I'll tell them and they're whatever. I know that me wondering about the dog out loud has people wondering about the family dog over there. It was just never mentioned in the police report. That's all. So I was like, well, what the fuck? Where's the dog? The dog lived in the bathroom. Where's the fucking bathroom dog? Nowhere to be found. No mention of it. I hope the dog's okay. And people kind of ran with that one. And I saw that Andy and PPP ran with that one. PPP seems upset. And he kind of let the mask slip a little bit. I like Ashton, but I think he tries too hard to be holier than thou. He kind of conceives himself to be without sin. And I think that can be kind of grating. And he kind of let the mask slip yesterday. I think he's partially upset because he thinks I held back on them when I was on their show. I really didn't. I mean, I told him, first of all, I gave them great numbers. I gave them a big audience. I gave them a lot of results. And I gave them really good content by telling my story. But he needs to understand that sometimes over time, as you come out of these things, you remember shit. Or stuff that you didn't think was important before, people are now talking about. So you're like, all right, I thought this was boring. I thought this was stupid and a nothing thing. Out with it. And he's like, he didn't say that on our show, buddy. And you're just like, yeah, I mean, we didn't have 19 hours. I certainly didn't, to go over the whole fucking thing. So he seemed a little upset about that. He's also one of these poor, unfortunate souls who thinks that I'm like trying to like create a hero mantra around myself. I don't know how many times for these fucking people I can say, this was shit. This was a bad deal. This is part of my working through it. I talk about my life to my audience, so on and so forth. I don't know how that keeps getting lost for these fucking people, but I can't hold their hand through it the whole time. But we got a lot of stuff to talk about today. I like the Kino Casino guys. I talked to Andy Worski yesterday. Look, they're entertainers doing a show, just like all of us. They're trying to entertain their audience. So I say all's fair. And like as far as picking on me goes, as far as shitting on me goes, that's part of the deal. I came out and talked about this stuff. I put myself out there for criticism. It's totally fair. In fact, a lot of PPP's assessments of the situation, I wholeheartedly agree with. But I didn't come out with this going, oh yeah, I'm going to be the good guy. I came out with some nasty shit. My whole thing was, like I said, I just wanted somebody to take responsibility. And if nobody else is going to take, well, even if nobody else is going to take responsibility, you should take responsibility for your actions. That's what I did. I didn't do it because I thought, ooh, people are going to like me. I did it because A, wanted to, bear witness, as it were. And number two, I thought my audience has always been entertained by my life, and this is a crazy fucking part of my life, and they're interested in it. Red Honda with $2 says, who does Gordy belong to, and where is he at? We've been showing Gordy on the show all the time lately. Yeah, Gordy's here. Gordy sleeps in the morning. Gordy gets up when I get up, and he goes outside. Then he jumps back in the bed and goes to sleep. So Gordy's here. We had him on the show the other night. Gordy's doing great. He's he's a pain in the ass, though. Fucking dogs. I don't know what it is, but some dogs, they want to sit around all day. They want to lie around in the little sun that comes through the window. And then, like at night, like a gremlin, they want to come alive and fucking go crazy and tear around when you're trying to go to bed. That's been Gordy lately. Oh, well. Love him. Great dog. But yes, Red Honda, Gordy is here. And you know what that is?
Gordy, finally.
That's another win for the toe. That's another win for the toe, my friends. All right, let's bring her in. Let's do some gossip bitch shit. I'm ready to gossip with the girls. Ladies and gentlemen from Keanu Cast. And, ooh, this is exciting. I haven't seen video yet, but I just heard a really familiar voice. And this is a voice that could certainly join in with gossiping with the girls. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the future Miss Keanu Bisconte, Keanu C. Thompson. There she is.
Hi, darling. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Welcome. Yay, Girls' Day, Girls' Day, Girls' Day. Let's dish.
I do have some stuff to dish today, as you know.
Ooh, I know you do. I have so many questions.
I got a slightly not angry at me, but I got a slightly angry text yesterday while I was on MLC from you.
Oh, yeah. Not happy.
Fucking went back there. I'm like, I can't. I'm on the show. I can't.
I've made a decision.
Uh-oh.
And I have news for you as well. Once we discuss what you're going to say.
We go through my news, and then you have news?
It's not really news. I've just
So we've got
I've come to a conclusion.
We've got a big gossip day then.
Big gossip day.
Why did my body choose today to destroy my voice on Big Gossip Day?
No, don't worry. I can take care of the gossip day. I know you were talking about dreams as well. We can so if your voice runs out, I can take over the girly things. Don't worry.
The audience seems to believe that my uncle fucked me on a boat.
Dreams and
yeah. They seem to believe I've been molested on a boat at some point in my life.
The only dream I ever have that I've ever looked up, and it makes sense. I don't dream. I only have nightmares. Are you the same?
No, I have really lovely dreams. Like the boat dream last night was nice.
I want to say the F slur, but I won't. You're such a good. Well, I love my lovely dreams.
Can I say it?
No.
Oh.
Hey, Gino, come back. Gino, come back.
No one's ever said that. No problem.
Hey,
What? Hi, buddy.
Gino, you look very youthful today.
I'm wearing my hat forward. If I turn it backwards, it's even younger. Look at this. Who is this spry little Hey!
Gandhi, what do you dream about?
What's that?
What do you dream about?
Freedom. Space.
He dreams about freedom.
I don't remember my dreams. I pass out hammered at 10 p.m. while you're streaming. Come to at 5 and say, what happened?
Ask me what I dream about.
What do you dream about, Kira?
Divorce.
There you go.
Oh. That's not very nice. That's heartbreaking to hear.
You didn't dream about divorce. If I may, do your line
this...
again. Do your line again. What do you dream about? Do divorce. You say divorce.
Divorce.
Your line is.
Bitch, your line is divorce.
Thank you. Garrett, Jesus Christ, that's how much fun I'm having. Steve, what's his name?
My name
Same
is.
thing.
No, Gino, my name is.
It's gonna be great. This is gonna be worth it. Screeching hold now. Aaron, you ask her what she dreams about.
Timing. Oh, sorry. That's my fault. I fucked that up.
Screeching hold this one now.
I apologize.
No.
Gino, would you please call me by my real name, Ski Mask?
Take 3. Aaron, Ski Mask. Anyway, what do you dream about?
Me or him?
You.
Timing.
Divorce.
No, you don't dream about divorce. You must have fallen asleep listening to Steel Toe.
Oh,
It wasn't worth it.
it really.
It's just it's just that, Gino, not to say that you're ruining today's show, but like that's about my life.
Yeah, and also,
It's Girls' Day.
you don't
Get out.
You don't need to say I'm ruining it. It's
Yeah.
obvious.
I have to tell you, Gino, I mean, coming from someone who's tried to keep all this on the hush hush, I'm really
Oh yeah.
upset. Yeah.
On the down low, I
Yeah.
forgot.
Dare you?
I'm out.
He hasn't been on 50 shows.
Bye, Garrett
Talking
Steve.
about.
Bye, Garrett Steve. Steve ass. Love you.
Bye. Yeah. See you later, Ehrenberg. So,
Son of a bitch.
How does it feel that you're a groomsman in our wedding, right?
Yeah.
He never stopped. He called you Garrett, Steve, and Ski Mask all in one fell swoop.
I'm starting to think the guy doesn't really care.
It's not you.
But then
It's
again,
definitely him.
Keanu, I've been feeling that way about a lot of people lately, so maybe it's just normal. All right.
No, not at all.
I'm kidding. So-
Tomatoes at me in the chat.
no, go ahead. It's all about you.
All right, quiet game for the next 3 hours, all right, Visconti?
Ooh, fun. Quiet game.
You have to super chat us $20 if you run in here and say something. Thank you. Okay, we should.
You know what he could do? He could just take some of the last week money I just sent him a little bit ago and just throw that right back in. It's just reinvesting. That's all. It's perfect. No.
Exactly.
So we do have some news today. We do have something. I'm so mad that shit like this happens like in the afternoon. I find out about it after the show's off the air, and then Kevin writes to me that day and he goes, "Hey, you want to make a little money and come on MLC today? I need a guest, blah, blah, blah." He didn't really want to talk about anything specific. He's just like, "Do you want to come on?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, I'll come on." And then this news happened, and I'm like, well, I have to share this. Like, when I go on a show, like, I know they want me to, give them something good. And I'm like, well, I have something good. I mean, here it is.
Yeah, and you're a good. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. How did you? So it's actually good that we didn't get to chat yesterday, because how did you come to this information?
Okay. So 2 days ago, I got my auto insurance and homeowners insurance and life insurance. It's all bundled into one policy, right?
Ooh.
So with State Farm. And I have the State Farm app on my phone, and it kind of updates me on insurance stuff, which doesn't ever come in. I never get notifications from State Farm. So I get a notification from State Farm that an estimate has been received on a claim that was filed. Back in March, we filed a claim because April hit a deer with her truck driving to Spicer. I was in the car. Happened. It's, totally above board, legit. And in the throes of all the pre-arrest festivities, much like never talking to her friends, never getting any work done here, she never got an estimate or went to a body shop or anything for this giant fucking chunk of the corner of her truck that was taken out by a deer. And I would keep saying, hey,
You just left it?
Just left it and we put zip ties on it and shit. And I'm like, hey, you can go. There's a place by our house, and I was called, I think, D&B Auto Collision. And I said, just go to D&B. That's where I take mine when I hit a deer or whatever. And in Minnesota, there's like no deductible or anything. If you hit a deer, they just cover it for you. So she finally, once the divorce was final, all of a sudden she started getting all her affairs in order. Like last week, she decided to pay off all of her credit cards and take cash out of the bank account that I was the only one contributing to for the last 2 months. The only one working, the only one drawing a salary. But she felt entitled to,
I mean, and I guess whilst she's still married, I suppose she is. Unfortunately.
Yes.
No, that's kind of low down.
So a week ago today, I went to the bank and I said, I need to close that account and open a new one.
Yeah. Could you do me a service? Maybe please close the account.
Whatever she's left in there and hasn't butchered, could you go ahead and just throw in the new one and we'll do that? So I get a notification from the insurance company. And by the way, people, I still do say I hope she gets better. I hope she gets healthy. I hope she gets away from a terrible situation and has a full and complete life. I really do. I wish that for my other ex-wife, too. I'm a little closer to her because she's the mother of my children, and things have been shitty, and I feel bad about that.
Which one was worse? I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
That's a horrible question.
Yes, that is
Do you think the second one would turn out this way?
No, if I would have put some money on Vegas on this one, I'd be getting a nice payout. But no, I wish that for, both my ex-wives. The second one is getting a little harder to root for, but we'll get to that in a second. So,
ooh, Girls' Day. Okay.
I still do. I mean, I've actually learned, and it's gone really well. Don't talk to her about this stuff. Don't confront her on this stuff. Just let it go. It's the cost of doing business, because if you go and try to confront them, they've got to
sound like my dad.
Yeah. Well, they've got a rationale for it. It's you're terrible, you're evil, and you're a bad guy, and you've been talking about this whole thing, so I deserve it, and blah, 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 blah. There will be some kind of rationalization. So
it's just like, you know what? That's what the money's there for. To just like, okay, so I don't have to have this conversation. You're right.
Yeah.
And they probably are right. Let's just not talk about it. Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
I will say that I've always had this thought when it comes to money. Sometimes you're going to have a lot. Sometimes you're going to have none. But it always seems to come back, and it always seems to go away. Like,
oh, do you mean that it's like money is like blood in the body? Visconti.
It is.
I don't remember the rest of the quote.
I believe the saying. No, Keanu, you're wrong. I believe the saying goes: "Blood is like the river of iniquity that your toe."
If you dip your toe in it, you get into a river of blood, and then you can check your insurance for money because you bathed in blood.
Yes, and then
that's what it is. Money flows to us in avalanches of abundance. And something about blood and the river of iniquity.
Yes, and the river of iniquity and timing, I believe, is what it is. So timing. So I get a note that this story is taking forever, and I love it.
It's not.
$2 from funeral director. He says Canoe looks like Deto in a wig and lipstick. That is incredibly hurtful and not true.
So rude.
How fucking dare you? Funeral director also at $2 says, where the fuck did you get that Downton Abbey accent?
Hey, such haters.
But
you know what? I put it on when I'm hanging out with Aaron so he don't think I'm stupid. How would you like me to
What did you
speak?
find in your boot the other day? Oh, come on with that accent. You've said it before many times. Your Halloween costume. Think about it.
Oh, God.
What's in your boot?
A snake.
There you go.
There's a snake.
There it is. Alan.
There's a snake in my boot. Right.
Exactly.
Alan Powell, the real AP with $2 says, wish her well, but only after she ruined Nick's life. Look, guys, I think Nick's capable of ruining his life all on his own. I really do. That's why he needs Aprils of the world around him, so he can go, well, I haven't totally fucked up my entire life. I mean, look, this person's here. Yeah, you guys can fuck up your lives together. It's totally... I mean, problem with Nick is everybody else's life gets fucked up before his totally goes down the drain. So it's, there are victims.
And he's still dragging people, as far as I'm concerned, still dragging people down with him.
Oh, boy. Yeah. And I'm the one. Well, that's why he reacted so strong when I distanced myself. That's why he got so angry and so mad.
You stood up my wife.
You lied to my wife and I and led us on. It's like, Jesus.
You led my wife on. What kind of a sentence is that?
That's a very strange sentence.
Well, you don't understand, Aaron.
I read a study that said that
I'm a douchebag.
Yeah. People, that line about like Coke helping you handle stress. I still go back and think about that when I'm like, you understand that you've chosen the worst drug in the world to help you. It's a drug that will convince you you're more stressed out. Literally. Yeah.
And it will, when your heart is pumping faster, what do they call that? A stress test?
Yeah.
When you're...
You know what
you don't understand, Aaron.
Yeah.
What you don't understand.
The rest of us are stupid. You know, those of us who didn't get arrested with 26 grams of cocaine in our house, we're the fucking retards. So I get an update from my insurance app yesterday. And it's I like it when I lose my voice. I sound more smoky when I'm telling a story.
Right. You're like, it's, a gravelly voice is sexy on a woman. So why can't it be sexy on a man? It's girls' day.
Hey, you stop talking about my Mickey like that because I'm feeling defensive of her. Her hitting on me on Keanu Cast through the screen and all.
Now you have to dance with her at the wedding. Now you know you have to.
Oh, she'll absolutely be tickled by the whole thing. But when I hear her say things like, "Oh no, I'm thinking something derogatory. I won't say it." I'm like, "You minxy bitch. I know what you're trying to do."
It wouldn't be derogatory. She would have probably just been like, "This stupid motherfucker, he should have done this." Like Lila,
Yeah, Lila's mom.
Nothing derogatory, but she's like, "I'm not going to say it." Yeah. But we talked after the stream. She was like, "He was cracking me up." My God.
I know. Hey, Keanu. I know I was. No, I'm just kidding. I'm well aware.
Insurance.
Okay. Oh, sorry. You know what I was doing? I was thinking about Mickey flirting with me on the show, and I went, I need to do some pec work. I need to do some more planks. I need to work on my triceps. By October, we gotta present a package that Mickey's gonna be proud of. We can't just sit there and mail it in. God's sake.
She's very wanted after, so
yes. That fucking Stancil. So anyway. You don't want to, Mickey, listen, you don't want to be with a man who needs a ladder to give you a smooch. That's all I'm saying.
She's quite short, though. They have smooched.
They have smooched, I know. I'm behind.
He's actually just right. They're right at, he's maybe an inch taller than her, but maybe, my dad is, 6 foot. Maybe, she wants to go back to a taller man. You're going to have to woo her. So
I will. You know what? I'm really good at the wooing part. That part I fucking got down pat. The wooing part.
I know. Okay. Oh my God. Insurance. Okay.
Okay.
People are probably like,
hey, you know what? Hey, Keanu, you know what I'm really good at? I can woo them and I can shoo them.
You can woo them and you can lose them. Oh. You can woo them, you can charm them, and then
harm them.
Alarm them.
So, insurance. I get a notification from State Farm.
Okay.
They said 2 days ago we've received and approved the estimate on your claim. So I go look for the estimate. Mm-hmm. I can't find a body shop or anywhere where she took it. So I'm like, okay, but I get the number. It's like $5,000 worth of damage. Now, she has a 4-year-old truck. So like anytime you damage a relatively new truck, it's always thousands of dollars in damage, even if you have a little dent. So they measure this one out at $5,000. Now, I don't know how it is in other states, but in Minnesota, they just give you a check for $5,000 and you can choose to just cash it and keep it. You can just deposit it. You just can never get another check for that repair ever again. You'd have to just pay for it out of your own pocket. So
what do you, oh boy.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying something. So I get this notification yesterday that there's a check on the way for this.
Minnesota, by the way, is the weirdest laws I've ever heard in my life. For real. You guys got a very hasty divorce. In South Carolina, you have to be separated. You have to prove you've been separated for a year to be divorced. I thought that was bullshit. I'm like, oh my God. I was so shocked that you guys said, I digress. Go ahead.
You can just get, especially if you don't have children. Oh, it's easy. I'm
like, oh my God. Wow, just like that, huh?
Yeah, the only thing that was going to be tricky with this one was she was going, I want an NDA. Now, first of all, the April I knew would not ask for an NDA for anything.
Wait. Are you telling me that's what she asked you for?
Do I think she was the one asking? No.
No, she doesn't have a voice anymore.
I mean, obviously. She said that. She said, I want an NDA so you can't talk about me. But I don't think that was, I agree with PPP from Kino Casino, what he said last night. She wasn't asking for her.
She's not speaking for herself whatsoever, as far as I'm concerned.
She was, before the arrest, she was telling my lawyer, she was going, my attorney and I have said so on and so. It was Nick, obviously, but it's like
my attorney.
Yeah. Yikes. The one who couldn't show up for traffic court and the one who can't get anybody for a case.
Traffic court over Zoom.
Over Zoom. Yes, it was a Zoom
Over
traffic
Zoom.
court.
Just like your arraignment, dumbass. Like, not April. I mean, the
Yes.
he who shall not be named.
Warren,
But anyway.
the alleged Warren Jeffs. So I get this information. So, yeah, she wanted an NDA, and then after the arrest, I think they all kind of realized, well, that shit's out the window.
Anyway.
No NDA now. We're all a news story. So,
yes, she goes, well, if you want a divorce, I would like an NDA. You're like, for what? For you?
or is
Who
there
told you
some,
that?
or is there
My
some kind of
lawyer
cult?
said.
Is there some kind of cult leader figure who doesn't want me maybe talking about some shit?
Bingo, 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 bingo. Yeah, there you go. All right. Anyway, go ahead.
So I get the information from State Farm that there's a check, and I'm just like, so out of morbid curiosity, I call State Farm because I want to know if I'm supposed to be looking for this big fucking check that's coming because it's my insurance. So I'm assuming maybe it's coming to my house. So I call and I asked the person handling the claim. I said, where, just out of curiosity, where is this check going to? Because my name is on it. It says April Imholt, Aaron Imholt, and then for some reason, some bank that I have nothing to do with. I asked them, I go, where is this check going? And they said, it's going to P.O. Box, blah, 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 Spicer, Minnesota. And I go, I laughed. I said, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll talk to you later. Bye. And I just shook my head and I went, you know what? It just feels good to have your, because this, you got to remember, this is the first news I've gotten about this with my hands totally cleaned from the whole thing. So
Right.
I get the information and I'm like, honestly, I felt more like a dad than anything, like a dad with a wayward son. I was like, well, if that's the way you're going to do it, tough.
Like, you know what? You're right.
Yeah.
Fine. Got to give you some tough love.
Yeah. Bound and
All
determined
right,
to go
fine.
down with the ship, huh, kid? Well, that's
We're
too bad.
dressed in our best and we're prepared to go down with the ship. Actually, just you go ahead.
Yeah.
If you want to come back and hang out with me, and not that she would come back to you,
No.
but if she wants to be a
Yeah.
I can't believe what's going on right now is what I was about to say.
It's
I cannot
pretty wild.
believe it.
It's pretty wild. And, people, you say that. It's funny to hear you say, oh, if she came back, blah, blah. No offense. And I'm not trying to be holier than thou. Lord knows I've made my mistakes. I'm not trying to, be arrogant or anything. There is not
You arrogant? Never.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm a humble giant. As a matter of fact, Keanu, I'm not nearly as conceited as I should be. No, I'm just kidding. I was around a campfire.
Ask Mickey. You'd be like, well, you don't want her to say anything derogatory. Okay. Maybe a bit conceited.
It's one of my favorite lines ever. I was around a campfire with a bunch of family, and they're like, Aaron, this is like when the radio show went to #1, and they're like, God, Aaron, you know what? You're going to be so arrogant after this. And I had been drinking heavily, and I go, you know something? I'm not nearly as conceited as I should be.
You douche. That's you though. I know. It's so you. It's like I that's your entire it's a win for the toe. Right?
It's a win for the toe.
It's such an easy, you're like, yes, this is a win for me, even though I'm going through such a heartbreak and my life blew up. Somehow it's a win for me.
Well,
and you know what? I envy you for that.
Right.
I'm not conceited at all. I envy you.
That's a thing where, if people are being shitty, I just like to do that to use it against them. Because if they feel shittier after I do my silly little thing, and I'm sitting here giggling away going, look what they did. I like that. I like Jesse PS says, he goes, you kind of turn shit on trolls all the time. And I'm like, all you have to do is not take shit seriously and say the most obnoxious shit that you know is going to bother them.
I admire that. I
Yeah.
go because I always say the trolls, I'm like, the meaner the better. I find it, I'm like, that is diabolically mean, and it just makes me laugh.
Yeah.
But not everyone's like me. But I admire you for going like, you read the meanest comments too. You're like, yes, all right, I have male breasts. Anyway, on to the news.
Yeah. What else you got? You know? Aren't they great male breasts? Fantastic. The best male breasts. So
that's how you found out about
So she went back. The band got back together. So I'm assuming right after the arrest, as soon as everybody got out, Nick. This is my theory. This is my opinion. Nick got everybody right back in the same area because he doesn't want anybody breaking ranks. He doesn't want anybody going talking to anybody. He doesn't want anybody cooperating. He wants everybody. Nick is now that I've gotten to know him, especially
Come back with me right this way. Come on back and just stay here. Don't talk to anybody. Remember, again, I'm your lawyer. There's no children here now. Don't worry. Come with me. This is what you should do. NDA and all this stuff. Car insurance, take the $5,000, give it to me. Come with me. I'll speak to your friends for you. That's literally exactly what it is.
Yeah.
You can't convince me otherwise. And I'm an outsider. You cannot convince me otherwise.
Well, and I believe he's doing the same thing to his wife as well. Because
exactly.
if you look at their case, I mean, he's putting together everything. And they're filing it at the same time and everything else. Look, man, I've talked to so many lawyers, mine included, who have said, if she wants her fucking kids back, like all she has to do, go to rehab, work with the police, work with CPS. They don't want to throw anybody in jail. They want you to get treatment and get better, clean up your house, get your fucking kids back, get CPS on the job. You know,
do you think they've, raked a broom through that house? If they're like, wait, the kids are gone. We don't even have to clean anymore. What do you think's going on over there?
I don't know.
Also,
I can't say because.
Don't you think, and listen, I can say it. I don't know the situation. Do you think so he's just been in people's chats and things. Do you think he's like, wouldn't you, Aaron, if that happened to you, be like, maybe, what can I do to get my fucking kids back? Wouldn't that be all you were thinking about?
I've said it before and I'll say it again. If this happened to me, if I took a wrong turn and I was there, God forbid, and I was a party to this, even if I wasn't, take my whole scenario now.
It was a party, but you weren't a party to this.
Yes. But like, let's say I wasn't doing drugs, anything like that. But let's say I got caught up in it and I was there. The only thing I would be doing is groveling to the people I need to grovel to, cooperate with the people I need to cooperate with, change my life however I needed to make sure that my kids had the safest, happiest home they possibly fucking could. That would be the only thing that would matter. The only thing in my life.
If I would get them back in this house, I will make sure wherever they are is the best place they can be.
I would look at the other.
And I will devote my life to getting them back in my life. I mean, I'm not a mother, but I would think that's what you would think.
I would look at those three and I would go, you realize that you guys are fucking nothing to me. You're fucking strangers as far as I'm concerned when it comes
out
to
of my face.
Getting my fucking children back. I have fucked this up really bad. I need to do nothing now but get my kids back. But the problem is Nick's so fucking smart. Nick's so fucking brilliant. He's going to show
That's
these.
what you don't understand, Aaron.
Yeah. He's going to show
not
these
that
cops.
Smart.
Yeah. He's going to show these cops. He's going to show these prosecutors. This is the moment he's been waiting for his whole life to show how fucking smart he is. And he's setting his own ship on fire and it's sinking to the bottom of the sea. And he's like, I think we got a pretty good tread going right now. And he's dragging these two women who, let me say, have the lowest self-esteem they've probably ever had in their entire lives. They're at their lowest point. And this is what people like Nick feed off of. So he has these people who are completely dependent. He's probably, I bet you Nick was in her ear about the steel toe stuff, about maybe getting away from it and this and that. So removing people from their friends, removing people from their jobs, removing people from their relationships.
Alienating you from everyone that you know. So
and then convincing
you have no home to go back to, even though you have parents.
Yes. And then convincing you that all of these people did it to you is the other crazy thing. And then
She's not an addict. Someone else did this to me.
Right.
And apparently it's your fault somehow.
Yeah, she probably buys into his conspiracy theory that the church had it out for them. that this is some kind of personal vendetta. She probably buys that, unfortunately.
This is insane. And
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not involved, but you two are my friends. I still say April, even though I haven't talked to her in, I don't know, a month, right? But you two are my friends. I'm not involved in this. I didn't know what's going on. You want to know what? When you said it was like a
Polycule?
like we traded wives, I was gobsmacked. I was like, what? We didn't know we didn't know any of the story until like, okay, shit's hit the fan, April, like this. We knew very little, but like the more that comes out of, I mean, when I watched that, because I played it on my show last night when you guys called us when we sent you guys the card for the groomsmen bridesmaids proposals.
Right.
Watching that back, I'm like, oh my God, she's so fucked up.
The way she's speaking and everything.
It's not even that. My mom went, that's the most strung out person I've ever seen.
Really?
I don't even recognize her. When I watched it back, I'm like, holy fucking shit. But we had no fucking idea.
Yeah.
No clue. So bizarre. And we don't want to believe. Yeah, we're like, go shut up, Melton, like whatever. She's not really on blow like they tell us, but like you never know what's going on in somebody's relationship. But I'm not saying it's not her fault, but holy moly, this is insane.
Yeah.
So for her to go back there and be staying there, I'm not.
And she can say if she wants to, she can be like, well, I'm staying in the house next to. I'm like, really? You three aren't having sleepovers ever? Don't fucking lie. Stop lying.
That's what you told me. Like, you're like, well, apparently she's staying in the house next door. Okay, please.
Yeah. They're going to, I mean, I can't believe it. You get arrested and Gino said it perfectly. You get arrested in a house full of drugs.
Guns, drugs, and children.
Yeah. And a pigsty, a fucking messy, terrible, ugly disgust. They've ruined a mansion. And then you're going to go back with those two people. And I would say the same thing to Kayla. You're going to go back into that fucking situation. If you think.
Why didn't she leave either?
Yeah. If you think you're making your own decisions, you're insane. Like
you're not.
You're not making your own decisions anymore.
I'm not kidding. I think I've been spot on about this. Guy's a fucking like narcissist, crazy fucking.
In your opinion.
In my opinion.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I apologize. I don't know him. I think I've been on one stream with him. But from all of this, from what I know and knowing you guys, knowing April, it seems to me he has no atonement for anything that he's done. Doesn't give a fuck. He's like just well, what you guys don't understand, I'm smarter than everybody. I know better than you. And I'm going to, make them feel better because I know better and I need them to, be my sort of minions.
Yeah.
Sounds sort of culty to me. Not a cult, but somebody that maybe doesn't realize what they're doing to other people. That's all. And
I'll say this.
He's a bitch.
Yeah.
I think he could atone. I think he could straighten up and whatever. But
nobody
those
should
two
give
back in the house. Fuck off. No,
nobody should give him any sympathy until he admits what he did wrong and says, "I'm going to get better."
Still hasn't. No,
Still
he's
hasn't.
gonna, he's gonna like, no, I didn't do anything wrong. Everything's fine. Your kids were telling people that they were hungry.
Yeah.
And
well,
they smelled bad.
The judge that he just got for this case gave someone with Nick's similar charges 6 years in prison. So that's what you're looking down the barrel of. If you think that's a big fucking joke and haha, I've got my polycule, if you don't think it's time to batten down the fucking hatches and get ready for a storm, you're the dumbest motherfucker I think I've ever met in my entire life. You're no better than some strung out meth head on the streets of Wilmer begging for money. Because if you can't
But Aaron,
see,
what you don't understand is.
Right, he's the smartest fucking
My
guy in the
heart
world.
may explode, but it will explode. And then the blow will make it go back together or some bullshit. Like, he's that kind of fucking guy.
Yeah.
It's you don't get it. You're too stupid. You're beneath me. Come back, April. Come back and live with us.
Yep.
You know, it'll be fine.
Yeah, it's
I know the kids are gone, so you won't have anything to take care of. House is still a mess. There may not, I don't know. I mean,
he's probably, honestly, the kids being gone and her
he's
not
like, wee!
and her coming back still, he's probably like, this is great. She's even more dependent on me because she has no work. Like, she could have gone back to Litchfield, changed her name back to Anderson as she has, and then she could have gotten a job where her parents work or some kind of factory work like she used to do, make decent money, and rebuild her life from zero. Now she's sinking deeper into the shit.
Aaron, I mean, and I assume you know April's parents pretty well. What do you think they're thinking?
You know what? I'll tell you this. I know April's almost 30, but I'm a little, and I can say this because they're not my in-laws anymore. I'm disappointed in them. And I know they're not happy.
My mom and dad, they drag me by my hair back home and say, this is enough. Okay. You're coming with us.
Yeah.
I can't believe she's not with her parents right now. I can't fucking believe it.
You know, it's when I heard that check was going to Spicer, I was like, it was the first time during this whole thing where I thought it's over. Like, she's finished. Like, like her future is shit. Like, her future is garbage now. Like,
I'm disgusted. Yeah.
There's no path to recovery if you're there. Like, there's no getting a good job. There's no rebuilding your social circles. There's no reconnecting with your friends. You literally went back with the people who gave so less of a fuck about you and themselves that they let a house go to shit and they got arrested in a house full of drugs, guns, and children. You're going back with those people.
Drugs, children. Well, there weren't that many drugs around the children. Suck my dick.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Are you telling me that it makes absolutely no sense? It's that kind of fucking arrogance. If he said, I want to do better, I have a problem, I want to get my kids back, this was so wrong, he would have the most epic redemption arc of all time.
Yes. In fact,
but instead, the arrogance goes, No, I did nothing wrong.
And I didn't.
My kids, it's fine. They should have changed their own clothes and bathed themselves.
And that's what his fucking defenders are saying, is that it's the fucking kids' fault, that the kids didn't wash their clothes. Hey, the kids' the washer and dryer were in the master bedroom where all the degeneracy was taking place. So you don't want the kids in there washing their own clothes anyway. Number two, blaming the fucking children. Okay, a 16-year-old can do this. A 16-year-old who's been given the proper tools to do that. Do you think with what the fuck is going on in that house that those kids have the proper tools to take care of themselves? No.
16-year-old's probably I'm getting the fuck out of this fucking mess. I don't know what the fuck's going on. There's 4 people sleeping in this bed. My brothers and sisters smell like shit. There's bullshit everywhere. I don't know. I believe they're probably on drugs. If you're 16 years old, you probably know. Yeah. I don't know. I assume you probably didn't see much of that kid. He wasn't there when they busted in, was he?
No, he was at school when they busted in, I believe.
School. Okay.
So now
he had the wherewithal to go. Yeah.
So now you have this. You have her going back. I'm sorry, sweetheart. It's over. It's fucking
done
over.
With that, yeah.
It's, I mean, you know, I've watched her friends have goodwill for her. And, you know, people can say whatever they want about me. I'm mean. I'm this. I'm that. I have on.
You're not mean. You're not mean.
On every occasion, I have said
everything. Yeah.
I've said on many occasions, I hope she gets better. I want her to do okay. This is going to sound weird. Yes, the person she became, I did want to divorce that person. I don't want anything to do with that person. I don't want to be tied to that person in any way, shape, or form. That person is mean and nasty if you try to do anything but let them do what they want. And
that's addiction or whatever. And that because the drugs become the most important thing.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize it because we don't live there, right?
But like I've watched her friends give her so much goodwill and so much good faith. And it's just, fuck it. I don't care. How
many times can I text her? How many times should I call her? Gino texts her. She texts back.
You
what?
understand the story you're going to get is that you took my side. Like
I
in her
get it,
mind. In her
but
mind.
you have said too. Oh, there's so much I want to fucking tell you. I can't. But
Ooh.
just you have said too, unequivocally, clearly they're watching everything that we fucking do.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Which is probably very healthy, right? Why don't you try and get your fucking children back and April, go home to your parents. But I don't know how many times I can text her. I don't know how many times I can call. And all I've texted is, we don't have to talk about anything that's going on. And I've said this from when I could tell maybe slightly that something was going on with you guys on your show. I would just say, let's just have a laugh. We don't have to talk about anything. I always have your back. Gino has always said the same thing. The day with when the mugshots came out or whatever, the arrest, Gino texted her, I was doing a stream or whatever. He went, oh yeah, she answered me. I'm like, I didn't even text her yet. And I said, what'd she say? He said, listen, you can rebuild this. You got off fucking scot-free here.
Yeah.
Good for you. Go home, do this, do that. She said, the Rekietas are good people.
They gave me a home. They didn't give you
a home when I didn't have one.
They didn't give you a home.
It.
They divided you from the home you had. They poisoned your brain against the home you had. When you ever came to them and went, oh man, I don't know about Aaron. Aaron's on my ass about this, that, and the other thing. They didn't go to you and help you try to go to your home and work things out. They were like, oh yeah, that's too bad. I feel bad for you. You know, you really are a victim. You really are, you know.
Watching that fucking thing back last night where you guys were opening the proposal gifts for being groomsmen and bridesmaid or whatever. It was hard to fucking watch. My mom was like, we didn't notice. We were, I don't know, on the phone with you guys or whatever. We weren't watching. She's so fucked up. And it's not, and I've spent too much time now. I can't imagine how you feel. Now I'm making it about me.
No, it's okay.
I've spent too much time being like, she's being manipulated, and she is 100% in my opinion.
Yeah.
Manipulated, and has completely, she feels like because this person is an abuser of sorts.
In your opinion.
In my opinion. An abuser of sorts, alienating her from everyone else. That was the last time I talked to her. I know I've been distant. I've been distant from everybody.
Right.
That's what she said. Can I call you in the morning? I'm going to get, and then of course she answered me one more time and that was it. That's what that kind of person does, in my opinion. They alienate you from everybody else. So even when you get dragged off to fucking jail with guns, drugs, and children in the house, they battering ram it in.
Yeah.
You get off scot-free, and then you go back because that person, in my opinion, made her feel like she didn't have anybody else.
Right. Just me. I'm the one. Well, look what she said to Gino. These people gave me a home when I didn't have one. She's become completely dependent. And you know something?
They battering ram it in because you're on the other side of the door saying, don't let them in.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. That's the other thing.
Piece of shit.
I know. I've had it. I've had it.
Hey, Gino, you know who?
You know, he threw the fucking search warrant on the ground because he knows better. He knows better.
Well,
right?
I'll tell you this. There's two people that I've heard of in history who would have made the decision Nick made in terms of letting the police battering ram your door in front of your fucking children. There's two people I know who would have done that. Nick Rekieta and David Koresh. Those are the only two people I know I've heard of.
One of them was innocent, but that's a whole nother.
Baby, who's David Koresh?
David Koresh is the guy that they fucking destroyed his compound to cover up fucking Ruby Ridge.
In Waco.
Who's Ruby Ridge?
Oh,
Ruby Ridge
boy.
is,
Ruby Ridge is fascinating, Keanu. You and Gino, here's a romantic cuddle time thing to watch. Watch a good documentary on Ruby Ridge. Gino will be rock hard watching it.
The beginning of them fucking saying we can't have an armed population because they realize how corrupt the government is getting. And then Ruby Ridge, they fucking stalked an innocent man in the Ruby Ridge Mountains fucking and went to take his guns, killed his wife by accident.
Oh.
And then they said, you know what we'll do? We'll do a false flag and we'll take over David Koresh's compound because he has guns.
Well, this is interesting because
And
they
save his fucking kids.
well, we don't have to worry about that because the Reketas have guns under their bed loaded. So it's fine.
Hey, Gino, you want to talk about? Hey, Gino.
Yeah.
Gino, you want to talk about Ruby Ridge tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yes,
I do.
I love Ruby Ridge. All right, so honest to God, David Koresh was the Waco guy. He was the Branch Davidians guy.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, her going back there was like a very cathartic moment for me when I found out that check was going there because it allowed me to just go, let go and let God. Just best of luck. I know how this ends, but it ain't my fucking responsibility.
This is how I feel. And I even like, because I've been fucking taken up for her. And I'm not taking up for her. I still love her. I'm sure you do as well, but you have to just move on with your life. Correct?
I love who she used to be.
And I don't know who she is now. That's how I feel, right? And you have one life to live as well. But I've been fucking on this fucking tangent about, and I still believe it. I'm like, she has to take some responsibility for her actions or what have you. But I do think she was sort of influenced, in my opinion, just from an outsider's perspective, because this is not the person I recognize. And from what I've heard and from what you've told me, these are the facts. But just from what I know of her, this doesn't seem right. And I've been very fucking steadfast and like and I don't know how many times I've cried and it's been embarrassing, very emotional about it because it's just not, and I'm sure you have too, it's just not the April I fucking recognize.
Yeah.
And it's very sad.
But at the same time, we do need to recognize, as big of a piece of shit, in my opinion, as this guy may be, she also made her choices.
She did.
And she has to be held accountable for those choices.
And the way, so I was talking to my mom about it, and because I'm like, when we were on Simcast and talking to Chrissy about, by the way, of course they watched that fucking thing where somebody clipped me saying, of course, like, you know what, if she wanted to show up 2 days before the wedding and be a bridesmaid, right?
Yeah.
Misery Loves Clips clipped it and said, like, I forbid Nick Rekieta from coming.
Yeah.
Well, I do.
Right.
But he was never invited.
Right.
Because I don't know him. And if she is in the mindset that she would think to bring him, I was making a joke, but if that's like where her mind's at, then like absolutely not. But no, you're not invited. You've never been invited. You never will be invited. There is security. Like, please stay away from my wedding.
If he showed up at your wedding,
can you imagine?
I will just say, I will say this: you would not need security. I'm not going to say any more than that. You would not need security.
Well, He's not on the list.
They need not get involved. I'll put it that way. There's maybe a receipt or two that may be waiting. But anyway, that's all. I don't know what that means. I heard somebody say that one time. I heard somebody told me that one time. And I just wanted to relay that message. No, it's sad. Like when I heard about it yesterday, it was sad, but it was also me going, not my problem. Like if they want to do that,
good for you.
Yeah, if they want to do that, like that's going down with the ship. That's, following the wrong fucking person. And I'm actually now, I think, past the point where I go, well, I hope she wisens up at some point. She has made her choices. I can't remember what it is Gino says. We are the summation of our...
Some of everything that put us here.
Some of everything that put us here. You cannot say, I was told by others to do thus. You have to take responsibility for what you've done. This is who you want to be. That's what I said about the divorce the whole time. She wanted to go this way. I wanted to go this way. No harm.
You went, this isn't working for me. I'm going this way. You went, please come back.
And she went, I'm taking my fucking shit out of the house. Fuck you. And I went, well... I went back to the Rekieta house for a week. Kayla, don't leave.
Wild.
And I'm just like, guys, this is fucked. I've compared it to a blackjack table. I'm like, I've lost enough in this game. I think
I
I'm
lost everything at this table.
I'm gonna walk
Megan,
away
just
and I'm going to bed. I'm gonna go back to my room and go to bed, I think.
I compare it to so when I heard that, basically from what you said, and I haven't really heard from her very much. And I know, and I felt bad because I always wanted to think, you know what? It's not her. It's not really her fault, but it is sort of, even though in my opinion, I feel like she's being a bit manipulated.
Sure.
I was in a situation where, and it was not a drug situation or anything like that. Not saying they're doing drugs or anything, but I was in this horribly abusive relationship, right?
Sure.
And it alienated me from everybody, family, friends, and it felt to me in my heart of hearts because they alienated me from every single person that I knew. If it weren't for my friends going, you're showing up with a, bruise on your face or whatever, we take that into account, then you come back and you're still with that person.
Right.
We're going to give you some tough love now. We won't talk to you until this is over.
Yeah.
So
but then
you go ahead. If you can't get out of it, we can't make you get out of it and we can't feel bad anymore. And when you do get out of it, April, and I know you will, in my opinion, I will be there. I will be there. I will always be there. So will Gino. And in a sense, I'm sure you would be as well. But she needs tough love now. If she's back there, she's not in her right fucking mind.
No.
It's not entirely her fault, but that was the best thing anybody ever did for me. Tough love, like, no. Fuck that. Absolutely not. So
yeah, and it's
she is no longer invited to our wedding.
Oh shit.
She is no longer our bridesmaid.
Jesus.
If she wants to give me a call and explain herself or what have you, I don't want her there. I'm the bride. It's not supposed to be me worrying about April. And I am, though. And I'm ride or die for her.
Yeah.
I hate this, but I'm not doing this. She needs tough love. If she went back there, fuck that. Yeah. I'm not doing it. She won't answer me anyway. I was going to be fucking nice to her. And then, like, again, how many times can I text her? I know she's going through a lot. I know I keep saying or whatever, but no, this is bullshit now. If she's back there for real, she's not, you can call and explain, but don't bother showing up. And no, if you can't show up, you don't have a +1, and it certainly wouldn't be Nick Rekieta. So sorry. That's it. Tough love. Right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're kind of drawing from your own experience on that. You're kind of doing you're doing for her what people did for you.
Well, and it's not the same situation in a sense, but when I think about it that way, because as far as you and I were concerned, right? She was at her parents' house. We hoped.
I didn't know, but I was hoping. I thought her parents had enough sense to go like, the shame that you have brought on yourself, the shame that you have brought on your family, and the fucking pass that you were given. You're coming home.
Right. But I guess if you can't, and if her parents aren't going to do it, maybe they're giving her tough love too. Good. Go back there.
Yeah.
Go back there. See what fucking happens.
Maybe.
That's my just opinion, just from an outsider's perspective. But no, I'm not. But you're not going to answer me, and then, oh God, I can't even.
Go ahead.
I can't believe she's fucking back there. I can't fucking believe it. And I'm angry because I don't know. I hate him more, and I love her, but I have to give her tough love. She's not invited. She is not my bridesmaid anymore. If she wants to give me a call and explain herself and get sober, I guess. If that's not important to her and she wants to hang out there at that whatever fucking trap house with guns under the bed, then I don't want that person at my wedding. I want my April at my wedding. So
yeah. Is
that harsh?
No. Honestly, I think, and I've kind of kept my mouth shut because I want people to kind of, like, my experience was so bad that I'm going to poison anyone's opinion if I lean into mine when they're telling their shit. So I've kind of let you navigate this. I mean, it's your thing.
Oh, yeah. Right. And I'm like, no, but April's such a sweet girl.
Right. And I'm like, I'm not going to tell her what she should or shouldn't do. But yeah, I think you've been very nice and very generous and very forgiving and very excusing the entire time. And I didn't say anything because I went through something much harsher that clouds my judgment further. So I'm not going to put that dark cloud on you. You handle it the way you handle it. I'll give you the information that I know, and you can do with it as you like.
Right. And I don't mean to be harsh, but yeah, this has been fucking, I think it's the best thing for her, honestly. Like, you know what else? I think she gives a fuck about coming to our wedding. I have no idea. I don't think she
cares.
even would care.
Yeah, I don't think she cares. If you
exactly.
What did Jean
she
say?
just wants to marry fucking him. It's like, I act like I'm like, well, you're not invited to our wedding anymore. I don't even think she's like, oh, wait, who are Gino and Keanu?
Yeah.
I texted them the other day. Who knows what she's fucking thinking?
I think she would prefer, she would prefer, this is just my personal opinion based on where I think she is mentally. I believe that her and Nick, and again, I'm bringing this up on a whole cloth. This is just my theory. Have had conversations where she has said, things like, Kayla's not. I know this because April said this to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Kayla's right for you. I don't think you two are right for each other. I think she wants to be, in her mind that she's in right now, she wants to be with him and would like to push Kayla out of the way. I got a text.
100%.
I got a text from Kayla.
She wants to be in a throuple?
Yeah.
No.
I got a text from Kayla the other day. Not the other day. This was over a month ago, month and a half.
Can I just say I love Gossipy Girl Day?
Yeah. So I get a text from Kayla and she says, because Nick used to go through her phone and read Kayla and I's messages to each other, and he would get incensed and he would get.
Are you telling me? You're not really telling me that Nick used to go through Kayla's phone to read the messages between you and her.
Do you know what his excuse was?
When he kind of pushed you guys together.
Yeah. Do you know what his excuse was? He goes, "Well, it was on the bed open, so I didn't like."
He always has an excuse for it.
Yeah.
Right.
So
listen, my kids should have changed their own clothes.
Yeah. So, but Kayla either got into his phone, or this is even more psychologically fucking abusive behavior from him. The vibe I got from Kayla was he like gave her his phone to read his messages, which is like punishing her. Like, here, read this traumatic shit. Like, that's fucking weird abuse. And then acting like I'm doing a nice thing for you. So she texted me one night and she goes, I just read their texts and saw what they think of me, and it's fucking heartbreaking. And I'm like, Kayla, like, I was thinking to myself, I was like, Kayla, I could have told you what they thought of you. Like, I could have told you what they, like, how they saw you. Like, 100%, I could have told you. And that's kind of the thing. That's what's got me so, when I think about it, just like, so this whole thing was fucked. It's just like the amount of things I said that just went, what the fuck? Who gives a shit what you think? Or the amount of times where I went, this, and this could happen, or this, and that. And then to watch this stuff all happen, it's why I kind of get resentful. And I try not to
don't blame you. I don't blame you. I sort of get it now.
Yeah, but I try not to get resentful of people on the internet because they don't know the whole story. But when they sit there and question me, and this is a bit arrogant, I understand that it's a character flaw, whatever. But when they're like, he's so arrogant, he's so this, he's so that. Name me one fucking thing in one piece of paper, in one legal document that has come out that I haven't told you and was 100% fucking honest about.
Hey,
how many times, I feel like Gino, how many times do I have to fucking nail it before you fucking sweepers and you fucking Nick defenders look me in the eye and go, you know what? You're batting 1,000 so far. There's no reason to believe you're not telling the truth.
Actually, I mean, I think you could be. You're not being arrogant. The other thing is, I think that, in my opinion, from an outsider's perspective, when I go back and watch, and people have been playing that clip, of Nick and April on that first whatever Simpcast or what have you. From my opinion, from an outsider's perspective, I think there was a lot more going on than you even want to even die. Not that you knew. I think that maybe there was a lot more going on before you knew it. It's like, let's make him feel like this was his idea.
Sure. No, I could see that.
You know what I mean?
Maybe.
And I think you're maybe kind of coming to terms with that. So yes, of course you're kind of butthurt. And like, yeah, well, I was fucking hurt too, or whatever. It's fine. I'm okay. I was fucking somebody too. Yeah. This was my idea, wasn't it? It wasn't?
Well,
no, it wasn't. I don't know, but that's just what it fucking seems like. And I'm, as your friend, I'm telling you that, and I think you kind of know that too. Like
maybe there were DMs and stuff. I will say this: like, we spent so much time together that neither of us would have had time to do like a secret, sneaky thing.
Yes, but
I will say, could they have been?
I think it
could they
was
have been
maybe
talking?
in the works before, even though there was nothing physical. I think maybe it might have been in the works before.
It's possible. I've heard from enough women since this thing started where they're like, and they've asked to remain nameless, so I'm not going to out them or anything. But they've sent me messages where like, I was on a stream with Nick, and then immediately after the messages start, and it got really kind of weird, and he was.
Did you ever know if April was did you ever? I mean, you would never look there. Probably.
I don't. Yeah, I'm not
a fucking psycho.
I'm not that guy. I'm just like, and that was a thing that there was a glaring chasm growing between Nick and I, where we just weren't the same guy. Like when I was in the throes of the extra relationship, that's what I was consumed in. That's because I thought that's what was the fucking point. I'm like, I'm involved with this person. They're fantastic. Spending time with them, blah, blah, blah. But with him, he always had one eye on his thing and then one eye on what I'm doing. And I'm like, dude, I got to tell you, I'm not watching you. I don't give a fuck. Like, especially as I'm watching, like you're talking about that clip from fucking February where Mickey said April looks strung out. Imagine me. I'm watching this happen to this person. And as I try to confront it, I get yelled at and called a terrible person. Why wouldn't I gravitate more towards Kayla and spend more time with her?
Oh, no, you didn't do anything wrong. Of course.
No, I did things wrong. I scandalized my marriage and all this other shit. But
you're the only one in the situation, and I know you dabbled in the DRUGS,
a little,
right? A little bit, right? But you're the only one in the situation who wasn't like a full-blown addict.
Right.
So the more that you say to an addict, they do crazy shit.
Yeah.
I'm not an addict. The moment she got out of jail, our poor April, I'm not an addict. Someone else did this to me. She wasn't talking about Nick.
Right.
She's talking about you.
Talking about me.
Somehow.
And by the way, I'd been gone for a month and a half. You can't put that shit on me, sister. I went like this. I went, all right, if I'm the problem, let me be the problem, and the problem will remove itself. And apparently it all got way fucking worse. And
how dare you lead my wife on? God.
Psychotic. You lied to my wife and I. So yeah.
Yeah, well, whatever. They all need a fucking rude awakening.
Well, it's coming. They would have. I'm telling you this right now. He's leading them right to prison.
Literally.
He's walking them through the front door of the prison. And I'm telling you, Kayla could get her kids back if she did all the right things and made all the right moves, but she's going to let that fucking lunatic
have him represent them as a lawyer.
Well, they won't let that happen. They won't. The court won't allow that. I don't think you can represent your co-defendants. It's a big conflict of interest.
Oh, he'll be like, "What you don't understand though is that I can as a lawyer, so I will be representing them." He said it. He thought he could. In the arraignment, he was like, "I would like to speak to my clients." They're like, "Your clients?"
That's like when Andy Dufresne calls the guys that are tarring the roof with him, calling him his co-workers. Get him. That's rich. In
my
Shawshank.
Coworker.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Do not compare that monster to poor Andy Dufresne.
Poor Andy Dufresne. Yeah. I guess I'm Andy Dufresne. in this.
You are. You crawled through a river
of shit and came out
and
clean
came out
on the other
clean
side.
on the other side.
Yeah. The line I always used to use is I always go, I hope the last thing that went through Nick's head, other than that search warrant, was how Aaron Imholt ever got the best of him.
How Aaron Imholt ever got the best of him.
Oh. Meg with $5 says, can I send you a video to get your opinion on it? Can't send via social media. It's too long. Aaron Imholt Radio at gmail.com, Meg. Send it there. And we'll take a look at it. I want to get through some of these super chats, update people on what's going on. And then Keanu, you had a revelation, but it was the wedding thing. It was the not invited to the wedding thing. Was that the?
It's not about my wedding, my stupid, silly wedding. I'm sure April is not thinking about my wedding at all right now. But when I looked back, when I was in it, it was a completely different situation, but still sort of, it was an abusive situation. And in my opinion, I believe she's being abused and alienated and kept from her family and friends and feels like she has nowhere else to go. So in a sense, that's, even though you do have somewhere else to go, abusers fucking alienate you from people, whether it's with drugs or whether it's with whatever have you in my situation. And if my friends didn't give me fucking tough love and say, sorry, you're not showing up with bruises on your face a second time, you stay with that person, then we're not going to talk to you. And it's that got me to go, well, it took me a long time. It took my friend, going to my parents and being like, she's going to hate me forever for this, but I have to tell you what's going on. It took that, and then I went, whoa, what the hell am I fucking doing? I have so many people that love me. I don't need this idiot that's telling me, I've got you. Don't worry. Yeah. It'll be fine. Yeah. So, right. In my opinion right now, I'm thinking, I can't believe she's back there. I can't fucking believe it, but I can. I hate it. I understand it, but she needs tough love. And no, she's not invited to our wedding. She's not invited to be a bridesmaid. And I've made that decision. And that's that, because I'm the bride and I need to know. And if you're not going to answer me, you don't seem to care anyway. And that's fine. Yeah. She wants to give me a call. And I don't know, then things could change. But and I don't think she gives a fuck anyway.
No, I don't think she does.
Cares,
well, I'll tell you this. You're going to be mean just like I am now.
I have to now.
No, I mean, the perception from her is just going to be, and I'm sure Nick will tell her, oh, yeah, they're just being mean to you.
Oh, well, yeah. How how many times have I cried on streams talking about her? Like,
I mean, and even when I was upset and everything, I was fucking tearing up on stream. So, yeah, I mean, it's
I know, right.
You don't need to prove your effort. So to speak.
I mean, how many texts can I send? How many times can I try and
call? That's the weird thing
like,
about people who may or may not be addicts is that they do. I mean, the gaslighting is so good because the protection of whatever they're protecting is so good that they really do make you're the only one who takes inventory of the way you're behaving, and you're the only one who doesn't need to. You sit there and you go, right. Am I getting this wrong? Am I doing this? What am I? And then that gives them time to run off and do whatever it is they want to do.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't work forever. Eventually you go, okay, they got busted. They got fucking felony charges. It's like, I'm not wrong here.
Right. Why are we tiptoeing around this? Why are we sweeping for,
you fucking Janny.
Nick? Yeah. Well, exactly. I mean, well, I'm sorry, but it's a good term. Like, why are we sweeping for this person that and you know what? They all need help. It's not just April. He needs help too.
He needs more help than anybody.
Mine that loved him. Like, he's not the same person either.
Dude, he's running a polycule, a harem, if you will.
Right.
It's insane. And April, this is the worst part about April when you actually break it down. This is the part that does make me go, wow, that's a shame. Is that you're 29 years old. Let's break this whole thing down. Here were your choices.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to Litchfield, rebuild your life. April Anderson, you've got a new name. You're fucking sparkling. You're sterling. You're clean. You're away from drugs. She wouldn't know where to get this shit anyway, so she could clean herself up relatively easy. She hasn't been abusing alcohol for too long. She could back off on the booze, and she could go get a nice job like she used to have with decent
and she's
pay,
always
benefits.
been a drinker like the all of us, but like nothing like insane.
No.
You know, I think
When Kayla came to me and said, April and Nick are both hitting it really hard. Our liquor bottles are disappearing really fast. I was like, if you two think that she's drinking way too much, holy fucking shit, that's a fucking warning sign. But she could have gone down the road of going back to Litchfield, getting a good job, rebuilding. She would have found a nice guy and a healthy relationship and all of this stuff. She would have been fine. Or
she doesn't even, she wouldn't have even needed that. Like,
but I mean,
just
that could have worked out easy. Or you can go be, and this is so disgusting because this is so not, it's so easy for me to wash my hands because this is just so not the person I knew.
You've been going through it. We're new to the party, you know?
Yeah,
it's
but-
like, it's so mind blowing to like me and Visconti. Like, we're like, okay. Now we're kind of on your train. Like, yeah, you know what? Fuck this.
Yeah.
You made your bed. We got to give you tough love now. Like,
and
that's it.
this is a great sign that she's got zero self-confidence and zero sense of self-worth, is that she chose that the best life for her was to be the side piece to a guy who's obviously in the throes of addiction based on what we've seen on streams and facing felony, drug, gun, and child neglect charges. You've decided to not be the partner to that person. You're the fucking dirty little secret. You're the fucking side piece to that guy. And that's who you're going to choose to be. That is, I don't think you can get there without being psychologically manipulated. I don't. Either that or you've changed so much that I don't recognize. I recognize, she really reminds me of Ginger from Casino. When Robert De Niro says, hey, you're a tiger, you're tough, you can beat this thing, blah, blah, blah. That reminds me of me saying that. Like, this is who I think you are. And then to watch this, at some point you have to go, we are the sum of the experiences that brought us here, or whatever Gino says.
We're the sum of everything that got us here. Right?
So
Exactly.
clearly, I have to now say, instead of me saying something got to her, something is, I have to just say, I was wrong about you. I was incorrect about who you are.
If she's back there at this point, she needs tough love. I was ride or die for her. Like, and I do believe still wholeheartedly, she has been 100, in my opinion, 100% manipulated, and she's not in her right mind right now. Right.
And I will say this,
she has to lose fucking everything. And even if that's my fucking support of her, which I don't even think she cares about.
No, she doesn't.
But if I guess they're listening and watching us, so maybe if I'm saying it and I'm the one, I've been fucking firm but fair and really ride or die. Maybe I've been called too nice. I don't know what I don't know what it will take. I don't know what it'll take.
I'll say this. I don't think you've been too nice because I've tried really hard, like, to just tell my story and not tell other people how they should perceive it. So I don't think you've been too nice. I think you've come to this naturally, like you should.
Yeah, right. And we're just watching everything unfold, and I'm like, okay.
It's tough to go back and watch those.
She's at home. I literally, like, I'm talking to you. I'm like, I literally thought, like, we think she's back at her parents' house, right?
Yeah.
You're like, I hope so. I couldn't imagine that she would go back there. That's the dumbest thing she could fucking do.
Yeah, it's really stupid, but
wild.
That's what we found out yesterday. Now, people are writing. I want to read a couple of these super chats and Rumble rants. Packerbacker with $2 says, Nick or anyone else signing that check in your name is a federal offense. Wait until they cash it and report it. I am going to call State Farm today, and I'm going to ask them, does my name need to be on that check in order for it to cash? And I want them to flag that check, and I'm going to tell them, like, look, I don't know what we can do, or maybe I can call a bank, whatever, and I can say, look, I have not endorsed that check, nor will I be endorsing that check until it's brought to me. I said, so if they cash this, if this check gets cashed, my signature is not on it. Whatever signature is on there was signed by either one of these three people. And I mean, I'm going to do that today because maybe getting in more fucking trouble will make people see what fuck ups they are. I mean,
right. And as far as you know too, I don't think what's her name? The wife?
Kayla.
I don't think she was extremely happy with like another lady moving in.
No, she
What the
cried,
fuck is
literally cried in my arms and said, another fucking woman has moved into my house. I'm not okay with this.
why is she there? What does she want? Why didn't
God,
she?
it took April 6 months to become so beaten down by this whole thing that she would go after being arrested. She would go back to that place. Kayla's been living this for 20 years. Imagine how fucking beaten down she is.
Oh man.
Mentally.
I mean, it's so abusive. I'm sorry, and that's just my opinion. And again, I'm ride or die for April. I love her. But at this point, you need tough love because I can't sit here and be like, she isn't her fault. It's not. Well, it's not in a sense to me, from what I feel of it. But like, you eventually gotta fucking pull yourself out of it now. Yeah. You could have you walked out of jail. Go home.
You walked out of jail.
Go home.
You walked out
home.
of jail.
What are you thinking? Ugh.
Let's get through some of these super chats, and then we will move on to the other stuff we've got for today. But
we'll have fun. Yeah.
We'll have some fun today. But I mean, look, again, talk about my life on the show. If that's not huge news in my life, I don't know what is. That's pretty big.
No, I know. I just after I think I watched, me and Mickey watched that thing, and I had watched it the other night too. The one where you guys were opening the proposal groomsmen bridesmaids gift.
Right.
I watched it the other night and I'm like, this is insane.
I saw that. I was watching your show last night too, and when I watched that clip, I noticed two things. I'm like, April's pale, congested, and jittery. And the other thing I noticed was I was like, I watched my body language. I'm like, holy shit, even back then I was fucking annoyed by this.
Yeah, you're like, okay, right. And then you can tell, it's like, it's so funny when you watch something and you don't know something, you don't think anything of it. When you watch it back and you know what was going on, you're like, oh my God.
Right.
Wild. And it's not, addiction is horrible, but she
flaunted it.
Just to walk out of a jail and text people and text Visconti even and say, like, someone else did this to me. The Rekietas are good people.
If you just get out of jail and the first thing you text to people is running damage control and going, I'm not an addict. Non-addicts don't do that.
Hey,
like, if you're not an addict, you don't go. Like, if I got like in a car accident or got a speeding ticket or I did something wrong and you checked in, you heard the news, you were like, I heard this happened. I'm not a drunk. What? Why would you? Nobody's saying you're a drunk. I'm just worried you're going to think I'm a drunk because, well, now I think you're a drunk.
Well, wait, no one said that. Okay, yeah. You know what else you don't do? You don't go like, oh, let me see that search warrant. Man, I don't care that my 5 kids are in there. Battering ram it down because I'm such an arrogant prick. And let's traumatize the kids. Sounds good.
Yeah, let's be honest. In my experience, he's a shitty friend, he's a shitty partner, and he's an even shittier father. Like, clearly. I mean, I am definitely on the moral high ground enough. I don't have a lot of moral high ground over a lot of people nowadays. I'm getting stronger and better every day, but I will say this. I have the moral high ground to look Nick Rekieta right in the eye and say, you are a dog shit father. You are a failure as a father. You have 5 children and you have unequivocally failed every single one of them. And every day you don't come out and do kind of what I'm doing and admit what went wrong and admit what the problem was, talk to the police, talk to CPS and start fixing it. You are a shittier father every fucking day. Look in the goddamn mirror in between you shoving that nose clearing shit up your nose and going, that fucking shit I heard multiple times a day, that disgusting fucking
I have a
noise.
sinus infection.
Yeah. In between doing that, put the fucking can of nasal spray down, look in the fucking mirror, and see a shitty dad. I'll be Lila Hart. A failure. You are a failure. I don't care how many zeros are in a trust fund. I don't care how good the written house and depth days were. You, my friend, I'm saying this father to father, man to whatever you are, you're a failure. You're a sick, twisted failure and a shitty fucking dad. And until you get those kids back and until you start taking the steps to get those kids back, you are a failure as a father. You're a failure as a human being. And no amount of I know better and arrogance and hubris is going to be able to outrun not only what the law is going to hold you accountable for, but what you claim to be a godly man. You can't run.
That's the worst part of it.
You can't run from God's judgment, you son of a bitch. You have failed as a father. You failed as a human being. And until you take a little bit of responsibility, that's what you're going to be. Marked for the rest of your days.
Face the fucking music a little bit. He wants oh my God, his redemption arc would be so fucking dope for him. I know so many people that love him, right? If he said, I fucked up.
Yeah.
I failed my children.
I've abandoned my boy.
I've abandoned my children.
He needs to do the Daniel Plainview in the Church of the Third Revelation.
What about the children?
One man.
I'm one man.
One fabulously
talented man. Sorry. That's what Tukey said. Oh, that was the best thing. But yes, if he went, if he his redemption arc, and we know all of these the same people, right?
Yeah.
That sort of like won't disavow. They're like sort of not that anyone needs to disavow him. It's not that serious. It's for them to do that.
Right.
But people were friends with him. His redemption arc would be so iconic and so. I mean, he would skyrocket if he went. I'm an addict. I failed my children. I'm going to do whatever I can to get them back and atone for everyone that I hurt.
Yeah.
And do better as a father. And then, and only then, when I do it, I will be back on my streams and you will see me again. People would be like,
yeah.
But instead, no, I didn't do anything wrong. They fucked up the search warrant. Fuck you, you douchebag.
Yeah.
You unimaginable fucking douchebag.
Yeah.
Why didn't you just open the fucking door when they were trying to get in? Instead, you let your kids see them ram it down. Yeah. Douchebag.
He's a shitty dad. He's a shitty dad.
Sorry.
A failure as a father.
Failure. Don't know you. No, you're not invited to our wedding, you psycho. Why would you be? And April doesn't get a +1 because she's not invited anymore. So unless she gives me a call.
And I would really like to, and Keanu doesn't need to announce it. I would like to just mention it here on the show. Congratulations to Ashton for becoming a bridesmaid. Just wonderful. Great news. Just congratulations. The news surprised even me.
I actually no. Well,
I'm kidding.
Yes, I know. But you know what? Maybe I will invite her to the wedding. I actually just popped my It'll be a mix of people. I popped my brother's boyfriend over on my side to take April's place. I'm sure that'll really make people really happy.
So I'm walking with a dude. That's kind of funny. I'm
not having anyone walk with anybody. Everybody walks solo. That was always my plan. Anyway,
okay, that's great. So my request to walk up to Ric Flair's theme music is still in play. That's great. I think that's
Aaron. You've been through so much. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah. So you're saying that? Hold on. You're saying that as I walk that aisle, as they say, to take my place, to hang by Gino, you're saying you're going to play this.
Woo!
Oh. Wonderful.
want, Aaron. You know what? That's fine.
Don't you fucking placate me. No, now I don't want it. Now it doesn't mean as much to me anymore. Now I don't. You were supposed to struggle.
Can my wedding be about me at all?
Eventually, but I need to feel special. No,
Disco. There'll be
Keanu,
plenty of disco balls around.
Keanu, I have to say this. Your wedding has to be all about you. I've had enough weddings for myself. I've had my opportunities.
No, you chose this year to make your life go up in flames and have it be, I mean, nobody will be looking at me at all. They'll just be staring at you. Be like, wow.
They'll go, that hairline? How was he fucking 2 girls at one? Like, how did the fuck? What the heck? They must have all been on drugs. That's fucking insane. That guy?
You need to tell me if you need a +1, and I mean like now. But
oh, really?
You don't. Not now. I told April if she wanted to show up, tell me 2 days before she could. You don't have to tell me now. But
I mean,
you don't need a +1, do you? You want to come and have fun?
I don't know. We'll see.
Don't do it, Aaron. Oh my God, I will not.
We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll see.
Gino says no circus.
Don't put me.
Also,
no circus.
Yeah.
All right. Look. Let's get through some of these. You got a lot of people writing in that want to.
They're probably like, this bitch is insane.
Yeah, they want to say their piece on this whole deal, and we've got what do we got? About 1,200 of you watching the show right now. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. Hit like, hit subscribe, throw us a few bucks. I have no idea what the fucking goal is at. We'll get to that in a little bit. Also, we're gonna retroactively knock whatever the very generous friend of Keanu, Kevin Brennan, throws us for MLC yesterday. We're going to put that towards it. So we'll probably knock out yesterday and today. Albeit Matt Fry with $4.99 says, if nothing changes, you'll be reading an obit from Spicer real soon. Don't think I haven't thought about it. I mean, first of all,
I thought of that was my main concern. I thought best thing that could have happened was that they got arrested.
Yeah.
At least she didn't fucking overdose or something.
I don't even think it could be drug related. When you've got a 3-person polycule and one woman clearly wants to take what the other woman has, which I believe April wants to take what Kayla has. I believe that wholeheartedly. The April that we know now, she wants to take what Kayla has. I don't see a mother of 5 who's got this life for herself just letting that go. So I'm not saying that anything lifetimey is going to happen, but if it did, I wouldn't sit here and go, oh my God, I'm shocked. I can't believe it.
Oh my God. It's not even what I was thinking, more like drug related. You're thinking like, yeah.
I'm thinking someone could do something. You got to remember the fucking situation we're in here. Like, you can't do these things. And I know from experience now, you can't do these things without feelings and emotions getting involved. I know everybody thinks they can. It's fucking impossible.
No. Listen, I've said it from, I don't know how long I've been saying it. I've had many a threesome, always the guest star, never in a relationship. Want to know why? Because the couple always, somebody ends up crying. Who's not crying? Me. I'm like, I don't know what's going on with you two, but I'm walking out of there.
Yeah.
It's not for me. It's just not the fucking... I think if clear-cut boundaries are set, I don't knock people that do, polyamory or swinging or what have you. But I don't think any clear-cut boundaries were set, were they?
I mean, there were some.
After the fact.
No, I mean, there were... I don't want to say too much, but I'll just say once feelings got involved for everybody.
They got involved for everybody.
I'll say this. Some people got a little jealous and they got a little crazy and they got a little paranoid and they got a little spy. And
if you enter this sort of relationship, though, it has to be before the fact that people get jealous.
If those people, let's say, are also on drugs that make you more paranoid, and let's say another person is not on those drugs, then that can lead to some very big misunderstandings and fights and everything else.
Some of those drugs that those people may have been on allegedly might not be able. They may not be able to have You can't
let's
get
just-
hard if you're on blow.
Let's just say
a lot
this.
of the time, right?
I
so
will
maybe they were just right.
I will
so.
say this. Let's say in this fantasy situation we're talking about that never actually existed.
Right. This is totally
this situation we're talking about that's hypothetical.
Fantastical,
Let's just say one of the four or two of the four were accused of being physical too much too often because the other two were not being as physical as much as
I
often.
wonder why the other two weren't.
And then,
Aaron.
well, let's just say that maybe the female in the other group was the one being blamed for why the other two weren't being as physical, that it was actually the other woman's fault that for some fucking reason, and maybe that those two people sat one of the other two down and berated them about this fact. In this mock fantasy situation we're talking about.
That sounds insane.
That-
But
it's
it sounds like the
fucking
other
crazy.
two that weren't being as physical, and from what I know, in just this like hypothetical situation, I think that the person that does maybe the more cocaine can't get their dick hard. And so probably that might be why
That is a side
they
effect.
may have an
yeah.
apparatus like a Baldo or something, but even that doesn't work. And then it might. I don't know. Maybe they just were. Maybe the poor woman in that situation, hypothetically, might have been less satisfied, but was still so enamored by.
If I hypothetically
person.
had a package somewhere as a receipt, if I had a package with this person's name on, with one of these hypothetical non-existent person's names on it, that gave you a milligram count of something they may have used to counteract the effects of maybe a certain substance, could I go grab that real quick and tell you how many milligrams that may have been? Give me
Absolutely.
Give me one moment, and then we'll catch up with all your guys' super chats. Hold on one second.
We'll talk to you. This is fun. Steel Toe Morning Show. You know what? I have a feeling he's going to talk to us about something that you may chew up, but I
All
don't
right,
know. I
so-
don't know that for a fact.
This person, to counteract the effects of anything that might be going on, hypothetically, 80 fucking milligrams.
Wow.
Let me tell you guys what a blue chew is.
Oh,
6.
I've heard good things, I
A
don't
blue
know.
chew is 6.
How does he know that?
I'll tell you why I know that, because sometimes when daddy
He heard you, Gino.
Sometimes when daddy drinks, he still wants to have a little fun, and he likes to have an insurance policy.
All right, just asking.
I don't
Thank you
think
very
this
much.
guy. Yeah. Now you don't ever. I don't think I ever saw. Bisconti's always erect, but he's an enigma, an anomaly of a human being. He's Sicilian. You're from Minnesota. He's Italian.
Let me say this.
Yeah.
I've had these for years. This one. So it's not like this is the ultimate in case of emergency. I have to be basically Nick Rekieta on a stream to have to.
Right.
Yeah.
I suppose if we're like so wasted, we just wouldn't bone. God, we're old, like an old married couple.
Take them because then I'll think I'm nuts and I'll think I will always need them.
Oh, he.
I can tell you this, Gino. It's such a small like dosage. You won't. I think like I in years it's been maybe once a year, if that.
He's just a weirdo, and he's constantly erect. I think it's actually like a disease or something. Like,
I mean, I've been
it's really bizarre. I'm
with the lifestyle I've had, I've been a bit of a walking boner myself. I understand, but safeguards.
just an insurance policy. But yes,
that-
Gino,
that has-
it's like the vaccine.
Yeah.
You start taking that, then you drop dead.
But let's just say hypothetical. That one that I'm looking at has somebody else's name on it, and
it's just about, and he
It's-
would just blow through one whole
holy
bottle
fucking
of-
shit, that empty. I mean, it's empty. I mean, is it empty? I should check it out. I'd fucking die. I think I'd die.
Like,
I'd die of a
you've
fucking heart
resigned
attack.
yourself to the fact that like they were, But he was just popping those even with blow and like
Nothing. Hobo, hypothetically. Hobo chili recipe with $2 says, I'd like to say Aaron walks up to I'm Coming Out by Diana Ross, and his +1 is a tier of the wedding cake.
I love it.
Not very nice.
I'm coming out. I
RB,
want the world to know. Nick Rekieta sucks. I'm coming out.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Arbiat Matt Fry with $4.99 says, if nothing changes, you'll be reading an obit from Spicer real soon. We just read that one. $4.99 from Matt Melty says, she can't cash that check without your signature. Yeah, we'll check on that. Mr. Approachable with $5 says, disco, disco, disco. Keanu, can you say, I have a hot tub, welcome to my home in your southern accent voice?
I have a hot tub, welcome to my home.
It's very swingery. Kif Dunnage with $1.99 says, did you take prep for your Spicer sessions?
Prep.
Oh, man, if I hadn't gained 5 pounds last weekend, I would be worried.
I know, you're the only person that's ever done blowing their lives and it's just like, yeah, well, I'm just staying here at this weight.
When it's
the other three are emaciated. That should be telling enough.
Yeah.
You're like, I did it
when
3 times. I'm telling you.
When it's this little guy 3 or 4 times, I mean, it's just.
It wasn't gonna do anything. The other 3 are like, we're so thin and chic. You're like, oh well.
You understand? I have to box 3 times a week just to keep this shitty form up. Jesus Christ. I have to get punched really fucking hard by people just to keep this shitty between a large shirt and an XL is very baggy and hangy. A large is a little more tight against everything.
Give yourself a little more credit. You're tall. It's fine.
3
it's
days.
Your personality that sucks.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll be off the market in no time.
I'm teasing.
Shit Show with $1.99 says, Mooby, you sold your wife Forever Clout. I don't know what Forever Clout is. I've never been accused of selling it before. Oh my God, we have a bunch of these to get through. 383 Novocaine with $5 says, Aaron, my ex is hosting a swinger cabin party. They have a pontoon and lots of other poon. You want the address? You can bring a +1. New boots. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to pass. I like going to Menards. I like going to the local home improvement store on Sundays now. I like playing beanbags. I like drinking beers, playing golf. And I like listening to country music.
Sounds like a country song.
I am a boring fucking Midwestern dad now, and I'm so excited to take
Going to the hardware store, playing bags.
Dude, if I took you guys to Menards here in Minnesota.
We've been wondering what the hell you've been talking
about. Fucking Menards
like,
rules. Oh my God. Do you like looking at beautiful lighting fixtures for like above your kitchen, like chandeliers and things like that?
Like my disco ball that I have
like
hanging in
balls.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's a wonderful place. I love Menards.
They have chandeliers.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
Smell of fresh cut lumber. Oh, they have a greenhouse.
What is it? A bar?
It's a home improvement store
with chandeliers, and you just like
you need light fixtures for your home. It's all.
Oh, you mean like to buy? Okay.
Yes, I don't mean that the hardware store has chandeliers. But yeah, like showers, wash machines, refrigerators, kitchen sets, like all kinds of shit. Decks, you can build a deck. Or
you get excited about that stuff like I get excited about, like, I love office supplies.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Like, I love, like, it's not like I need staplers or papers, but I love, like, fresh pens. And
it's better than getting excited about polycules.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm improving. King of all diffs becoming a member for his 9th month says Loaf Piggy. Thank you very much. Kraken Slappin' with $5 says I had to have my wife's death certificate with me if I had anything with her name on it to prove she could not sign it. Checks, documents, anything. Yeah, so I'll have to call on that check.
Not dead.
Yeah, but I think they're saying I may have to call on that check and say, hey, by the way, I haven't signed that. I'm not going to be able to sign it. So
you probably should. Tough love. Yeah. Tough love.
King Kong Dong with $2 says, sent you Facebook DM. You can read it out loud or not. I will get to that. Keanu, do not let me forget I have a Facebook DM I could read from King Kong Dong. Mr. Nobody with $1.99 says, Ashley is the best father in this whole thing. My ex-wife has been a fucking saint throughout this entire thing. She's putting up with a lot of shit when all this stuff was going on. And she could have definitely put the screws to me, boy, and been vindictive and all that. But she was so happy that I chose my children over this fucked up lifestyle and that I got them away from any of this shit. She is so grateful. Our relationship has never been better. And this may be the solution to all of our problems.
She's probably just like,
oh, for sure.
This idiot. Yeah.
There's
but
also that. Yeah.
Like, but he made the right choice. Wow.
Yeah.
I can't even. Well, silver lining. Good. That's the best thing for your kids, right?
Yeah.
So isn't that the most important thing? How nice.
Yeah. And, people always do this online. They're like, yo, you're telling all these stories. Your ex-wife is going to get you. It's like, you think I talk to you fucking weirdos before I talk to the mother of my children? Like, you think that I came on the show and just started running my fucking mouth and didn't sit down with the mother of my children first? Do you know how much more of this shit that she knows than any of you know?
Right.
Way
the perception is always like, all right. Well, I guess you know us better than we know ourselves.
And then the people who are like, you could face this, and this for that. I'm like, yes. What people on the internet are used to phonies. That they see someone actually look them in the eye and go, I'm telling you this because I want to be held accountable. And they go, what kind of angle is he running? The accountability angle. That's what I'm going for. Some people.
Were you all just buying my ex-wife's book just to troll me like 2 years ago?
Right.
Suck my dick.
Yes.
All right.
JS says.
Fuck off.
He says,
disengage. Yeah.
Carl hammered you and called you an embarrassment. Dude, Carl's such a fucking embarrassment. A guy, like, he used to text and call Gino and I and talk about football and shit. And now he's going to pretend like, oh, yeah. And then he goes, the divorce was a work. And he still won't admit, oh, yeah, I fucked that one up. Aaron was right. He kind of made me look like a dick on that one. He won't do it. Carl has bought into pro wrestling 100%. He can't be saved. This is him now.
He actually did admit, he was like, oh, yes, I was wrong about that.
Okay,
and
good.
You've been busy, so you haven't seen it. But he did admit it. He went, okay, yes, I was wrong about that.
Tukey.
Right, yeah.
Tukey, hit the drop, Tukey. Another win for the toe. Thanks.
Another win for the toe. The children.
Carl?
But what about the children?
Fucking Tukey. Oh. I hope his spleen rotted off in the hospital. No, I hope
I don't know
Tukey,
what's going on with that guy.
I hope Tukey is fine. I hope honestly, I hope Rocco's okay. I hope he's healthy. He does a very.
I think he is. He seems to be.
He does some very funny things that people like. I'm sorry, I'm a bit busy to check it out, but people like Rocco.
You'd laugh if you saw it.
I'm sure I would.
Hysterical.
I hope Rocco's doing great. I hope he's healthy, and I hope he can keep doing his characters and his YouTube stuff because people seem to really enjoy it. I hear a lot about it. So
you know what else I love about him? He enjoys it.
Yeah.
He really enjoys it. Gino was like, but the Dabbleverse, it's such a the hate and it's like, he's like, it's fun, Gino.
Yeah.
This is fun.
I hope Rocco's okay and that Carl gets cancer. No, I'm just kidding. I don't. I think what Carl did to me was a little like sad or whatever, but he's allowed to do it. That's his thing.
Yeah, but he actually, I think you've been too busy to see, but he did admit it. He was like, oh well, here is a clip of me being like, I was wrong. Oh.
Well, then you know what? Here's what I'll say to Carl. I'm sorry for beating the shit out of you over that, thinking you hadn't said that you were wrong. Thank you for admitting you were wrong. It takes a big man to admit you were wrong. And I really did lose my marriage. I got you.
Carl, it's so funny. Divorce.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Fuck you, Carl. I won. I'm divorced for the second time with 3 kids. I got resale value out the ass. Suck my dick, Carl. I won. Another win for the toe.
Another win for the toe. If it weren't for Carl, I guess we wouldn't really know you guys that well, actually.
Right. And Carl used to text me during Vikings-Bills games. It's funny because he called me once and he told me, he goes, what's this fucking Melton guy's obsession with you? I'm like, honest to God, I have no idea. And he's like, you do a pretty good show. I don't know what the fucking beef he has with you is. And now, like a year later, they're just sucking each other's dicks off. It's kind of funny to watch.
Yeah, kinda, right?
Yeah.
He's like, even though the entire Hackmania was an entire technical failure,
Disaster. Yeah.
it was really very fun. It was fine.
You're
Yeah,
asking
alright.
people,
Oh.
you're asking the fans if they have any USB cords. Oof.
Do you guys have any USB cords?
Yeah.
Another
But
win for the toe.
another win for the toe.
It's time to stop making decisions, buddy, okay?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Hulkamash a baby with $4.99 says, I've run out of sympathy for all of them because of the kids. I work hard to provide for my son, and being called a failure of a dad would ruin me. Me too. Me too. And there was a time where I was failing my kids. But, you pull the note. Look, man, Nick has a walking inspiration in me of how you can turn the nose of the plane up when it's going down. Nick, look, Nick, if you're watching. Nick, April,
He'll
Kayla,
watch.
all three of you. Look at your new hero. Look at me. I'm your hero. Hug your daddy. I'm living proof that you can turn the nose of the plane up. You can fix your life. You can become a good parent again when you've made some mistakes. Guys, I'm your hero. I'm your inspiration. Nay, your sponsor, if you will. So just reach out, take my glowing hands with my halo orb and say, please, and I would rather you say, Mr. Imholt, please, Mr. Imholt, show me the light. Show me the way. I believe in you. My faith is restored, and I believe you can take me to the promised land. Nick, it's not that hard. All you got to do is reach out and say those words, and I'll still probably tell you to go fuck yourself. But look, the point is,
I most certainly will. But granted, Aaron, I don't think you've ever not fed your kids or neglected them.
That's true.
Nobody's complained about your children being stinky.
That's true. They're very well-smelling kids.
So he has a lot more to atone for. Give him a break, I guess. You admitted your wrongs, but your children, you haven't failed your children,
Nick,
in the capacity that he seems to have.
Nick,
so.
don't listen to Keanu. I'm your hero. I'm your
Listen
daddy.
to me.
I'm your inspiration. Nick, I'm the meaning in your life. I'm your inspiration. All you have to do is reach out and grab the brass ring that I possess, and I can show you the way, my son. I'm
Nick,
just kidding. I still tell you to go fuck yourself. But
Nick, actually, do listen to me. You are not invited to our wedding. In no capacity were you ever invited to our wedding. I don't care what anybody told you. You were never, ever, ever invited to our wedding. In fact, we have security at our wedding. You will never be invited to our wedding. Even if April shows up, you are absolutely, unequivocally not invited to our wedding. I don't like you. I don't know you. Why would you think that you would be? And I hope you get your life together for the sake of your 5 children.
yeah, if you ever
Take
decide
care.
to stop being a shitty dad and a failure as a human being,
Mhm.
you can take my hands. The stigmata are healed. And I will lead you into the promised land, my son. I'm just kidding.
Yes,
You're
because,
probably going
and that's
to prison.
how you get to a religious leader, much like Nick, right? You talk to them about what they preach.
Yes.
You know,
You're
the
trad.
Lord.
Nick, you're trad dad. You're church dad. Remember you shit on your church all the time because they didn't
Yes.
fucking get it? Because he's like, you don't put the wafers in the communion plate. You put a mountain of cocaine in it.
Wow. And also, wasn't it so funny when you would bring your 5 stinky children and sit with your wife over here, and then 5 stinky children in the middle, and then April over here, our poor April, addicted to cocaine that you got her into, probably allegedly. I don't know. I'm
There you
just
go. You're
speculating.
killing it. Killing
Yes.
it.
Just that ended up being a really interesting video.
You know,
You psycho.
I'm the guy who makes the best decisions. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bring my coke mistress to church with me.
Yes. And then you know what? And if I were Jesus, like Nick, like he thinks he is, I would be so arrogant that I would think no one will find this odd. My children stink. They don't want to be here. They haven't changed their clothes in 5 days. They're begging for food, but we have this lovely young blonde woman here, and then me and my wife. But I'm so arrogant that I would never think ever anybody would ever think anything of that. They're stupid if they do.
Dude, they saw the polycule coming from a mile away. They talked about it in the search warrant. An inappropriate relationship with the Imholtz. If only you knew how inappropriate we've been up to, yo. No.
Yeah, it was inappropriate. And then,
Thank you.
whatever.
Yes.
Wild. Gossip day. Girls day.
We wilding out, motherfuckers. Chris Benoit with $5 says, Mike has analyzed your media tour. Seems like you and Nick played with each other, 4 to a bed, and you don't wake up with a hearty accidental suck. You guys are gayer than I am. Good night, Mr. Thompson with $4.99 says, good morning, you guys. There you go.
Oh, good night, Mr. Thompson. Hi, darling.
The Grand Poobah with $5 says, it's a nice sunny day in St. Cloud. How's the weather in New York, Kiki?
Actually, it's quite lovely today. Not too hot, but sunny. Lovely.
Speaking of Sunny, we still don't know where the Rekieta dog is. Sunny the pug, not mentioned in the police report. I don't know where Sunny is. Very, very strange.
Okay. I saw rumblings of this because I saw a Kino Casino thing talk about the dog.
Yeah.
But you're not telling me that it was a pug.
It was a little pug named Sunny. And they never housebroke him. So he lived in the bathroom and he would shit and piss on a puppy pad. And sometimes the shit would be off the puppy pad and on the floor while they went in there to do their extracurricular activities.
This changes everything. I have a pug at home named Harlem. I call him Harmon and Harmy Poo and Harlem. They don't know where the pug is.
Well, none of us do because it wasn't in the pug wasn't in the police report. Now, I feel like when they went to that back bathroom to, find all the stuff they found, that they would have noted the pug, right?
Why wouldn't they say that there was a pug there?
Hashtag where's Sunny? That's what I say. Justice for Sunny. Where's Sunny?
Sunny, this changes it. Sunny, where are you? Please. That's insane. I saw rumblings of this. It was like a very dramatic post, like they killed their dog or something.
I don't know if they
true.
$4.99 from Mr. Nobody. Kiki, I know you're blind to Aaron's used car salesman charm like Gino. Of course Aaron wants a +1 as he is dating a sack demon. Open your eyes. Yeah, I have they had the corner demon thing for Nick, so now I say that there's a sack demon over there, and I look over at
You don't get a +1 yet.
I understand.
I know you do.
I'm not fighting that.
Also, yeah, let us know how things develop. And
I am.
If you need a +1, obviously you're in the wedding. I go like, all right, fine. But everybody else, don't you try and bring anybody.
Do you want to hear when I was in the throes of like Kayla had come over to my house after April had cleared like the clothes out of the closet. And Kayla came over and we were talking up in my room, and I may have been a little overcome with emotion. And when you're overcome with emotion, you're both sad and angry and defiant at the same time. This is a really
boned her or what?
No, this is a really unhealthy way to live. But she was like comforting me, and I pointed to the closet and I go, "You understand? Historically, meaning I'm talking about how I've jumped from relationship to relationship. I go, what she don't fucking understand is that I could have that closet filled up so fucking fast it would make her head spin." And I'm like, even in that moment, I went, dude, not the healthiest mindset to be in right now.
It's a horrible mindset.
It's a horrible.
That's you, though.
I'm gonna spite.
Mindset.
I'm gonna
you're
spite
baby
Phil.
Bob Levy. You're like Elizabeth Taylor.
I'm gonna spite Phil my
Divorced
closet.
as many times as you're married, you leave nothing but well wishes behind. Like, come on, you can't.
Look, I've definitely moved on from that mindset, and much better.
I hope so.
$4.99 from Colt C says it's very cool and supportive of Keeks to honor the disco lifestyle with her wedding theme. Yes.
You ruined my wedding.
I didn't mean to call it disco. It just sounded funny.
I have a disco ball hanging in there.
Well,
do you know that?
You're going to be hanging next to it if I keep this up.
Real fast.
Yes.
Can I ask you guys something real fast?
What is it?
Today is June 6th.
Yes.
Okay.
Happy D-Day.
Can you hear him?
Yeah.
Wait, what'd you say, Aaron?
Happy D-Day.
But if you go to Google, the icon today is some fucking lesbian fucking author. And this is what I mean. This is what I mean. When I throw an F-bomb on my show, people are like,
This is what it's like every time I wake up in the morning. It's always something.
I have a film from college you'd really enjoy if you're gay. But let me say this. When Google has some fucking faggot lesbian author instead of fucking remembering
Allegedly.
DJ, that's the problem.
Oh,
it's
is it?
The F word everyone hates. It's Google saying this lesbian fucking confused dipshit is more important than D-Day. That's the problem.
Keanu.
That's what people forget. That's why Aaron said Happy D-Day, because he was raised right. But children being indoctrinated by
I didn't know.
Hey, Gino, I don't mean to interrupt your rant, but before you start saying I was raised right, I did just...
Abhorrent.
Is it
This is
abhorrent?
the indoctrination we talk about.
Gino.
This is infuriating.
Visconti,
Gino,
your friend wants to
I don't mean to interrupt you because you're on a roll. But two things. One, Keanu, block Fox News from your TV. Number two, Gino, I don't know if you should be using me as an example of being raised right. I am just 2 months removed from a polycule sex cult.
Nah, but remember when you started it in April and your dad's like, get the fuck away from her? That's a good dad. My point
That's a good dad, yeah.
This is the indoctrination. And we talked about this.
Well,
when I say the F word on my show, like Gino hates gays, no, I don't. The country
Marshall Beaupre does.
And they use the divisiveness of this to be like, oh my God, it's
You said divisive wrong.
It's one thing to give fucking veterans one day, fallen soldiers one day, and gay people have no problem with a whole month. But this is bullshit.
Were you going to
this is bullshit. You know it.
Were you going to take me out to dinner for D-Day? I didn't know it was.
Every day's D-Day when you dress like that, hottie.
Hey.
You come talk to Aaron because I have to pee anyway.
Thank you. If I could real quick. If and when I come to New York, seeing as it's one of maybe my favorite restaurant in Las Vegas and it originated there, am I allowed to take you guys to Scarpetta?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm taking you there. My treat because I love that place. All right.
You must come. You're coming, right? In the next few months.
Yeah.
You're going to make that your little vacay instead
I'll make it like a weekend, like a Thursday to Sunday thing, you know.
And also we will be in Charleston obviously a few days before, and you have to be there a few days before anyway.
Yeah.
So that could be a little vacation too.
Sure.
Come talk to him.
All right. All right, Gino. We're gonna
read some super chats with him, but don't hijack the conversation. Be right back.
Infuriating. Take your ashtray and empty.
So I am interested.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but this is like is infuriating.
Did
and
you
I know
change
it's not my day.
hats? You changed hats.
I just put something on because my hair's. I don't have the hat I was wearing. I have I'm a man of many hats.
Yes.
This is a bowling green hat. A fan sent me this.
All right, go ahead, Viper. What do you got? You were ranting.
Oh, I thought there was a caller named Viper. That's it.
No, I'm calling you Viper. You're striking.
I've said this countless times, and they try and divide us, and I'm the one fucking here in New York where it's like Gino's racist. He says this. Gino hates gays. He said this.
Yes.
No, they fucking hate our country. And when people like literally when if you ain't black. If you ain't black, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. That's racist. When you put Kamala Harris, that untrained idiot, when you take let's do the one we love. When you take Whoopi Goldberg with her hair of silver back, aping the left. This is the racism, okay? And when I throw out, I'll say the F word because it's YouTube, but you know damn well they're like, yeah, I don't hate gays. I love everyone. I'm on the street. There's a clip of it yelling at a black guy just about fucking politics, and he's yelling back, and we're having fucking spirited debate. But when they give fucking veterans one day, when they give fucking dead soldiers one day, and I don't mind gays getting a whole month. I don't mind gays getting a whole month, but this is what they do. They're like, yeah, it's more important to talk about a lesbian author in fucking in South America than to honor the day men lost their lives, okay? And if you want to make it about Gay Pride Month, why don't we be like the day we fucked the Nazis in the ass? How about that? The day we dropped a load in the mouth of the Japs. Why don't we fag it up for you people? But don't do that. Don't sit there and divide us. Be like, this guy hates gays. No, I don't. No, I don't. I hate the faggot, white, woke fucking left that try and fucking shove this down our throat. And I don't know that I'm ever going to use Google again. I don't know that I'm ever going to use Google again. Fucking D-Day. And they're like, it's really important. Same people that are like, blacks deserve reparations. Let's give money to people that were never slaves and have it paid by people that never fucking owned them. Go fuck yourself. The closest we have to a slave owner right now is in the White House because he's so fucking old. Probably his great-grandparents at the oldest owned fucking slaves. Do you understand that? But they want us to think, oh my God, me here in New York, who fucking has every race and religion roaming the streets, fucking you who's surrounded by more fucking Somalis, that like if there were any more Somalis there, you'd be driving around on a flying carpet. Do you fucking understand? But me and you, we're the fucking racists. Oh my God, we're the fucking homophobes, not these pieces of shit that fucking tried to kill every fucking queer with fucking AZT.
Joking.
Not us. Not us. Not Fauci that fucking literally executed old people. And you know who said it perfectly if you didn't watch In Hot Water? Marjorie Taylor Greene. When they say, oh my God, they're prosecuting, they worship a felon. No, and she said perfectly, we don't worship a felon. You do. You fucking took George Floyd, who was in jail 5 times, a 5-time felon, and called him Saint George Floyd. She fucking nailed it. Not like gays get nailed in the ass and they have every fucking right to during Pride Month. Not like that. Not like that fucking author, lesbian, confused bitch who lives in South America. And we need to remember her on one of the most amazing fucking days of American patriotism of the fucking year. Arguably the most in our lifetime. Most of us weren't around for July 4th, but we all know someone who fucking died in fucking, World War II, or someone in our family does. But it's more important to honor this fucking woman in a straw fucking hat who wrote a book that probably says 8 ways to get something fucking large out of your ass that shouldn't be there. Maybe this is the time that you stand up and say, oh my God, maybe the left is fucking lying. Maybe they are trying to divide us. Maybe on one day, this is what you do. The one day when we're all fucking Americans, when we can all say, wow, these guys did shit we'll never do. There will never be a war like that again. Like, if you ever get the chance, and I'll wrap it up on this, and then I'll...
Nah, you're doing fine.
If you ever get the chance and you're in New Orleans, go to the D-Day Museum. It's in New Orleans because the guy that invented the duck boat that you see at the beginning of Saving Private Ryan, when a lot of guys were getting the front of their heads blown off and not the back of their ass blown out, if you go and fucking get to New Orleans, take a full fucking day. You're going to need a day to fucking walk through this museum that fucking doesn't focus on WW2. It focuses on one fucking day. Today. Focuses on fucking today and everything that went into the day and everything that fucking resulted from the day and how the world fucking was affected by the day. And you will go there and you will see fucking, I saw 2 of them, 80-year-old men in their fucking uniforms, fucking there, just reading stuff because they were a fucking part of it. But a lot of you fucking won't remember that because they don't want us to remember that. They want us to remember this fucking country they're forcing down our throats and saying, oh, all we do is hate and all we are divided, when they're fucking dividing us. When Google, if you search something on Google that's anything about fucking Trump or the vaccine, it gets buried. It gets fucking buried like a cock in a gay man's ass during Pride Month, even deeper sometimes, if that's fucking possible. Do you understand? And by the way, one more thing, Colt C, I'm never in Keanu's chat. I don't ban anyone, and I'm about to fucking clean house with her moderators in mind for fucking banning people, okay? I'm fucking in that bed asleep fucking when people are getting banned on this chat. He hasn't said a word since you left. He's very shy.
I understand what you're saying. And I get it. And
could you explain it to me? I kind of blacked out there in the
main thrust of what he's trying to say, you guys.
Thrust. Get it? It's Pride Month, and he said thrust.
The main point that Gino's trying to make, and I'll just sum it up this way, is happy Pride Month, everybody.
And don't do drugs.
Of course, not everybody follows the rules.
Hey, it's me, Gino. Yell.
That's pretty good. Brevity is the soul of
that summed it up better than you did.
Hey, Gino, can I ask you? Gino
Why
knows.
Would you do that?
Gino knows a lot of quotes from different people, and he can tell you who said these quotes because he lives his life by them. I bet you he can't tell me who said this one because I don't think he lives his life by it. Brevity is the soul of wit.
Oh my God, brevity is wit is God. I know brevity is the soul of wit, and I know that Simpsons did a joke about it. Brevity is wit, but God, I
can't even
remember
keep this part brief.
Who is it? I know the thing, but I don't know who said
it was a quote from Hamlet. Hamlet said it.
So Shakespeare.
Shakespeare.
Although I don't know if
the bard.
The latest thing is Shakespeare stole all of those plays from a black woman. so
don't you dare.
So even if we find the black woman, we'll never know who she stole them from.
Did they have convenience stores back then?
Shut up.
All right. May we? We have a lot of super
Brevity
chats.
is the soul of wit. That's Hamlet.
Yes, that's Hamlet. So,
So, I didn't know
if I may, and Keanu, we also have an eyewitness account of April. That's what the Facebook message is. So we can get an update from that person because I haven't seen her in forever. Let's see. Mr. Nobody with $4.99. Oh, we just did that one. Ozone with $4.99. Aaron, if you think there's a possibility that your ex might kill another woman, I'm starting to question your choice in women. Dude, people change when they get around drugs and they get around polyamory and shit like that. It can create some fucked up feelings. That's all I'm saying.
You know what? Everything, I highly doubt that, but you know what? You've seen more than I have, I guess. I don't think that. I just think.
I almost don't want to say it because, like, what haven't I nailed right on so far?
Yeah.
Like.
No way. No.
Red Honda with $2 says, will Kumia be at the wedding? Aaron will be in heaven. Listen, if he is, I'm going to fucking behave myself. All right? Telling you that right now. I'm not even going to go talk to the guy.
He may or may not be.
It doesn't
No one show up at our wedding, please.
Guys, it doesn't matter. The day is about Gino and Keanu. For God's sake.
You said Gino first. It's about me.
It's about Keanu.
Why can't it be about me?
It's about Keanu and her senior citizen cockslave. There.
I know.
I think I nailed it.
I'm teasing. No, yes. I mean, yeah, Kumia will be at the wedding. No, no one show up there. Okay.
Alan Powell, the real AP with $2 says cash check, give Rekieta kids so the Rekieta kids can go to Big Kahuna. Oh yeah, take them to the theme park. That would be nice. $4.99.
Yeah, maybe go get them a new pug. I just read some of the chat. I'm really upset about this pug. So.
I think a lot of people are worried about the pug. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says for Gino. Let's see what it is. Oh yeah, this is Menards. Yeah, that's their jingle. Everybody
he doesn't get what Menards is.
That's every kid in the Midwest grew up with that theme song in their head.
It's like it's where Aaron likes to hang out now. They have chandeliers and also things to improve your home.
I love Menards. It's fucking fantastic.
I guess it's like a Home Depot, but
a way better Home Depot.
Like a cool Home Depot.
Fuck Home Depot and its stupid ass compared to Menards.
We don't know. We don't have a Menards in South Carolina, and he grew up on a farm like a I don't know what. He grew his own food.
Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, if you go to Menards, stay away from my batteries, you sick fucko. I don't need swinger fingers touching them. Well, you know, I've got the cursed letter R on my chest.
Batteries.
Optic Nerve with $2 says, hi, Kiki. Check out Jet Pen's best office supplies.
Jet Pen? Is that what you're saying? I got a text, too, from someone that said maybe you skipped their super chat.
What's their name? I'll see if I skipped it because I'm way behind.
I miss Kiki. I super chatted, but Aaron skipped it. I like office supplies too. This site is awesome. Maybe it was him.
Oh, Jet Pens. There you go. Kiki's Disco Wedding with $2 says she took your money. Don't sign it or make her pay you back. Well, I'm going to call the insurance company and let them know. Mr. Nobody with $4.99. I'm just updating the goal as we go. Holy shit, you guys have been incredibly generous today. Thank you. Mr. Nobody with $4.99. Aaron trying to taking that saying back like black people took the N-word back. Another win for the toe.
Another win for the toe. I didn't think people hate you so much online.
It's fun. Zul McCool with 1999. I think the more I kind of have fun with it too, I think the more fun it becomes for them to hate me. So I think it actually becomes more of a like-hate thing.
That's what I've always said.
Yeah.
I never see a time where he's not like, oh, that's hilarious. You think I ate 30 hot dogs today and I'm a disgusting pig? That's great.
It's great.
I don't see a time where you're like,
now that would make me angry if I really did eat 30 hot dogs a day. I'd be defensive about that.
you'd be like, right. You're like, oh, okay.
Zul McCool with 1999 said, forgiveness is the path you must follow, Aaron. I believe in my meeting on Sunday, we talked about gratitude versus resentment, and you embrace gratitude because that's looking forward to the rest of your life, and resentment is being upset with people whom you can't change. So you should embrace gratitude rather than resentment. I think if Gino went to one of my meetings, he would sit there and he would go, this is the coolest fucking place ever because it's all platitudes that I talk about all the time.
You think he would be able to shut his mouth for long enough to sit through the meeting?
No, I think he'd be fucking hilarious.
Oh, it's time to speak. I'll go first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$2 from, oops, I'm sorry. Let's go to Chris Benoit. Says, laughing my ass off, the transsexual calling children stinky. This is a new low for this armpit of the internet. I love it. I think they're calling you trans.
Yes, well, I did meet my identical twin sister, Dylan Mulvaney, last weekend, so you may be confusing her with me with her.
We're going to talk about the Dylan Mulvaney meeting a little later today for sure. Great, but everybody wants to super chat in about this. We'll clear through
Were the
them.
children not stinky? Sorry. Wasn't that in the police report? They were complaining their clothes weren't changed. Excuse me. I'm not saying anything out of school. Nothing I didn't see on the internet. Blow me and my transsexual dick. Bye-bye.
Let's go to Trucker 18 Wheeler with $2. Says, if it's a pug, then who cares? It was probably shot. Jesus. Gray Duckling with $5 says, I guess Gino found the alcohol. He never loses.
No, that's just the way he wakes up.
Yeah. Coltrane with $2 says, amen, brother. Preach it, my man. I'm way behind on the super chat, so I don't know
what the hell was he saying?
Maybe when I was calling Nick a failure. 383 Novocaine, $2 says, tech graduation, 25 minutes of them reading Abdalhi. That's a local reference. John Myers with $4.99 says, Menards and Miracle Whip, pillars of Midwestern culture.
What in Miracle Whip?
Menards.
Oh.
$1.99 from Mr. Nobody says, what happened today 80 years ago, Gino? That's right. 80 years ago was D-Day.
That's funny. Gino, what happened today 80 years ago? Because you're old.
I graduated high school.
He graduated high school.
His heart
That's
wasn't
funny.
in that. Joe Smash, becoming a member for 2 years, says, I love you, Gino. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $5 says, plumbing, electrical appliance too. Your savings will always come right back to you. You save big money when you shop Menards. Thank you, Trucker 18 Wheeler.
How cute.
You know, when you go to Menards, you get your receipt and you mail it in, you get an 11% rebate. You get a Menards gift card.
Do you do that? You're that guy?
No, someone I know collects my receipts, though, because they do it. So I save my receipts and they take them and they get a shitload of Menards stuff.
Oh, that's nice.
And then they buy
what
me.
Do you need to buy at Menards?
And then when they go there, they sometimes buy me snacks and bring them here, which is nice.
I always feel funny about like if I'm at a Home Depot and I'm like, I love peanut M&Ms, but I feel like I shouldn't buy peanut M&Ms at this Home Depot. You know?
Dude, hardware stores are great places to get snacks. What are you talking about?
What do you need? How much could you possibly? It's like it seems like maybe like every 6-month thing.
Menards? No,
like
you can go to
hardware
Menards.
Store.
Well, look, I have a pellet smoker, right? So I'll get pellets from Menards for my smoker. I'm getting old, Keanu. Okay. I have to smoke meats now. I have to either smoke meats or fuck people's wives, and I'm all out of fucking people's wives. So
you know what?
Yeah.
Do the former.
Thank you. I think that's a positive attitude.
People's wives.
I mean,
you can't smoke SpaghettiOs.
My neighbor and I are gonna fucking try. My neighbor is so happy that I've started using my smoker that I've had for years. He's like, dude, we can smoke. Like, he's sending me messages every day. He's like, dude, we can smoke this. We can make like a smoked brisket mac and cheese.
Yeah, could you just not go back to that weirdo situation? That'd be fine. We can smoke whatever you want, man.
Los Federales with $2 says, Aaron's going to NYC. Hide your kids, hide your wife. Thank you, buddy. 185 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Streamlabs, PayPal. The next fan. Uh-oh. It was a. Oh, okay. I thought the body cam had come out. Okay, this was somebody just sending me a Rekieta clip from February. I'm not so interested in that, but I'll check it out after the show. But holy shit.
Do you think that will actually come out, the body cam footage?
Yeah, I guess it's going to
I don't
come
know
out.
if I could even watch it. I don't know if I could watch it.
Yeah.
If it were with you, I'd be like, yes, play it. I don't know if I could sit there and watch it by myself.
Mr. Nobody with $4.99 says, I'm not a fan of Gina. I think he means Gino. But he made me turn a little with everything he said. I'd go as far.
How did he do this to people? I went to the bathroom and he comes
Hey,
in. What
Mr.
did he
Nobody,
say?
fuck off, you fucking piece of shit. Nope. Let me get you back where you belong. You're a fucking nobody who hides behind an avatar face and listens to lies in the Dabbleverse. Ooh, you like me a little bit? I don't care. Stop thinking I care what you think and go back to your nobody fucking life. Saying, ooh, let me listen to Kevin Brennan, all these fucking liars. Sorry to talk about your sidekick, Aaron. I'm telling you, don't ever think I give a fuck what you think. Let's go back to you being a fucking cocksucking faggot and not the kind we're
Stop
celebrating.
saying that word on my
YouTube.
YouTube.
Oh my God. Did he say he liked me? Did Mr. Nobody go fuck yourself?
Gino, he said that you turned him a little.
You turned him a little bit.
Don't ever think I need that. Yeah, fucking do your research.
Disengage.
You should be fucking sucking my dick this month, Mr. Nobody. I'm so fucking good at what I do.
What does it say behind me?
I can't wait for the latest report on
What
Mr.
does it
Nobody
say?
thinks. Sorry.
What does it say behind me?
Happy Pride Month.
What does it say?
Don't rush me.
Fell asleep.
Says Keanu Cast. It's okay.
You turned him. Maybe he was trolling him. I don't know.
Them again. These fucking nobodies that think their opinions fucking matter.
Is it?
You know, Gino, I just kind of
full
laugh at him
moon?
and embrace the 30 hot dog thing. I just tell them they're right.
What happened while I was peeing?
Gino and I approach criticism very differently, apparently, is what we're finding out.
Yes, you know what? Sometimes it just boils up into that.
$5.
But maybe he just knows. Yeah.
Let me make sure I've got these. $5 coming from, where'd it go? There it is. Give me tips with $5 says for Gino Rants. There you go. All right. Well, guys, you're 175 away from today's goal for overtime. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. If you'd like to contribute, there's the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo links. The next person who throws $20 in PayPal is getting $50 to Stoney's for the anniversary show. So if you want to do that, I've got one more Stoney's I've got to get rid of because they're going to reload next week on certificates to give away. So I got to get the other ones done.
It's okay.
Matthew Q.
Tell Aaron you're sorry.
I'm not sorry to Aaron. I didn't do anything to Aaron.
What did he do to me?
Okay. No, I know. I just didn't know what you were saying. I thought you were telling me to tell him. Oh, he was just saying, yeah, he got pissed off, but he's okay.
He seemed.
I didn't know he was actually pissed off.
Wait,
I'm sorry.
he was pissed off. He seemed fine. Is he mad?
I can never tell. I don't know. He's fine. I think I made him mad again.
No, I'm
Yeah.
not pissed off. I just don't want to get in the way of your stream. Like,
Oh, okay.
You got a funny way of showing it. Gino,
No, he's fine. He's
Gino,
fine.
by the way, what's today? I forgot. It's the
Pride Month.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it is Pride Month. I met Dylan Mulvaney last week.
170
It's really
away from
cool.
today. I've
You
got
guys
one
have
thing.
seen it.
I've got one last April thing here, Keanu, and then we'll talk about the Dylan Mulvaney thing. Oh my God. Matthew Q sent in that $5, but he said Menards sucks, Ace Hardware, and Merkiel Lumber are better. We're not friends.
I don't get it. Why do I have any of those anywhere near me?
Keanu, I've got I'm not even doing a bit now. This is tragic news. This is an eyewitness account, and this checks out because last Thursday I put the rest of April's stuff out in the driveway, and she came and picked it up. We didn't want to see each other.
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, we didn't want to see each other, but I also, in the state she's in, I didn't want to be away from the house when she came over. I don't know what's going to happen. She had taken money out of the account. She had done all this stuff. So I'm like, I don't want to see her, but I'd like to be here.
You just took everything and put it in the driveway?
And I put it in the driveway because I didn't even want her going in the garage.
Smart.
So she went to pick that up at about, she probably left at about 9:30. So this is terrible. This checks out.
At night?
Yeah. A listener writing in says, you can read this live. I was going to keep it to myself. I saw April at a local gas station in Waite Park last week, Thursday at 10:30 at night. So she was in town. She looked worse than her mugshot and strung out as fuck. She had a nasty bun that looked like a rat's nest and was dressed poorly. The truck also looked trashy, and she drove back towards Wilmer. Just another example of her being on the wrong path. I hate that this happened, but it needed to be said. I'm at the point
very
now.
Very unfortunate. I can't believe she's fucking back at that point.
But I'm at the point now where I don't know. Do I call the fucking detective? Like, who gave me his card?
And you can't do anything. You are a human being with 3 kids. You have to think about yourself. You're divorced from her. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I'm out and I'm doing very well.
There's nothing you can't save her from.
No, I mean, like, if she's
detective for
look, people aren't wrong when they see someone and they go, they look like they're using drugs. I mean, they're usually not wrong. I mean, there's a look.
Oh, you mean to okay.
When he says she looks strung out and all this other stuff.
If she's okay, in my opinion,
when he says she looked worse than her mugshot and strung out as fuck, I mean, people don't just pull that out of their asshole.
Yeah, I'm sure, right?
Happy Pride Month. He said, "Pull it out of there."
I hear you.
Well, also polygamy is part of LGBTQ+. There is that.
It's okay.
Well, we
didn't mind.
That's a fucking bummer right there.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
You can't do anything about it. I will tell you, in my opinion, why would she go back there if she had any intention of getting, I guess, I may just be talking about alcohol. I don't know. I mean, this is an outside perspective. Yeah. Clean. If you wanted to go get clean, you'd have your mom and dad who don't live that far away pick you up from jail and keep you there. But no.
Yeah.
I highly doubt they're all getting clean together. I don't know.
No, I mean, strung out is a look. And I mean, God, but can you be that fucking stupid to go reload on fucking drugs when you're facing felony charges? I guess people say.
That's why it's so that's why it incenses me so much. But I understand it. And that's why I've taken up for April so much, because I'm like, this isn't her. Not in her right fucking mind. And there's one person controlling the entire fucking situation. And the other people have autonomy over their lives. They're 100% humans that can walk away from it. It sometimes can just be difficult. And that's just my opinion from an outsider's.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, the world gets so small when you do that kind of stuff, because you have to remember, like, we still have thousands of fans of this show that were fans of the radio show. So they live in St. Cloud, Wilmer.
Yeah, of course. She goes to the gas station and she's like, they're like, ooh.
Yeah. Wilmer, Spicer, Richmond, like all the towns up and down between this town and that one. Like, I still go to, when I would drive to their house, I would stop at places like gas stations and things like that. They go, oh, hey, Aaron, love the show. Like, you're going to run into people who know who you are, so that if you don't want people to see you in that state and then report it to people, you're going to have to stay in more. You're going to have to become more secluded. The trap closes in on you without you even knowing it. And eventually you're just in a little cage.
I wouldn't want anybody to see me in the state of Minnesota either, but I'm just kidding. Trying to make you laugh.
I get it. The state of Minnesota.
In that state. If that person reached out to you, I don't think they're lying. It doesn't seem like some troll.
No.
They're saying,
oh, no, that's a guy. Look, that's a guy who's been a fan of this show for a long time. He loved April. Like, he was a big fan, so.
Yes, Tough love, tough love, tough love. I'm keep telling myself that, and I'll cry myself to sleep.
Yeah.
But tough love, tough love. Gotta do it, because if she's back there, then
I mean, it could also get them busted again if people start reporting, so and so's living there. She looks strung out. She, this and that. I mean,
the fact. Okay, I'm not a lawyer or something.
Neither is Nick.
But I
It's
don't know
fine.
why we're tiptoeing around this. If she is back there, wouldn't that be sort of cause for suspicion in general?
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't she go the fuck home?
Right.
She's back there with the couple, and
Yeah.
the dog is dead. A poor pug.
Possibly.
No one cares. Right. And where are the kids? Do we know?
I do, but I'd rather not say.
Oh, you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've spoken to the people who have the children. Like the day after I spoke to the people.
But
who
they're
have the
not
children.
there.
No.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, fine. At least they're whatever. So they're definitely not there.
No.
So why is the nanny there?
One of the people who is taking care of the kids did tell me, and this was heartbreaking when I spoke to them. Again, this was like the day after the arrest or 2 days after. They said the kids are okay. The kids are happy.
And they're like, yay, someone's feeding us.
But they did
Great.
say the kids know what happened. And from the youngest to the oldest, they know what happened. And one of them said, Mommy and Daddy are in jail. And I was like, oh, fuck. That really sucks.
I don't know the kids, so I don't have that sort of sadness for them. I'm sure you maybe are like, wow.
I'm also removed, so I'm trying not to be like, oh, this and that. It's just it's sad to hear no matter who it is.
Do you want to know what it makes me feel like? It makes me feel like, you know what? Could have happened a little bit less traumatizing if you didn't throw the search warrant to the ground
and beg
and
them,
let them battering ram the door in.
Well, and then
why don't you think about your kids every once in a while, homie? That's all.
You know what would have been thinking about your kids is fucking not buying drugs when you got 5 kids in the fucking first place. And the other thing is,
100%, right?
Yeah, I've told this story before. And I'll tell it again. Kayla told me, she goes, when we run out, we're not going to reload. And she said they ran out, and again, this is Kayla, said April threw a fit and said she was going to go herself and get it. And then Nick said, well, I can't let her go down there alone, so I'll just go with her. And Kayla she said, I fought with Nick about not going.
Yeah,
she
but
doesn't
that's
know where it
just
is.
what she's telling
That's
you,
just what
though.
she said. Again, this is what
Yeah.
I got from another party secondhand. So I can't confirm this information.
I said we didn't want to reload on the drugs. The children.
Another win for the toe.
Another win for the toe, right? But she's like, but then April was gonna go and meet the dealer by herself, but then
But she could be lying. Yeah.
Right. I mean, 100% she could be fucking lying, or else April's that. I don't know. There was no way they were going to stop, obviously. She's just telling you that, or maybe she's telling the truth, but there wasn't any way that there weren't going to be drugs in the house, apparently. So,
Well, thank you very much to Shannon. We're going to give her $50 to Stonies. Go ahead and send me your information. We can send that out to you. And Bandit of 71 with $50 says, love Kiki Thursdays. Can't use the gift card, so please give it to someone else. I gave it to Shannon. Shannon's got it. Thank you very much. That's going to knock $60 off. That puts us at only 110 away. Holy shit. Thank you guys very much. 110 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, all the links are in the chat for PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo. There's also Super Chats. We're only 110 away. Thank you guys so much. By the way, is it okay when I pay you guys that I've just been sending it to Gino? Or should I be alternating? I don't know.
no, you
That's
can
fine.
send. He
right.
sends it to me when you send it to him.
Okay. Mr. Nobody with 199 says, happy Pride Month, Gino. Go get yourself a man pawn. Mr. Nobody with another 199 says, Gino called me a nobody. He's an original comic. I have a feeling Mr. Nobody and Gino have a history and they don't like each other.
I'm just not aware sometimes, but I guess I'm more used to that sort of reaction by things that I have no idea what's going on than the common man, but apparently he does not like that gentleman.
Yeah.
So
No, they are not fans of one another. I'm definitely saving this for Gino. I just thought I'd bring it up on today's show to make him think we're talking about it. NIH scientists collected over $700 million in royalties from drug makers during the pandemic. I figured he would be incensed if you and I did this one.
Oh boy. Well, I was trying to find a way that I could be like, that sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
But I don't
Oh
wanna
man,
do
those scientists helped us so much during COVID. You know, they deserve that money. Thank God it went to our heroes.
You know what I learned, Visconti?
Uh-oh.
The scientists, they were rewarded for their good work during COVID. They were rewarded with money for their good work during COVID.
From the drug
Scientists
companies.
were.
From the drug
You can
companies.
buy a politician, you can buy a scientist.
Hey, Gino.
Fauci literally.
I know. I was kidding. We were
Fauci
just
literally-
trying to trigger you.
Fauci literally gets caught on tape saying, and it is proven, and they pause it right there. And he didn't say, it is proven masking works, because that was never proven. They didn't even do a study. He didn't say, it is proven the vaccine stops transmission, because they never even tested for that, and it turned out it didn't. He didn't say, it is proven that the 6 feet social distancing works, because he admitted that it just was pulled out of the air by the CDC based on something made up during the Spanish flu. He said it is proven, and then he finished that when you fucking threaten to people, they lose their ideological bullshit. And if you didn't get when he said, it's amazing, once they feel they have to be vaccinated, he literally said, lady, you have to be vaccinated. Hey, buddy, he talked like a fucking thug, like a goon.
Not on
Like a
D-Day.
goon. I pray every day there is a hell so that not gays will go there, because I don't think they're born wrong like the stupid man in the sky or the real homophobes say. Gays are wonderful. I don't care if you're gay or what is it? I don't care if you're black or human, gay or normal.
What the, come on.
But Fauci will go to hell. Not gay people.
Hey, Gino.
Fauci will.
Hey, Gino.
You God-fearing man in the sky,
Hey,
psycho
Gino.
Christians.
Gino.
Gays are fine.
Yeah.
Hey,
You should be
Gino.
praying every day Fauci goes to hell,
Hey,
not
Gino.
the gays. Is that Keanu Cast enough for
Gino.
you?
Actually, yes.
Let's take this
Gino.
whole fag month and pray
Gino.
that.
Whoa.
Oh, really? Was that?
Hey,
No? Did
Gino,
I-
Gino, I have a question for you. Gino, wait. I have a question for you. I have this story that I was just telling I have this news story I was just telling Keanu about, and I don't know if I should do this on a Kiki day or a Gino day. You tell me. I'll read you the headline, and you tell me which day it might fit better on, because I'm on the fence.
well, me and Aaron were just so excited for the scientists in this story that we wanted you to see.
NIH scientists collected over $700 million in royalties from drug
trying to-
makers
They were
during the
paid
pandemic.
for their work.
But here's the thing, and thank you. Here's what I will say. That's not news. I talked about that a year ago. We talked about that a year ago, how fucking they get all these monies and grants. And he's like, and he was on trial. He was testifying before the Senate, as he does all the time, and then giggles and leaves, said the same thing. He's like, well, that money was, and they just, you don't understand. Scientists, like I've been saying on In Hot Water, can be bought just like a politician.
We know. We knew you'd like that for tomorrow.
Well, I'm just here hoping Mr. Nobody likes me.
Well,
come back.
Mr. Nobody with 199 says Gino is going to make me actually watch
Yeah,
Rumble
hold on.
Friday.
Oh, whoa, let's cross our fingers for the next 22 hours.
I guess he's trying to atone for
Yeah.
being mean to you. Did that hurt?
I have no muscle atone lately. Ah! All right, that's it. That's it.
I'll do that.
Oh, the coffee.
Wow. You know
So,
what?
yeah.
That just took up 20 minutes. That's great.
It's really
I
nice.
don't know what he was saying, but
He said some shit though, right?
in a good way. Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. Oh my gosh. Wow. We're like halfway into your weekend.
Hey, we're almost.
Amazing.
Well, Thursday and Friday are kind of my weekend. I don't have evening shows. I just kind of
Oh, you're right.
floating
I
around.
know.
Although
Well,
tonight
you must come visit us, Aaron.
I certainly will. I know E-Rock at one point said if you came up, you could do your morning show at the Compound Studios. I don't know if that offer still stands after my polycular behavior, but E-Rock, actually, I'll tell you this. E-Rock is a really, really good guy. E-Rock,
I love you, Rock.
when I talked about the divorce thing on the air before, the whole, 3-person arrest that caused me to have to reveal all my secrets. happened. He called me and he talked to me on the phone. He's like he's a genuine guy who's like, "Are you all right? Is everything okay? Are you doing all right?" Blah 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 blah.
He always is just trying to help.
Yeah.
Actually, he's a really good dude.
He's a really good. E-Rock's a really good guy.
Yes.
JL not here with $5 says you only read my name yesterday, not my chat. Oh, you only read my name yesterday, not my chat. The best part of this drama is I refound your show, but if Ralph is a rage pig, is Gino a rage wop? Rage wop works. We could go with rage wop for Gino.
I would since I'm Italian, I'd be okay with calling him a rage wop. That's fine.
I think we call you guys Guinea Americans now. I think that's the proper term, not Italians.
Guinea.
Italian.
You know what?
Italian is offensive.
Do you know the only thing that Gino feels that is racist against him? Do you know this?
What?
Oh my God. I'm going to try and be quiet. Play on your show tomorrow the song Dominic the Donkey.
Oh, the fans have sent it in a million times. Guys, send in Dominic the Donkey tomorrow.
Right. It's the only thing he finds offensive to Italian people.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I knew that.
Yeah.
Forget. God, I wish he had one other thing. Other than that, you can pretty much call him whatever you want.
Yeah.
So.
Dead Game said, Bigot on socialist media says, is Kumia angry about the disco? Anthony doesn't think about me, doesn't know me, anything, doesn't think about April, me, any of this stuff. I'm sure it hasn't even crossed his transom, as he likes to say.
Actually, he was just on Nightlife with us.
Yeah.
He was like, we covered it for like, I guess maybe 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks ago now.
Yeah.
He came he was a guest on me, Chrissy Mayer, and Violet Brandani do a stream called Nightlife on my channel and Chrissy Mayer's channel on Thursday nights. Tonight it's 9 p.m. Kumia was on, and we covered the Rekieta thing right at the top because I think it was the day that it happened. He was like, yes, I remember them, and I know them, and I know too much about that young blonde lady now, I think. And I don't ask to see it, but I keep seeing it. That's basically all he said.
Yeah.
So,
well, it's
but I'm sure he's keeping up.
It's good to know that my broadcasting idol knows of my lowest points. That's it's only fair.
Didn't mention you. I don't think you remember. Steel Toe Joe.
Steel Toe
right?
Joe, right? At least he doesn't remember. Now I'm glad he doesn't remember my name. Steel Toe Joe. That's all I want to be. If I would have known that this whole thing was going to get the boss's attention, I would have yelled while I was going through.
Well, only the attention for her, I guess. I mean,
while I was going through this, I would have yelled, "Where the fuck is my gun?"
Exactly.
Then,
yeah. What can I do? No, he's living his best life in Greenville, right? You know.
It's so funny. Like, Alex Stein. Like I was talking to Alex and he was like, "Hey man, you doing okay? Blah 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 blah," and like, "You all right?" And like, "It sucks," and blah blah, all that stuff. And then when he gets on the air and talks to people about it, he gets on the air and he goes, "I don't care. Like, this is just candy to me." He goes, "I can't stop talking about this. It's crazy." And then he'll like make fun.
Oh yeah, he's like, "No, I can't stop. Yeah. I'm obsessed."
And then he'll start he'll start shitting on me. Like, he'll make fun of me. He'll make jokes about me or whatever. And then I'll write to him again. I'll be like, "Hey man, I just want to let you know, like, the jokes and everything, totally fine." Because people send it to you and they're like, "Alex is shitting on you," and they tag him on Twitter and the blah blah.
Oh my God! But you don't have to tell him that. He knows.
And I'm like, dude,
you guys are in the same field.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, it's totally fine. If you see any of that shit, I'm not pissed. I don't care. It's fucking funny. I didn't come out with all this stuff thinking people wouldn't make fun of me. He's like, "Yeah, the internet's just fucking gay." He goes, "I'm just having fun." I go, "Yes, of course. Have a great time. Have a fucking blast with it." Absolutely.
Oh God, I love Alex too. We are inviting him to our wedding as well. So.
Oh, I would love it if Alex was. I'll walk with Alex.
Bridesmaids and groomsmen, everybody's walking down single file. Alex is, if he comes to the wedding, not going to be a groomsman.
He's not a bridesmaid?
But I guess if you insist, it's all about you since it's disco, right?
It's
so
disco.
If whoever you need to walk you down or like, carry you down the aisle, that's perfectly fine.
Ooh,
and if
carry
Alex
is a
comes,
good
we'll
one.
ask him, okay?
I like the idea of being carried. I actually want to walk down with Frank the Crusader to prove we're not the same person. is what I would like to do.
You know what? I hope you are yourself at first, and then I hope you leave and Frank comes into.
Do you want Frank? I was thinking about this because, in all seriousness, I know we joke about like, oh, my wedding's all about you, blah blah blah. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to do like that sort of thing. But I thought about Frank the Crusader, and I'm like, would Keanu at some point during the reception like Frank the Crusader to show up at some point, or is that too much? I have been
planning for my wedding to be a complete joke from the get-go. I will be drinking from 8 a.m. on. I don't care what the fuck happens.
All right.
Well. As long as, but again, Bisconti has this whole T-shirt idea that you're gonna have to do because you're a groomsman, where you guys are like, so that might be 3 costume changes. I don't give a fuck as long as Nick Rekieta doesn't think he's invited to my fucking wedding.
Jesus.
Then I'm okay.
Boys and girls,
April, you're not invited unless you call me anymore anyway. But I digress. Actually, you're still invited. I love you. I miss you. Please get out of that house. Anyway, goodbye.
Now, those are mixed signals. Well, how about that? How about she gets out of that house and gets away from that life, and then everything's back on?
Give me a call.
There you go.
Get away from that house.
Mr. Nobody with 199 says, another win for the nobody. Love you like homo, Gene. I think he means Gino. 105 away from today. So about an even hundo. I got an idea. You guys click Streamlabs and PayPal and all that, and just everybody throw in a bunch of money, and we'll get that 105 knocked out. We'll do overtime. It'll be great. Plus, whatever I end up getting, and Kevin's always very generous, I do have to say that. Whatever I end up getting paid for Misery Loves Company tomorrow, we're going to put that towards whatever goal. So maybe tomorrow we don't even fucking end up having one. I don't know. Let's go ahead and talk about your Dylan Mulvaney experience.
Oh, sure.
What happened?
So well, listen, as Gino says, the universe provides, right?
Yes.
The funniest thing was, I talked about this on my stream, I guess, 2 nights ago. But I already talked about it on Simcast, too. I just went and met my friend Elliot and his boyfriend in the park.
Okay.
They were just laying out. It happened to be the first day of gay pride. They're part of a gay dodgeball team. And the reason the park was so filled with gay men was because not only was it gay pride, I had no idea about this. I'm like, what? God, so many men in Speedos. It's so strange. Had nothing to do with that, though. There was the gay kickball team that they knew. They couldn't play that day because their field got taken away. So there was an inordinate amount of men in Speedos. But I'm like, oh, wow. And Aaron, I brought my fucking megaphone to the park.
As you do.
I wouldn't normally. I just wanted to embarrass my friend. I'm going, Elliot, where are you? Well, just thinking it would be hilarious.
Yeah, sure.
Which it was. I'm like, God, there's a lot of gay people here. Then, I don't know, we're laying out for like 20 minutes. My friend Elliot goes. And this is why this is funny. For about a year now. I don't know how it began or how it transpired, but people always call me Dylan Mulvaney. Because we have a bit of a resemblance. We're both brunettes.
Sure. Just a couple of fun gals.
Couple of brunette gals.
Just
right.
Yeah, just chatting away, gossiping and shit.
You know.
Yeah.
Right. So people always they always call me Dylan Mulvaney, right? Elliot, my best friend, goes, do you know who Dylan Mulvaney is? She's like this trans influencer. I said, do I know who Dylan Mulvaney is? He's like, yeah, she's been like sitting behind us she's been here the whole time we've been here. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? She was just sitting in like a little sun tent behind us the entire time. So, I'm like, okay, now what do I do? I'm like, Elliot doesn't get it. He doesn't watch anything that I do. He doesn't know the lore of me.
Right.
Why the universe provides. Aaron, this has been going on for so long. I now believe in God because Dylan Mulvaney was sitting behind me that day.
And that's
weird. No other explanation. The universe provides. There is no other explanation for people calling me Dylan Mulvaney for a year. and her sitting behind me in a little fucking tent.
It's interesting.
So I'm like,
it's interesting that you running into Dylan Mulvaney made you believe in God, because if you listen, God does not believe in Dylan Mulvaney.
No.
God
would
be very upset.
I don't actually believe in, like, I believe in something, but
Sure.
but that's how powerful it was. There has never been such a moment of serendipity than that.
And
I'm like,
did you guys talk?
Not, like, far behind us, 8 feet, just like sitting there. Didn't even notice she's just sitting there in her little hat. I'm like,
did you talk to her or him
I
or
went.
her? Whatever
I
people
was
want to
like,
say.
I know. I say her. People have been getting on me about that.
I don't fucking
But
care.
if
My
you
thing is
saw-
my problem with Dylan Mulvaney is not that they want to be trans or whatever. Like, if someone says, "Hey, I'd like to be called he," I'm like, no fucking skin off my balls. Whatever, fine, he.
I have trouble with oh, what's that? Thank you. Go ahead though. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was just saying. Yeah. So, did you talk to her at all?
Yes. Well, the thing was, so I'm like, it would never even occur to me to ever take a picture with a celebrity ever. I'm so shy. I don't want to ask anybody for anything. But the fact that the fans and people have been calling me Dylan for so fucking long, and the fact that the universe provided so much that she was sitting right fucking behind me when she started to get up to leave after a while, and I had taken I was taking selfies like this and pretending it was just a picture of me, and I just had her like behind me. And it was like looking in a mirror. We really did look exactly like.
Wow.
So then she gets up to leave, and I'm like, I'm sorry, Elliot. I have to go ask her for a picture. She was so fucking nice. She was like, I was like, Dylan, I'm a huge fan. Can I please have a picture with you? And then she was like, oh my God, yes, of course. She was like, I love your megaphone. We took 3 photos. She smelled great. She let us pet her dogs. No pun, nothing weird.
Right. Yeah, I understand.
She had actual dogs. And she was so lovely. But then I did get a lot of flack, Aaron, and I understand it, I guess. I did. Well, I've been talking about this, I guess, for a week, but it would never occur to me, I guess, to call Dylan him.
Sure.
Well, because, Aaron, if you saw Dylan Mulvaney and you didn't know who she was, if she wasn't on one Bud Light can or whatever.
Right.
And you saw her walking down the street, you'd be like, oh, that's an okay looking woman. Or you'd be like,
it looks
hey,
like
Keanu.
a woman. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be like, oh, Kiki. Oh, never mind.
Kiki. Oh, sorry, I thought you were someone else.
Yeah.
You would never think to call Dylan him.
Right.
But yeah, people are hateful about that. And it's something that I just didn't recognize. Like, I'm like, look, it's me and Dylan Mulvaney. People were like, why are you calling that thing her? Or I'm like, okay.
Coltrane says with $2 says, stop talking about it. Aaron's heart is a rock. Thank you,
See?
Coltrane.
Exactly.
I do not have a boner over Dylan Mulvaney.
If you saw her, him, whatever you want to call it, I'm not trying to censor anyone. You'd be like, wow, I am wrecked. Good looking gal.
People sent this in, Keanu. There's an update on Nick Rekieta. I don't know if you saw this video. This is an update on Nick. This is just fresh off of Twitter. Let's take a look.
I've abandoned my child! I've abandoned my child!
Oh my God, Nick.
I've abandoned my boy.
Jesus, Nick, you don't have to be so. I mean, it's nice to see him finally taking accountability.
Well, taking accountability for one. He has 4 more.
Yeah, you got to say it 5 times, buddy.
I've abandoned my child! I've abandoned my child!
Oh my God, he really had that pent up for a while.
Abandoned my child.
I got a guy on Twitter who I don't know if he likes me or he just likes that I'm talking shit, but he always sends that kind of stuff. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. Now there's
I
some
think he likes you because he knows you love that movie. So.
Yeah, there's some asshole on Twitter writing to my ex-wife's publishing company. She writes children's books. writing to the
I've
publishing.
heard Chad Zumach is
Yes.
like a
And then-
huge fan of those books.
You know what I found out about that when I was on MLC the last time? What? Not yesterday, but the time before that. Fucking, I hung out with Florentine with my girlfriend, and I did a show. I did time. I interviewed him on the radio show, and they were gonna have me host it. And I'm like, dude, I'm nervous. I'm a Jim Florentine fan. I don't want to bomb in front of Jim. So he goes, oh, come on, just do a guest spot. Like, just do like 5-10 minutes. Just do 5-10 minutes at the show. And I did.
Not a bad impression.
Thank you. I've been working on my Florentine. But dude, he's the nicest fucking guy. Like, he wanted us to hang out in the green room beforehand, and he's telling like Stern stories and shit like that. And we went out to drink with him after the show, and like my girlfriend's like, well, do we have to get going? You have a show in the morning. Or no, I didn't have a show in the morning, but something was going on. She's like, do you need to get going? He's like, oh, come on, just let him stay for another drink. Like, just stay. Why don't you?
It's actually an incredible impression.
Thank you. And then I'm going to keep doing it.
Have you been just practicing that in all of your free time since you've been divorced?
All I've been doing is a Jim Florentine impression. No, it is funny because it's such an easy voice to do. Like, like I was eating chicken nuggets once because like I was hungry and I wanted something, but I didn't want to go out and get anything. So the kids had chicken nuggets in the freezer. So I made myself chicken nuggets, and while I'm eating them, I was thinking in Jim Florentine's voice, I'm like, you're eating chicken nuggets. Like, what are you, 6? Like, are you 5 years old? Like, you're eating chicken nuggets?
But replace chicken nuggets with SpaghettiOs.
Well, yeah, because I'm watching this thing with the Rekieta deal, and I see that he's making them SpaghettiOs. And I'm like, well, what are you making them SpaghettiOs for? Like, why don't you make them?
Listen, that's it. That's really good. I kind of cringe when you do many impressions, but that one's pretty damn good.
Well, I was
cringe, but
right.
They're not. They're a fair. A silly
I understand.
impression.
No, I got
This
it.
is sort of spot on.
No, like you don't need to keep explaining. Like I got it. I understand what you're saying. So,
but then what he did, he was like, you were like, you turncoat.
Well, what I did was because I forgot who he was like for a minute, and so Chad's my friend, so like I'm standing up for my friend, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna buy the book, and so I bought his ex-wife's book because I thought it was funny, I'm like, that's a really funny thing to do. It's like, yeah, this guy's shitting on you, like fucking, buy his ex-wife's book.
Sorry about that.
So on MLC, I told him the story. I didn't expect him to remember. He goes, oh, no, I remember you. Like, you had the girlfriend and everything, and we had a few drinks. And I'm like, oh, yeah, and you bought my fucking ex-wife's book to troll me. He's like, well, yeah, like I was helping my friend.
At least he's honest.
Yeah. No, he was
Great impression. Great impression.
We're going to, you know what? We're reading all super chats today as Jim Florentine. Everything else that comes in, PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, all of it. If Keanu puts her stamp of approval on the Jim Florentine impression, then we're doing.
I would never lie to you. It's a really good impression.
We're keeping that one. We're gonna. I just love like Jim's voice is one you can do just for everyday shit you do. Because he thinks everything is so shitty.
I don't even know how I would begin to do that. I would have to have to walk around my house to try and replicate it.
I can now admit that I think in Jim Florentine's voice sometimes. Like I was mowing the lawn yesterday and I was like, look at all those weeds. Like you got weeds all over.
This is what I'm telling you. You've been walking around your house bored as shit doing a Jim Florentine impression. Maybe it wasn't that good the first time I heard you do it. You perfected it. You mastered it.
No, that's not what it is. Like Keanu, I'm looking around my rock bed and I'm seeing all these weeds and I'm like, why don't you pick those?
It's uncanny.
Why don't you, like, you can just walk around with gloves on and you can just pick your weeds. But he doesn't.
I think I have Karen's number. Let's call her and see if she thinks it's him. I lost my phone.
Should we? Let's call her and see if I can trick. I'll just talk like this and I'll be like, hey.
Yeah, honey. Sorry, I lost my phone.
Yeah, hey, it's Jim. I wanted to give you a call.
I had to call you on Keanu. She'd be like, why are you with Keanu? No, that wouldn't work.
I have to.
Yeah. Oh my God. Let's not.
I have to be honest. I'm in a throuple with Gino. Like Gino was talking to me the other day. It just sounded like a good idea.
I've been hanging out with
yeah, like Gino and I were watching
Biscontis.
Yeah, I was hanging out with the Biscontis, and like Gino likes basketball, and so do I. So we're gambling like degenerates.
Right.
And I just started blowing Gino. Like, why wouldn't I?
And like it's over, Karen.
Here's the deal, Karen. Like, so Gino's got a dick, right? And like we're sitting around and it's hard. And like, what am I supposed to do? Like, not suck his dick? Like that, and then I'm a bad friend.
I actually don't have her number anymore.
It's okay.
I mean, also that would be, but what a fucking horrible idea.
Oh my God.
At 10 a.m. Yeah.
So Jim,
because I think she would believe it. You sound exactly like him.
So the thing is, Jim got famous. Like one of the things that made him famous was prank phone calls. How about this meta thing? I make prank phone calls as Jim Florentine, and that's kind of a meta like reversal sort of a deal.
At least I don't, thank God, because you know I love mischief. I don't have her number.
Oh, that's too bad.
Anymore. Thank God.
Well, look, like
also it's 10 a.m. She would be so fucking confused.
I like going to Menards. Like I like lumber, and like I wanted to build a deck, so I went to Menards.
Prank call as Jim Florentine. That would be funny.
Oh, I mean, I was gonna say like of the people whose numbers I have, I think they have my number too, so it wouldn't make any sense. Like, I was thinking we could call Alex as Jim.
Gino's got a landline.
Ooh, but how will they hear me?
Exactly.
So like Alex, like we call Alex, like I want to get booked on your show, but like Alex has my phone number, so it wouldn't work.
I do. Yeah, he has mine too.
Yeah.
And he would not find that funny as at fucking all. He'd be like,
hey, Alex,
okay,
Alex,
please don't bother me ever again.
Alex, I'm doing a show up in Minnesota, and I'm hanging out with that Imholt guy, you know, the steel toe guy who hates Chad. And I was wondering if I could be on your show sometime. Like, I'm going to be in Dallas, like, doing a show. And I was wondering if I could get on your show. Like, it'd be really easy.
You act like you've been doing home improvements. I don't believe you. This is all you've been doing.
I've just been doing a Jim Florentine impression.
But yes.
Visconti, come here, please.
Kotod.
Please come here.
Kotod with $1 says,
really quickly.
Answer this in Florentine.
This is important.
Oh. Kotod with $1 says, answer this in Florentine's special ed voice. Well, I can't do Florentine's special ed voice. I can just do Florentine's voice. Says, who is the better trouble? You, Gino, and Kiki, or Ape and the Rackets? Look, April's got her own problems right now, right? Like, she's got, like, there's drugs and there's drinking. Like, that's all bad. Like, I've had a younger chick, and, like, you got to keep them happy sometimes. So, like, you got to do coke and shit. But it's like, eventually, it just gets really sad and, like, tired, and you don't want to do it anymore. So,
and let me say, Jim, Florentine, if I may.
Right.
Baby, I'm sorry.
What? By the way, it's not beautiful here. It's cloudy and humid. You lied to them. What, baby? What?
Well, you distracted me. Baby, he's found a hobby because all he's been doing is walking around doing a Jim Florentine impression. And I'm not kidding. It sounds exactly like Jim Florentine.
It's an easier impression, but I'd like to hear it.
I normally cringe when he does.
I don't need to prove myself to Gino. Like, I don't need to come in and go.
It's not bad.
That's more, but it's I've heard better. No, this is a lot. I don't do impressions.
Oh, you're right.
Gino's making me feel like,
Jim.
Because he got a little Jesse Ventura in it. You would be the first to admit. Look at him. He knows.
Now I don't even know what the impression is. Like, Gino's got me feeling like, what am I?
Very Jesse Ventura.
Like, what am I? Like, what am I, 6? Like, Gino's going to.
What am I, 6?
You're not going to do that.
I don't know.
Let me tell you something. Hey, hold on a minute.
Have Don Jameson do it. No disrespect.
Hold on a minute there, Miss Keanu. I'm not going to let old frumpy Italian fella Gino Bisconti come in here and tell me that I'm not doing a good Jim Florentine impression.
That's Jesse Ventura.
I'm going to tell you right now, I'll take Gino.
That is spot on someone. That's spot on someone you never heard of.
That doesn't sound like.
Now, hold on a minute. I'm going to take.
A wrestler and a governor.
I was a governor. I was a Navy SEAL. I was a fighter. And you're going to.
Mr. Ventura, what do you think of the of D-Day? And on Google, they're celebrating a dead lesbian from Germany.
I'll tell you.
Dismissed.
Listen up 1 minute there, Missy. If they're gonna put some kind of dyke on a thing on D-Day, it's not.
That sound like the
listen to me. It's not called Dyke Day. It's called D-Day for a reason.
You got him into this impression that I don't even know. I thought the Jim Florentine impression was good.
I would have been on the beaches on D-Day, but I wasn't born yet.
Those two
so
things
I couldn't
don't
do
sound
it.
anything alike.
Well, I'll tell you right now, if Jim Florentine wanted to challenge me to a push-up contest, I would absolutely acquiesce to his suggestion. because I was a Navy SEAL and I can do push-ups until you're in bed. I'm not going to do a fucking push. What am I going to do? A push-up contest with Jesse Ventura? What are we, 10? What are we in middle school? Like, oh, afterwards we're going to go for pizza. No.
Aaron, your Jim Florentine is good.
Gino says it's not. Gino says
don't
it's bad.
listen to him. He was just jealous, I think.
I'm upset now. It's okay.
I called him over. I would never lie to you. Have I ever lied to you? I don't know what the fuck
You
that
told
was.
me you told me you weren't an addict, you bitch. Oh, sorry, I'm somebody else. I apologize. That's
You're triggered.
I've abandoned my child.
I've abandoned my boy.
Dude, that is so the official Nick Rekieta drop now is Daniel Plainview just yelling, I've abandoned my boy. But like, if they made him choose,
make it a drop.
If they made him choose between cocaine, booze, and his kids, he would just look at his kids and go, you have none of me in you. You're a bastard from a basket.
Bastard from a basket crawled out of your mother's filth.
Your mother's filth.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. He clearly has made that choice. He doesn't care.
I could see Nick Rekieta being the drunk Daniel Plainview in the restaurant, going up to the judge and going, you look like a fool, don't you, Tilford?
Don't you? Yeah. The milkshake, you straw. What you don't understand, Aaron, is that the cocaine is actually good for you.
You have a line of cocaine. And I have a line of cocaine.
a straw.
And I have a snorting straw. And my straw goes all the way over.
Across the room.
All the way across the room to your line. And I snort it up, April. I snort it up from the blood of lambs.
I snort your ketamine. I snort it up.
I snort your cocaine, Kayla.
We're wrong for this.
No, this is all wonderful. This is all
tough love.
That's all it is. That's really all it is.
That's the central thesis of this.
Yes.
So it's just tough love. I snort your cocaine. I snort it up.
I snort your cocaine up.
I'm finished.
And when I'm done,
we better get some more.
When I'm done snorting up the cocaine, do you know what I get in the back of my throat? Drainage. April.
Oh my God. We were born to both love this movie. Just for this specific joke. Drainage.
I fuck your wife, Imholt.
I fuck her up.
I fuck her up. Oh my God.
Oh my God, let's say it.
I got the one that wasn't on coke. Ha 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 ha.
Where's the pug?
I got non-coke pussy. Faggot.
Wild.
All right, that's enough. Now we're insulting. Now, you know what? Now we're rubbing it in. It's unprofessional.
They deserve it. Whatever.
It's unprofessional.
Care. Not they, him. I am.
King Kong Dong with $2 says, I'm a Navy SEAL with a polar bear femur. Yes, very good. 105. We're about 100 away from doing overtime today. Thank you guys very much. The links are all in the chat. We've got about 40 minutes to knock out a hundo. It's pretty normal for this show. Thank you guys very much. Hit like. Hit subscribe, follow the show. We got about 1,000 of you still hanging in here with us. We appreciate it. God, we were around 1,300 at our peak today. That's fucking awesome. Thank you guys for hanging around. So we've done the Dylan Mulvaney thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to fuck up Gino's rant, his NIH rant for tomorrow, so we'll save that story for him. Yeah. Now we're in the part of the show where I'm going to let you pick.
Ooh.
Oh, no, you know what? We're going to do this one first just because it'll bring us back to what we've been talking about.
You self-centered bastard, Eli.
Yeah.
It's fine. I don't care.
I read your news story, Eli.
I read your news story. I read it up and well
read it
and eloquently.
More than $2 million worth of drugs, according to investigators, were discovered in the back of an SUV on Monday during a traffic stop.
Not again.
Oh,
Didn't
my God.
we tell them? Please.
You just got to keep that shit somewhere else. Oh, my God.
Oh my God, were there 5 children in the back and loaded guns as well? Or no?
A deputy with the Seward County Interdiction Task Force pulled over a 2023 Jeep Laredo on I-80. During the stop, they found 62 pounds of methamphetamine.
Where?
In the fucking Jeep Laredo. Just 62 pounds.
No, I mean, like, what state?
I was going to say Wilmer, Minnesota, but no, it's Omaha, Nebraska. That's a very methy state.
Who's doing meth? I did.
Oh, God.
Maybe one time in college, I think I did meth on accident. We thought it was Molly. Best night of my life. Never thought to do it again.
Best night of my life.
I swear to God. I know. I say this all. I'm pretty sure it was meth, but I would never think to do it again. It was an accident, but I was like, yeah, I could see where people would like that, but it could definitely ruin your life. Where I don't understand where people get addicted to that. Like, and also you want to kill yourself for the next 3 days after you're done with it, you know? Like,
after you're done doing meth, even by accident.
Even by accident. Or Molly. Anything you're coming down from, you want to die after,
right?
You know.
See, that's always been the thing for me. Like, I've found through my experiences that I'm very much Rick Dalton from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. That line he has where he goes, "My booze don't need nobody." That's kind of where I'm at. Other than a cigar, my booze don't need nobody.
I will admit, obviously I have a nicotine addiction.
What?
A White Claw addiction.
Huh?
But a little moderation, but not even now. Everything is too scary these days.
Yeah, like you shouldn't be smoking cigarettes. Like those are really bad.
They're really bad for you.
Yeah, they're gonna kill you. Like if you don't stop smoking cigarettes, you'll die.
Yeah. Karen, I'm gonna have to practice.
All right,
but I will get it.
I did say I'd read all of these in Jim's voice. So Carlos Cameo with 199. Maybe you can adopt a pug, become a pug dad and adopt his dog.
I'm sorry, Bisconti is wrong. That's a great impression. I'm telling you.
He is right, though.
No,
it
sounds more like this to me. I don't think so.
Plankton with 499 says, "You're dating the former nanny." No, I'm not. Mr. Nobody with 499 says, in Jim's voice, can you tell the story about the time Gina hit on me while talking about D-Day and how much he finds Dylan Mulvaney, I mean Kiki, attractive? Gino loves Kiki. Like, it's disgusting. It's nauseating, actually. Like, I see the two of them, and I go, Jesus Christ. Like, you just want them to go in a room and fuck because you're like, stop staring at each other. It's gross. Like, I've always, like, for years, I've known Gino. Like, we've done stand-up together, and I've been saying, like, Gino's gay. Like, I agree with Kevin Brennan. Like, I thought he was smoking cock. But, like, he really loves Keanu. So, like, if she had a dick, would that make sense? Yeah, like, kind of.
Maybe.
But, yeah, like, maybe, you know, like, maybe she's got a dick. But, like, I don't think she does. Because, like, I bumped into her once, like, my thigh. Like, you know when you bump into some guys with their thigh and you feel their dick?
Yeah.
Like, I did that to Keanu, and I just felt like a vagina.
Yeah.
So, it's like, I didn't realize how much fun vagina would be to say in Jim Florentine's voice.
Vagina. I believe you've been walking around your house practicing this, and it's a very good impression. Don't let him tell you otherwise.
Mr. Approachable with $2. Meth. Well, that explains her brain damage. Yeah, like maybe that's why she's with Gino, because she did meth one time and it fucked her up.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
One time on accident.
Yeah. Like, and also like with meth, like what's an accident, you know? Like, who knows?
I was basically a child. That it was Molly. I was like, this doesn't feel like Molly. Someone told me, actually, I think it was meth. I'm like, this is the best night of my life. Never did it again.
Of all the words, the millions of words that have been spoken about this Rekieta thing, my favorite analysis of the stories I've told is Keanu going, at 37, Aaron started trying Molly.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like,
yeah. Well, when you hang out with a guy who's in the throes of a midlife crisis, I mean.
Well, I know you're not. What's a midlife crisis? Could you consider this to you a midlife crisis? You're a little young for one.
Yeah, I'm a little young.
Quarter life crisis?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I think it's called just fucking up. I think is what mine's called.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Thank you very much, Mr. Approachable and Mr. Nobody. 95 away from today's goal. If you want to chip in, there's the links pinned to the top of the chat. Thank you, guys. We are marching towards 0. We are in the double digits. So, yeah, the 62 pounds of meth story, it's $2.2 million worth of methamphetamine.
Who's doing meth?
A 50-year-old lady, Maria S. Diaz, $50 years old is the driver, taken into custody and charged with possession of a controlled substance with intent to deliver and intentional child abuse / no injury. So kind of a Rekieta thing, except without like the intent to deliver. Like they had a kid in the car. They were transporting 62 pounds of meth. Holy shit.
I don't remember who was saying that, but yeah, I don't know. Addiction and weirdness makes you do fucking, I guess, crazy shit. Like, this will be fine. This is all normal. What you don't understand is it's good for me to drive this 62 pounds of meth with my child in the car. It teaches them commerce.
Yeah, it's interstate commerce is what we're doing.
Yeah.
What I think of when I think of 62 pounds of meth, for some reason I'm only thinking of it in like a Santa Claus sack that you have to like throw over your shoulder and carry that way. I'm sure it comes in like tubs or boxes, but I just imagine like the little meth shards and you just throw them over your shoulder. Yeah, and they make the little jingling glass sound, like little.
The meth man's here.
Yeah.
The meth man. Do you know the methamphetamine man?
It doesn't ring as well. Do you know the methamphetamine man, the methamphetamine man, the methamphetamine man?
Do you know the meth man, the meth man, the meth man?
Or Nick Rekieta, do you know the ketamine man, the ketamine man, the ketamine man? Do you know the ketamine man? He also hoofs the schneef.
Do you know the ketamine man, the ketamine man, the ketamine man?
You know who will soon? His local prison.
His name is Nick Rekieta.
I've heard people call him Nick Cocaida, Nick Ketakata, or no, Reketamine. I've heard Nick Reketamine.
That's what's so shocking too. Why do you have ketamine? What's that for? Did you ever? They're like, okay, we're gonna do some K tonight.
Yeah.
Did that happen?
The ketamine is the drug that whispers to you, it's okay to continue dishonoring your wife and making her think it's all her fault. You're doing great, buddy.
Right. I'm sorry. I don't see any horses in here. I don't know. Why would there be ketamine? What's happening?
The first time I ever heard of ketamine was the movie Armageddon, where he's like, one of them tested positive for ketamine, a very powerful sedative. And he went, sedatives are used all the time, doctor. This one's used on horses. Like, what are we doing horse tranks for? Stop it. Vance with $5 says, with your reputation, I'm surprised you're allowed to have another man's woman on your podcast. Thank you, Vance. That's very nice of you.
Ooh, you know what? Thank God we're in different states, or I just couldn't help myself.
Oh, my God. Women just all the time just going, oh, my God, it's the polycule guy. Whew.
I know. God, I've never been drier. I'm just kidding. That's the funny thing, too. Yeah. People always accuse me, you, and April and Gino of like swinging.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, well, we could see April and Gino maybe.
That always hurt my feelings.
Not and Aaron just would never. And it would. It wouldn't. I told you in that fucking stream when you guys opened our like little gifts, I'm like, the wedding is pineapple themed. I thought it was that much of a joke.
Right.
Little did I know you guys were actually swinging with another couple.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Oh,
and like you said, and like you went back and watched that clip of our show on your show yesterday, and I was like, holy shit, like she was gone back then.
I'm like, holy moly. Yeah.
It's in the eyes. Like you look at the eyes and you're just like, holy shit, they're gone. And the skin went so pale.
And it's just a complete departure from you guys were great together when you were great together. She was just so bizarrely.
The personality turned really bimbo.
Yes, but also, yeah, she was completely nervous and strung out and like, yeah, she looked different a bit.
Yeah.
I didn't actually. Everybody says she looks bad in that mugshot. I stand April. I don't think she looked bad in her mugshot at all. Actually, I think
it's a little
she
more
was
split. Like Chrissy
bad,
and I immediately said like, "Oh my God, she doesn't even look like I don't recognize her."
I
And
think
then,
she looked more sad than
well, she must not have been too
That's
fucking
fine.
sad, Keanu.
clearly not.
Must
Yeah.
not have been too
Love,
fucking
tough
sad.
Tough love.
No, because when she was sad and crying, she was like, "Aaron, why did Aaron do this to me? Aaron."
The moment she got out, right? She answered
Yeah.
Gino and went,
Well,
someone else did this to me. I'm not an addict.
I don't
and
think she
the
meant me.
Rekietas are good people.
I don't
and-
think she meant me because she wrote me that same message. I don't think she would have written. She wrote, "Charges were dropped. I'm not an addict. Somebody did this to me." And so, yeah, I don't know.
I know, but then
You
she
know what
went
it is?
on to say,
Nick probably
yeah.
said it was some grand conspiracy, and she just buys whatever Nick's selling at this point. I've said this before. She's little Nick at this point. I don't know how redeemable she.
You
can
have
be.
said that, right?
Yeah.
She's not herself, and until she's gone from there, she's not going to be herself.
No.
So,
Vance, thank you very much for the $10, buddy. Appreciate that. Only 80 away from getting to 0 today. Thank you guys very much. And you guys have a whole half hour to do it. All the Streamlabs and PayPal links are in the chat. We appreciate it. Super chats, all that stuff. Only 80 away. You guys are the best. So yeah, $2.2 million worth of meth. God, that's big business. I mean, I've never done it, but it's got to do something really fucking
best
good
night
to
of
you.
my life. I
Right.
swear to God, it was an accident. Never did it again.
Because like, look
Shouldn't
at
have been. Yeah, I was in college. The man at the fucking the manager at this like rooftop bar. He's like, I just acquired something. It's Molly. Just sip on it with your drink. And I was like, okay. I mean, it was fucking college. I'm like, all right, that sounds all right. I'm like, this doesn't feel like Molly. And then I was messaging him. I was running in circles. I was messaging him. I was like, thank you so much for that, man. I really do appreciate it. Like, this was so much fun. And then I'm like, I woke up, 2 days later, and I'm like, I want to die.
Oh,
and he was like,
no.
yeah, man, I think that was meth. I'm like, okay, thank you so much for that. Thanks. But never did it again. Never will do it again. But I suppose I get the appeal.
Look at the physical
wow.
transformation that people go through on it, though, and they keep doing it. So it's got to be, it's got to grab you pretty hard when it does.
Did you see there was I don't know if you could find this, but yeah, your teeth start falling out. There was this, it was like a convenience store in Florida, and the lady, this skinny, white, blonde lady with like falling out teeth, she was completely on meth. They could not. It took like 4 cops to like subdue her. And then she was like, I'm telling you, I'll be good. And she takes the cop's gun out of his back pocket and shoots him. I don't know where I saw this and how I watched it, but I'm like, that's what meth will do to you eventually.
Yeah.
She looked 50. She was probably 20 too, Oof.
I've got another one here. We'll get away from meth and coke and all of that, I promise. But we do have this next one, which this is kind of we have a sad story that turned into a happy fucked up story and is now turned back into a sad story again. This is from Lincoln, Nebraska. We're staying in Nebraska for this next one. Let's go ahead and check this one out. This is like, if you've ever been to a relative's funeral, like when an old person dies and they have the open casket visitation, sometimes you get that weird.
I'm Italian. I know. Yeah.
Yeah, you get that weird feeling sometimes, especially when I was a kid, where you're like, what if they just like popped up? Like, what if they just woke up and just went, it scared the shit out of me.
I never had that feeling, but
I did.
Is that what you're telling me that is going to happen?
Well, in this story, we've got, it's got a twist. Oh, first, 383 Novocaine with $2 says, it all started with the kiss from Kiki.
Oh, yeah, it's my fault.
I mean,
I had meth out of my lips from 8 years ago.
Yeah.
That's probably what it was. God, I miss her. I miss her so much. Tough love, tough love, tough.
Do you know how like heartbreaking it was? Like whenever you'd hear from one of them, and whenever you'd hear from one of them, well, it wouldn't be April.
You mean she's not speaking for herself?
But like when like a Kayla would talk to me and go, I want to cut back. I want to do this. I want to do that. And then like you'd kiss her and your lips would go numb and I'd just be like, God fucking damn it.
She's lying to you too, and she's lying to herself if that's the fucking case.
But
in my opinion.
In my opinion, yes. Let's go ahead and watch this. The most terrifying thing I can think of for a mortuary.
A shocking turn of events in Lincoln today that's been making headlines across the country. It's what's being called a medical mishap when a woman thought to be dead started breathing in a funeral home.
Oh my God.
Dude, how do you not just instinctively start hitting it with a bat?
Can you fucking imagine?
Oh my God, like someone's dead and they just go, and you just go, fuck, kill it, like a hammer or something.
No, I would think like, no, you're laying there, you're like, okay, I guess you're like, you wake up and then you're in one of those like weird boxes where they like roll you in.
Oh, the
Thank
shelf.
God she like started breathing at the funeral home. But like, what if she were in the fucking casket?
What if they were in the process of embalming her and she breathed? What a weird deal that would be. Ugh.
Oh my God.
1011's John Brynwald has the details on what we've learned so far.
This morning, just before 10, a Lincoln woman on hospice was pronounced dead at Waverly's Mulberry Nursing Home. Then she came here to this central Lincoln mortuary.
Okay, so
now,
she was
no one
close
with
to
the
death,
Right, she was at a nursing home and she was like circling the drain. I mean, this just
and she was
finished
in
her off.
hospice or whatever, but then she was breathing.
Right.
Like, I'm not leaving yet. What am I doing in this thing?
It is like the Monty Python and the Holy Grail, bring out your dead, where he's like, I'm still alive. And he just
bring out your dead.
Owie. I just went to do the clubbing motion and I hit my funny bone on the fucking microphone.
Oh.
Cunt, cock, asshole.
I hit my funny bone.
Look, that hurts a lot. Like, if you ever hit your funny bone.
Bring out your dead.
Yeah, like if you ever taken like a funny bone shot from a microphone, like you don't know what you're talking about.
It really does hurt very badly.
Thank you. Once Jim says it, then it's fine. I say it, I'm a big fucking pussy.
You should just adopt that voice.
I should if I talk like that all the time. Ooh, he's interesting. Let me tell you a story. You ever been to Spicer? All right, let's continue on.
No.
Yeah, let's continue on with this dead lady who stopped being dead.
Theris, Mazer, and Love Funeral Home wanted to go on camera today, but you can imagine the shock that some of their employees were in for when they discovered that Lincoln woman still breathing. From the highly unusual dispatch call made by an employee just before they were about to begin their process.
A 74-year-old female that was believed to be deceased and brought here is now agonal breathing on the table.
How much did
they fucked up?
How much did they hate that lady though?
They're like, are you fucking serious?
Oh no. Yeah, somebody's got to get fired for that.
Yeah, who's to blame? I mean,
the orderly who hated that bitch so much that she just, as soon as she didn't breathe once, she went, nope, she's
like,
fucking dead.
Okay, yeah, I think she's gone.
Yeah, we're done. Clear out. Or like maybe the owner of the nursing home was there and they're like, hey, we got a room open. Get her out. Come on. These are
That's
expensive.
what I'm saying. It's like second nature, I guess. They're like, oh, okay, I think this one's dead.
Yeah. You get her hands, I'll get her feet.
We got people in line to get these rooms to die. Okay.
Lincoln Fire and Rescue transported the 74-year-old to a hospital. The Lancaster County Sheriff's Office is still investigating the case, but so far, they say it was just a mistake. We called LSO about an hour ago, and they couldn't confirm whether she's still alive.
This is a very unusual case. I've been doing this 31 years.
No shit. I love that. This is a very unusual case. Versus the alternative, which is, yeah, shit happens all the time. I don't know what to tell you guys.
This is a very unusual case.
Bad. You know, what do you do?
And nothing like this has ever gotten to this point before. There's been people that we've gone to and found before. But
74 is not that old, actually.
It's 74 is like 2 or 3 years before the average life expectancy for an American woman. So it's not that old. But
That's that's really bizarre.
oh man, yeah, they just start breathing again. Like I said, it's got to scare the shit out of you. But
they gotta check into that. Because
well,
it's like, why is she in a nursing home? Unless she were like terminally ill and they were like, okay, yeah, she's about to die. I think she's dead. Yeah.
I do have news. She is dead.
Oh, I thought you were going to say.
She did finally die. So she was circling the drain. They just kind of jumped the gun. That's all. $25 coming in from Chris Olin. Chris says, I think a lot of Nick's rationalizing has to do with his libertarian / pro-personal freedom views. Dude, Chris, before I read the rest of your comment, I need you to know something very important. Everything Nick has said on his stream, he's 1,000% full of shit. He also said he was a trad dad, Christian. Remember this term? He's aggressively monogamous. He said that he was aggressively monogamous while my fucking fingers were in his chick. So let's stop with the fucking Nick was telling us the truth on his stream. All right? Whatever he told you.
Yes, he's a religious father.
Yeah.
5.
So you gotta start coming to grips with the fact that Nick fucking snowed all you guys. Nick lied to everybody. He grifted off of this image.
No, Aaron, what you don't understand is when Nick says it, it's not a lie.
Guys, you know who you listen to?
Truth.
You know who's telling you the truth? The guy who tells you he's a scumbag. That's who's telling you the truth. Not the guy who goes, I'm a trad dad. I'm aggressively monogamous. Yeah, aggressively monogamous with other people's wives, I suppose. Maybe. I don't know. But I'm the one who's sitting here telling you, hey, guys, I was a total piece of shit, like degenerate scumbag. Like, that's the guy you believe because you're like, why would this guy tell me these horrible fucking
You're
things
a failure of your marriage, right? But you've atoned.
Yes.
And you went, hey, I don't think this is right. Bye.
Right. Or the guy going, oh, no, I'm aggressively monogamous. I've removed all the alcohol out of my house. Yeah, and probably moved it to the other house right next door. Or you're just fucking lying.
What are you doing telling the internet anything anyway? Yeah. You just got out of jail.
Yeah, you're fucking
Why don't you just do it for yourself, you dumb fuck?
Him?
Well, we've thrown away all of the booze. We've moved our nanny back in.
Yeah.
And
we have no children.
The pug is maybe here.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll find her. Him. We don't know anymore. It's fine.
Chris says to him, this is all taken out of context and overblown. He's going to try arguing he can responsibly disco and swing while being a father of 5. Well, right. He's going to be a dishonest piece of shit is what you're saying.
He can responsibly... Okay. I'm sorry. Aaron.
Yes.
I don't understand where responsibly, you don't have a scale unless you're doing a pretty good amount of drugs.
Sure.
Your kids don't start complaining unless you're doing so many drugs that you're not giving them any food or changing their clothes or takes a lot for your little kids to not turn on you, but be like, hey, could somebody help us, please?
Right. Yeah. I mean,
he could responsibly do that. How dare you?
You guys are going to have to, you guys are going to have to learn. Addicts lie. Addicts are full of shit. And addicts will accuse everyone else of being liars around them because, look.
Or stupid. Yeah. You guys are dumb.
As fucked up as they are, they still don't want to look at themselves and go, oh, I'm fucked up. They don't want to do that. So they're going to go to anyone who says they're fucked up and go, they're just liars and they're jealous and they hate me and blah, blah, blah. It's like, I've watched that guy lie to my face more times, and April lie to my face more times, and Kayla lie to my face more times than I can count to protect this fucking problem they got. And then look in my eyes and tell me, you're not being honest with us. It's the biggest fucking mindfuck of all time. I think that she was the
decoy for you, too, and being like, hey, we're falling apart over here. I want to stop, but April wanted it. And like, it's like, you're just like, I don't know what to think because I'm not the addict here. I don't know what to do.
I'll tell you this. I think she would have fallen in love with anyone who wasn't her husband.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think that, she wanted to keep me happy. So, I don't know if those feelings are exactly genuine. I'll say that. But nothing about that situation can be fucking genuine. It's madness. It's madness. And I was part of the madness. By the way, Chris O'Lynn, thank you very much. $55 away from doing overtime today and getting down to zero. You guys are right there. We got 13 minutes left in regulation. Only $55 away. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, and Super Chats. We appreciate your generosity. We'll knock that out with all of you throwing in just a tiny bit. There are more and more of these bars and restaurants now that like after 11 or 12 at night, they're banning people under 30. And the reason being given is
Where?
Oh, God. I saw it in Minnesota somewhere. Now we've got one in St. Louis.
Why? What sense does that make?
Well, they say that it's people under 30 who are causing all the problems. Getting in fights, shootings, things like that. Swinging. Well, no, those are people almost in their 40s. Like Nick's 42. Kayla's 40. I'm 37. Like, guys, it's time to grow the fuck up.
April then, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah.
Under 30. That's so interesting. Okay.
Under 30. To ban men under 35 and women under 30 in the evenings due to young folks that bring some of that drama. Amid a rash of violence from teens in St. Louis, owners of a new restaurant say men must be 35 years old and women must be over 30 to enter. Let's take a look.
Simmering on social media. People can't stop chattering about the age restrictions at Bliss. Women must be at least 30 years old and men 35 to enter the business.
It's just something for the older people to come to and have a happy hour, come get some
The
good
older
food.
people.
Well, here's what I'll argue. The older people probably spend more money. And
I guess
the older people are probably not punching each other over scuffing shoes and shooting each other over, not putting respect on their name. So
true.
I'm going to say that this could be a profitable move. The only thing is what young people don't spend in quality, they spend in quantity. Like young people will take your rail piss water vodka that you probably make a pretty decent markup on, and they'll order shots and drinks of that all fucking night. Whereas,
true. And they won't stop. These people just want like some cocktail and then leave. Honestly,
they'll order.
But I'm 31.
Right.
I mean, that's weird. I don't know. It seems like an odd thing to do. I don't know, but
it is strange. Like if you're gonna open up to everybody, but I mean, then again, if it's such a fucking problem, you also don't want your business to become the place where people are having fist fights and shooting each other.
True.
So
exactly.
It's kind of go like basically the bar world's attitude towards people in their 20s now is go shoot and fight somebody somewhere else. Like you don't
look. I was on the Upper East Side and bullets went careening past my window. Who would have thunk it?
Right.
People are just bored these days.
It's the Upper East Side, for Christ's sake.
The Upper East Side, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, the bars and restaurants are not trying to stop the crime. They're just trying to move it to another bar and restaurant.
Oh,
That's
okay.
it.
So you can't. Maybe they won't keep this for long. But she seems to have a vision, so I'm here for it.
And not have to worry about some of the young folks that bring some of that drama.
And of course, we have been getting a little backlash, but that's okay because we sticking to our code.
Everyone who enters the restaurant will have to show their ID to a hostess or a St. Louis County police officer after 7 p.m. Wednesday through.
Oh, then it cuts off there. I'm guessing Wednesday through Saturday. After 7
Weirdest
p.m.
thing I ever saw in my life. We need only 30 and up here. Sorry, 20-year-olds. We don't want your business or your parents' money.
Or mom and dad's money. It's oh man, it's a brave fucking business plan. Like it's ballsy.
We'll see if it works, I guess.
So, what is it? It's a bold move, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off for him. All right, we have a bunch of shit for overtime. I know we're 9 minutes away. We got $55 left. for today's goal. And if we knock that out, we'll do 30 minutes of overtime. There's all the links in the chat: PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, etc. Thank you guys very much. Somebody left something in Rumble in all caps. I wanted to go back. Anytime someone has all caps. King of All Yeti says, Kayla was just telling you what she knew you wanted to hear, retard. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I don't, not sure that I disagree. I don't know, but I'm not sure.
It's you know how people always say it's good to be back? It's good to be gone.
Good to be gone.
It's good to be gone. It's very nice. All right, we've got a Wingstop employee shooting his boss after being sent home early. We can do that one during overtime. We've got, whoopsie daisy, I just closed something out that might have been vaguely important to the program. My bad. Ooh, we also have to show Keanu the running of the cheese. Have you ever seen the cheese run?
No.
So in the UK, they take a wheel of cheese and they roll it down a super steep hill.
Like the running of the bulls, but with a wheel of cheese.
Oh,
like
people chase after the wheel of cheese and they go tumbling down this large hill and like they break bones and people really injure themselves trying to catch this cheese wheel.
Okay, we definitely need to see that as well.
We're going to do that. We got 8 minutes to knock everything out. It's only 55. You guys go on rushes like that all the time. I appreciate you guys being generous. Go in there and knock that out. We'll do that one. We've also, Dr. Chow did send in a thing today. He said, for the anniversary show, the slogan has to be the land of 10,000 wins. Of course. Another win?
A win for the toe.
For the toe. Somebody tweeting me.
I think we could do better, Chow. That we could do better.
Chow's good. Give him some time. He'll come up with it.
I like him. I like him a lot. We could do better, though. We could make more fun of Aaron.
Yeah.
For sure.
Oh, for sure. Breaking news on Twitter sent me a tweet that said, you let a dog probably die on your watch. No, of course not. No.
I don't know where the dog is, apparently, but did you spend time with the dog?
I did. I loved the dog. My dog loved the dog. Old poor Sonny. Scott says, thoroughly enjoyed that, meaning the show today. I've gone from semi-hate watching to a regular viewer to sending super chats and being blocked by the Star Wars girl. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I told you. Guys, I don't mean to be an arrogant prick, but I fucking told you. You're going to start off as hate watchers, and you're going to come around to be big fans. I've seen it too many times not to know it. I'm sorry.
And then it just becomes fun, right?
Yeah.
You've been weaning yourself off of the, drama, and it'll like bubble up in spurts and whatever. But
we've been kind of doing regular shows this week, but I mean that April insurance thing was a pretty big development. So
and also, that was and that made me incensed actually. So
and then
it's not
somebody
actually your fault entirely that we spent a lot of time on it.
Well, and then someone writing in and going, yeah, when she came to pick up her stuff last week, she looked like shit, and her truck looked like shit, and all that stuff. That's too fucking bad.
I know.
Thank you, Adam Simon, for gifting a membership. Here we go, guys. We've got 5 minutes.
Whee!
5 minutes to go. Let's knock out that last $55. If you want to throw into Steel Toe and help us get down to zero, we sure do appreciate it. That's the big number. Now, I think ultimately it's going to end up being taken care of because we're going to put the MLC stuff towards the goal. But let's get down to zero no matter what, and then we can throw some of that money around to the people who help out the show. What do you say? 55 away, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. We got a little under 5 minutes to go. Click one of those links, fire away. And the first thing we're going to do during overtime today, if we get there, is the fucking rolling, chasing the cheese wheel thing. Because I know Keanu's never seen it, but I
haven't.
It's
very confusing, but delightful sounding.
They go hard in the paint for that fucking cheese, man. They really do. That guy talked about being blocked by Star Wars girl. I still don't know what her fucking problem is with me. I've never talked to her, never spoken with her. She doesn't like that I'm trashing Nick, I guess. She's
Oh, there are many worse than her that are saying that.
Yeah. She's been backing up Nick, I guess. One of these people who, and I really wish people would stop doing this, kind of like almost blaming the kids, where they're like, why didn't the kids just feed themselves? Well, do you think they have parents who taught them very good survival skills?
Oh, well, okay. First of all, that's a ridiculous statement. Anybody that's saying that, do you think a 6-year-old is going to be like, well, Mom, Dad, could you get out of the way with your lines?
Yeah.
You need to go take a shower and get ready for work. No, it's like a little kid, right?
Right.
Anna was not saying that. She, actually, she's newly pregnant. So
yes, I was going to say congratulations. She's with child. I think that's wonderful.
But
what I was going to say was
those ones that's been saying, I don't know, this just like completely sweeping up for Nick. I have I won't even say this. I'll save it for next week, actually.
Ooh.
Yeah. It's spicier. I have Anna is a good friend. There's another one I have like a real problem with where I'm like,
which one is
if it were this type of person that maybe, celebrated this month, that were neglecting their children,
a gay,
you would, not only if they were, that type of person, what have you, you would be like, they need to be put to death. They will die in hell or whatever. And, if just saying.
Who is this person? Who's the person you're talking about?
I'll save it next week. I can't.
What if this is all done by next week? What if they're all dead in a house fire or something? Now they can't die in a house fire. They're going to look at me.
Oh my God, if then they're going to die. God.
Oh, then it's a huge.
Jesus Christ, knock on wood. But
then it's a huge.
No,
story.
I just like the sweepers for the Rekieta thing. Anna's not one of them. She was like, I just feel this way. I'm not saying what Nick did was right. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, somebody sent a thing. She was taking shots at me for running my mouth or whatever. I'm like, I ain't never fucking talked to this broad in my life. But then I found out she's pregnant, and I'm like, well, congratulations. That's wonderful.
Right. The one thing I do say is, like, if she's accusing you of clout chasing, why are you getting involved?
Right. That's my thing.
That
like,
in and of itself, clout chasing?
All these people clout chasing off of it, saying I'm clout chasing. Motherfucker, I'm the only person who has like any authority outside the other three of them to speak on this at all.
They can't even talk. What are you talking about?
Clout chasing, motherfucker.
Why are you getting involved in this? And I love Anna, but I just do go like,
like clout chasing. This was my life, motherfucker. Like I'm not.
Right?
Like,
why do you get to fucking comment on it?
Exactly.
Anybody can comment on whatever they want to, but that in and of itself, calling you out for clout chasing.
It's a bit of a head scratch.
Kind of seems like clout chasing.
Yeah. Thank you, Adam, for the $5 over on PayPal. That's appreciated, buddy. Sid Saraf with $19.99 says, yo, thank you. And Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, I hope the court system takes away Nick's trust fund. I don't think they can do that.
I don't know if that is.
And taking away all of Nick's property, houses, and money, the kids should get all of it. Oh, well, I guess whoever
That'd
runs
be nice,
the trust.
yeah.
Both of his houses are in the trust fund's name, so he doesn't even actually own his houses.
Wild.
He doesn't own those homes, so there's that. By the way, guys, $25 away from today's goal. So we're going to do overtime. We've only got 10 seconds left in regulation. Throw in that last $25. We'll call it another win for the toe.
Another win for the toe.
Yes. Thank you guys very much. Very kind of you. Very nice. All the links are in the chat, the Streamlabs, the PayPal. There's also super chats and all that. We'll read all of those. $25 is all it takes to knock out the rest of it for today. While you do that, I got to tell you guys about All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Our friends at All Care will come pick you up wherever you are in central Minnesota, and they'll be there quicker than anybody else. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. That's our friends at All Care Towing. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Of course, buy your next gun with financing from Gearfire Capital with Midland Armory. You can take that very expensive firearm that you have a hard time telling your partner, spouse, or anyone else about, and you can tell them, hey, I'm paying $50 a month for this firearm here. It's Gearfire Capital. It's with Midland Armory. Go to their website right now, midlandarmory.com, and check out their selection. Oh, our buddy Cheetos at Stoney's wanted me to let you know that this Saturday is their Heroes Ride for the Rockville Fire Relief. A motorcycle and side-by-side run and a street dance with Pandemic at Stoney's. One of the big cover bands in this area, Pandemic. Go watch them at Stoney's this Saturday, where they're going to have their Heroes Ride for the Rockville Fire Relief, a big bike run. Happens every year. Check it out. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. And tonight is bike night at Stoney's. It's Thursday, and that means Wild Willie's Sandwich Shack will be there. And you can enjoy the music. You can enjoy, oh my God, somebody just sent me a fucking AI picture that really fucked me up a second. Go to Stoney's.
What is it?
It's just a really obese man riding a motorcycle with no clothes on. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Visit Stoney's today. All right.
Is that where you're going to do your roast, do you think?
Oh, we got to do our anniversary show at Stoney's, yes. So I got a no from Chrissy because the kid's going to be too young for her to be away for that long. I've got you, I've got Gino, I've got Johnny, I've got Matt, I've got Adrian, I've got Corey Adam, I've got a couple of the Aristococks. I want to get Alex to come up for it and do the roast, or at the very least record something. I think that would be fun.
I bet he would if he'll at least record something if he's not busy. But I mean, I don't know. Depends.
Chrissy could, I'm sure Chrissy would record something.
Oh yeah, Chrissy will just be she can't be away from the baby that long.
E-Rock, you know what we could do? We could just get a bunch of those people to record something and send it to us, and then play it as a mashup of, like, you could just go
like a bunch of hate for you, but like from all the people. Yeah.
It could be like, all right, guys, in between roasters, like let's say I have Johnny MC the thing. I'll probably have Corey. God, do I use Gino as the host of it, or do I want Gino to be actually doing a whole
They
a roast
probably
set?
like him the best, honestly.
We'll probably have Gino host it.
Not comparatively, not to you, but I mean, like, you should probably save him for the end.
Okay, we'll have to have, who's going to be the roast master? Who will be the host of the whole thing?
I don't know.
You know what? If Alex comes up, I think he'd be really good at it.
If you would want to do that, then,
we'll see. But yeah, we could get a bunch of people. We could get like E-Rock, Chrissy, and some other people to like send in a little 2-minute thing or whatever, and just let those all run together, and that'll be a little segment in and of itself.
Exactly.
Could be fun. All right.
We'll take care of it for sure.
We'll take care of it. Like a wheel of cheese rolling down a British hill while a bunch of crazy fucking white people shatter their femurs trying to catch some cheese. Here we go. This is called I think it's called the rolling of the cheese. It's a very creative name.
Oh my God, it's the weirdest thing ever. Okay,
it happens every year.
Cheesy again. Oh, this young man has a mouth guard. That's nice. It's good to see safety is on the agenda this year. I can't tell if he's excited or verbally abusing someone. Anyway, the Sheila in high-vis launches the food, and the Homo sapiens can't help but chase food. I'm basically already in pain watching this. Oh, look at that hang time. Bam! Oh. He's pulling away. I don't think tracksuit wanker can catch him.
Oh, like this
Are there diamonds in the cheese?
Right,
Why would you do this?
All for cheese, just for the love of cheese. You just
that is the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
I know, and you look at like the head impacts and the shoulder impacts, and like, how is everyone not just fucked up?
Some dudes just like to just throw their. It's like slam dancing, you know. You go to a fucking concert or something, and you're in the mosh pit, and you're just fucking like thrashing.
Yeah.
Sometimes I guess you just need that aggression. And I guess for cheese, I don't know.
You're using your body basically as a piece of machinery.
Yeah.
You're launching it like a projectile, like you're not even in charge of it.
I know. I don't know why you would do this, but apparently it's fun for them.
As we know, it's not over till it's over at Cooper's Hill. Is it over?
Oh.
No, not yet. No. Everyone says, do you have any regrets? He says, quite a few, yeah. His face is numb. He checks if he still has his hair on. And down we go again. Who wants it? Who's playing to win, to quote the Little River Band? Oh, he's popping off.
Oh.
That's the best hang time.
You can't tell me that
It must be a steep fucking hill. I don't know. How are they even flying around like that?
Well, not only that, but like, you can't tell me that there isn't some kind of like legit injury that just occurred. Like that's a separated shoulder or some shit that guy just
I know,
had.
this is the weirdest thing ever. What?
Fuck you. You're not getting my cheese. That's all.
Not yet. Fuck me on a pogo stick. How's your neck, though? Some of these dickheads won't feel their injuries until 20 years later.
dickheads.
They'll be having a chat to someone and their head will just fall off.
Get it
and they'll be like,
together.
crikey, why didn't my head fall off? It's on the floor. Oh, because I did that cheese rolling.
Fuck. Like again, immediately to the hospital after this is over.
Yeah, come on, get it together. This is ridiculous.
This is, they should just rename this hill CTE.
Festival. That's a likely future scenario. Come on, big unit. Down you go. Look out. Whoa! Ninja rolled out of the way.
People
That is
walking out of compound media after in hot water. That's what it looks like.
And that's Chino.
Yeah. He's like,
Disgust-
hang it out.
All right there. There's his taint. Perfect.
1 minute, you're minding your own business, hunting dairy. The next minute, a wannabe hero in sloppy, muddy undies, presumably muddy, tries to steamroll you. If your plan is to make loaded fries from the cheese, then that bloke can provide the gravy. Oh, hello, little buddy. He's not taking any major risks. Slow and steady. Don't get hit by the undies guy. That's a good goal. He's
That it was you all coming out of compound media after in hot water. Come here.
After somebody rolls a bottle of Jameson down the stairs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Give up on the batteries.
I dropped it.
Oh, okay. What?
Said I have to pee. Watch.
But-
We're in overtime. Come here.
What? Is he being cranky?
No, he's not. He wants to sit with you. I just have to pee and he wants to see that.
going hard. He's going hard. Wham!
Oh.
That is what I call face planto perfecto. I show speed from YouTubers on the far left over there. He's a bit jet lagged. He's like, oh
Look
shit,
at
the cheese
this,
is.
So this is the weirdest thing. What? Come. I have to pee. He's gonna sit.
They just want
I
cheese.
won't say a word. What were we we were chasing cheese?
They-
Sorry.
So in England, they do this every year. They roll wheels of cheese down a hill, and these lunatics sprint down the hill for the cheese, and they basically just like separate shoulders and get concussions and.
Every
break
time I
bones.
jump rope, a new part of my body is sore. It's fucking over for me, Aaron. It's over.
You had a good run though.
Yeah, wait, you know what? Had a good run.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie to you.
When shit,
I did check the record, buddy. I did some things.
I'm 37, and when something hurts on me, I feel old, and like I'm a good 17, 18 years younger than you.
Got your whole life ahead of you, kiddo.
I sure do. I got all that crazy shit out in my 30s.
Get it out.
Yeah.
That's when Daddy did it.
Gotta get the poison out.
Loose, cheese loose,
Here
cheese
it is.
loose, shit, fuck. Oh, do I even like cheese? This is bloody chaos.
But no one ever
NAS
catches
speed
the
knows
cheese,
that the
right? It's
key to having
impossible.
Well, no, once you get to the bottom of the hill, you scramble for the wheel of cheese to pick it up.
Understood.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm about to say, has anyone ever outrun the cheese is a very valid question, I would imagine.
I mean, probably not without severe concussions.
I don't know, man. There's a clip of Columbo where he falls down a hill like this. It's pretty funny.
Just one more thing.
The guy goes, this is the fastest way down. It's literally a slope like this. And he fucking takes 2 steps or and just falls down the hill. He's like, it was the fastest way down. You can't top Columbo.
And he didn't even catch the cheese after all.
Your Jim Florentine is half Jesse Ventura.
Well, now that you say it, it feels like it, but...
And now you're going to just keep veering into Jesse when you do it because
Right.
you thought of that. I'm sorry.
And then if
buddy.
I talk like Jim Florentine too much, I notice my actual voice starts putting some Jim Florentine in it, so I got to back off it a little.
term speed.
It's one of those, it's like a Christopher Walken. So many people do it that you got to be spot on to do it. You know what I mean?
Sorry, I'm emptying my nasal cavity.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything. Don't you have to
Because
make noises when you do it?
I muted it.
By the way, shout out to the chat member who said, by the way, this is a Bowling Green hat. And when I used to do sports videos for this website, I did gambling videos for this site called SBR Forum, like it matters. But they're like, they were paying me $50 a vid. This was like 10 years ago. They're like, do you do college football? And like for $50, I'm like, yeah. I'll do 3-minute videos on. And the Mac plays on, Tuesday and Wednesday nights. And Bowling Green was so good that year. I would always bet Bowling Green, and they covered just about every fucking game. And on fucking Saturdays, I would always bet the over on Texas Tech because they had a little guy named Pat Mahomes, and fucking was like 70% against the spread. And again, dumb luck. But my point is, a fan sent me this hat as a thank you gift because it's my favorite color and it's my initials, Visconti Gino. But yeah, I know it's Bowling Green. I know Ray went there, but unlike Ray, I actually earned my Bowling Green colors. Like, has anyone ever Googled to see if Ray really did get a master's from Bowling Green?
Back on Ray DeVito, huh? Boy, you fucking...
I'm just answering the chat.
I wasn't. See, I'm watching the wheel guys, so I can't see the chat.
I want to see a clip of someone catch. Yeah, and I made it about Ray DeVito and Colombo, my two fucking go-tos.
So that Texas Tech team, though, was that Mahomes guy any good? Did he do okay?
Yeah, he was okay. But I mean, the real problem is his place kicker that said, I would wager to guess many of you women look forward to being a mother. And I believe he was misquoted as, you should be barefoot pregnant, chained to a stove like God wants. Because the mainstream media lies. And I hate to tell you, I just spent the last half hour listening to a Tucker Carlson interview of a Dr. Corey clip where he was just talking about everything I've been saying for the past 2 years. But we won't get to COVID. We already did Colombo and Ray DeVito.
Hey, I have a question for you. That Mahomes kid that you watched, was he better than Gino Torretta? Or
is there anyone better than a guy named Gino Torretta?
No,
obviously not.
Of course,
he was better than Geno Smith, which doesn't take much.
Is to only use speed at the end. I did me best. I jiggled, wiggled, giggled, and I don't even know if I like cheese or England. This one is full on. This is like watching the birth of a baby giraffe, and it's trying to find its legs and walk, but keeps tripping on its side, but also can't see it surviving. Have a look at old mate Abby from North Carolina, also in the red there.
She knows.
She is in the peak of her tumbling career.
My God.
Crashing and bashing, ragdolling.
But you can't tell me that after that's over, you go to the hospital and you just check out like everything's fine.
I mean, has anyone ever, obviously there have been concussions, broken bones. Anyone ever fucking eat it? And I don't mean the cheese.
Like just die?
Yeah.
There's got to be a running of the cheese death. There has to be.
They have to, before this is done, have a team of people comb this for rocks and just other, they have to.
Otherwise, somebody's going to crack their head on a fucking rock and die.
Her way to victory again. I feel like the key is to let the hill control you. Thou shalt not control thy hill. Do I have any lips? I don't know if I have.
Yeah, they do go get the cheese. They do eventually catch the cheese at the bottom of the hill. And it just really doesn't seem worth it. You know what would be funny is if you caught the cheese as it rolls down the hill, and then you just kind of forget about it in your house and it goes bad. You never even eat the fucking thing.
How big is the wheel? It's a big wheel, right?
So, well, here, I think she's going to hold it up.
Speaking of a big wheel, who's been a good girl? You want to ride on the big wheel?
Get out.
Too much. That's she's got vitiligo.
Can you please tell me if I have lips, because I don't know. It was only a matter of time until someone from my hometown of Perth, Australia got involved. Fuck yes, Dylan. Fuck yes. He's so fast the camera can't keep up. Oh, I think he got it on the line right there. Just
so funny.
I don't know how, but it's just about over. I don't know if we ever see. It's just a regular sized wheel of cheese.
Aaron,
that they're running after.
When we come to Minnesota to visit you, is there like a hill that like us three we could just like run down it like that and just?
Oh yeah,
is that the hill they want to die on, baby? The cheese wheel hill.
Oh fucking hell!
The N-word hill.
Yeah.
N-word.
You know me, I'm a homophobe. Did you see how Google's celebrating today?
Oh.
Imagine someone. My Uncle Frank was stuck in the bottom of a boat during World War II that had been shot. Doesn't know if he's going to live or die, but it's important to remember that brave lesbian who wrote a book. Yuck.
Why don't you use Ask Jeeves then?
Well, why wasn't your grandfather riding in the boat? Why did he get stuck underneath it? I mean, it doesn't.
We're Sicilian. He was in the bottom rowing where he belonged.
Oh, that's good. He's singing an old spiritual.
Yes, because Sicilians are called black, so they're in the bottom of the boat rowing.
Number one Josh Denny fan with $25 says, another win for the toe. Respect, brother. 444.
Another win for the toe.
Mr. Nobody with $4.99 says, question for Gino. Do you feel cool wearing veteran apparel during Pride Month?
I don't own any veteran apparel. I wear American flag headbands, though. Does that count? Well, because I believe in this country, even though it's called by the mainstream media on the left, and I'm sure Mr. Nobody will agree. That was aggressive, remember? And by that, I mean, Mr. Nobody, forgive me for that, because I know you're on our side there saying, what the fuck was wrong with them?
Well, I'll tell you this. That got us down to 0 today, and that can only mean another win for the toe.
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 I know they like it when you're here. I had to change my contact lenses because I couldn't see the cheese.
You can look directly at me now. That's probably not good for me.
So now it's overtime.
Look how well our orange hats go with the Stonies logo. Tell me we're not all Team Toe here.
Team Toe.
But what about the children?
We're gonna tow him next time we see him.
Ooh.
Boo.
Thanks. You know,
that was a total failure.
Total.
In totality.
No, I don't get it. What does that one mean? I don't understand. Oh, these two are fucking disgusting.
Why don't you go put on your funny contact lenses?
Oh.
I've been doing this for longer.
I get it. We get it. You guys are cute and your marriage hasn't been broken up by coke addiction yet. Good for fucking
I haven't even started it to ruin it yet.
Oh, boy. Well, I got news for you.
Aaron, would you like to join our marriage?
I wasn't picking up.
I've joined enough marriages now in my day. I've learned my lesson.
And I have to say once again, we had no idea.
What?
We didn't know. We were joking when we were like, "Oh yeah, we're all swinging. You were swinging with other people."
I was.
You're more hardcore than we thought.
I know, that's really the bitch of this whole thing is people. I said this earlier in the show. People looking at me and going, "Oh, he was fucking 2 girls at once. That's fucking gay." I'm like, hey, wait a minute. Of all the people that are looked at and going, "Wow, never thought he had it in him," you looked at me and said that, not the guy who was going, like that guy was looked at as the one who had it together. Fuck you for thinking that.
I have to go move my car for street cleaning. You know that bit. I do it on Thursdays, so it doesn't interfere with our Fridays, buddy.
Gino, real quick, your thoughts before you move your car on April allegedly being back in Spicer.
Is what?
Oh, we'll talk about it tomorrow. All right.
Oh,
I sent her a drunken, angry text yesterday.
I'll read it to him if you want.
No, it's going to be a good Rumble Friday, apparently.
It's always a good Rumble
He
Friday.
did, and I said, do you know? Ooh. He went, "Oh yeah, I texted her." He keeps doing that to me. He goes like, he'll be like, "Oh yeah." He's like, "Oh yeah, I know." And then I texted the person. Or I'm like, "Wait, you said what?" He's like, "Oh yeah, I was drunk and I was walking home." And I said, well, no, he would have speech to texted, but I was like, "Oh well, actually, it's a very good text." So
did you the text he sent, was it terse? Or do you not know?
I'm embarrassed to say I'm not familiar with the word terse.
Oh, was it tense? Was it mildly confrontational? Or critical?
I'd call it untoward in a way that is looking out for the other person. Might have been untoward a bit, but in a caring way. Caringly untoward.
Tough love text.
Tough love. Exactly. Okay. Isn't that the central thesis of our
Yeah, but if people are hooked on something, because I've tried that too. If people are hooked on something, they're just going to see tough love as criticism and being mean and shitty and terrible, and feels like it could go right over.
Good. You know what? Then she needs some tough love, and she wasn't answering me anyway. So,
well, that's because she's
the last person she answered actually was him.
Yeah. Well,
maybe they.
What
was going on? No, I don't know.
She was answering me until it got into blaming my show for making her life unlivable and this, that, and the other thing. So my last message ever to April was, I need you to communicate through my lawyer. I did say, I said, this gaslighting and manipulative shit, I can't handle it anymore. I'm doing too well. I need you to just talk to, and then I gave her, I said my lawyer's name. Well, I've said it before. I said, just send anything you need, send it to Kobe, and we'll speak through him. Because, like, when you start doing well again and you start moving on and life's going well, and then you reach out to someone, this was after she got out, and I was like, hey, just make sure you stay away from there and you get better and you blah, blah, blah. And it starts nice, and then it's just, I'm not an addict, blah, blah, blah. And then you're like, oh, that's fine. Just stay away from these people. You're like, your show has made my life unlivable and you've ruined me and I hope you're happy. You've won. I'll sign the papers. And it's like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not going to put myself through this shit anymore.
I signed the papers. Okay, good. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, then sign them. Good. I'm going to take a few grand out of your bank account and I'm going to, have my insurance check mailed to Spicer. But after that, it's all, don't worry, you've won. Yeah. I feel, in all this thing.
I'm over it. I was so sympathetic, so empathetic, so fucking.
Yeah. This whole thing, you know what I felt like in this whole thing? A winner. I definitely feel like I've won.
Another win for the toe.
Another win for the toe.
You have so many new catchphrases now.
Yeah. Compared to the situation she's put herself in, yeah, it's a fucking huge W. But I didn't want to have to go through that shit to get there.
If she were fucking, I don't know. It makes no sense to me. But actually, you know what? It makes perfect sense to me. I understand it. The only way is to just, I guess, be like, all right, well, go ahead. Nobody's going to come and help you out now.
What do they say? Let go and let God.
Let Jesus take the wheel.
Jesus Christ.
Nick is very religious anyway.
Oh, yes, he's a very religious man. Oh, absolutely.
I think he thinks he is God.
Maybe it wasn't cocaine. Maybe it was ground up communion wafers. We don't know.
Oh, yeah, I know. He's like, this is manna.
I love how there's people out there who have like, Nick's being framed by the government. Nobody gives a fuck about Nick Rekieta. They're not going to frame him. He's not dangerous. He's not like a guy who's spitting truth. He's borderline. He's passing out on camera and whacking off on screen. He's not like
it's very clear cut.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see what's, I mean, it would have to be a clerical error.
Yeah.
For no, I will fight this. Like, I am innocent. Innocent of what?
All you had to do.
Kids are hungry. That alone.
Yeah.
Shut up.
All you had to do was not have a polycule, not do drugs with 5 children in the house, and not show up on a fucking live stream with powder on your nose and geeked out. That's all you had to do. And then I think you remember in the search warrant affidavit, they put episodes of mine up there where they said April appears strung out and under the influence. And I'm like, oh, fucking great. So now she's fucking in there too. As, right. Hey.
And now the neighbors are calling, being like, April, I just saw her at the gas station. She still looks bad.
Yeah. People are writing to me and they go, April looks like shit, by the way. She looks strung out. And she's like, well, good. You know what? April Anderson. Just make sure you spell the fucking last name right. April Anderson looks like shit. Thank you very much.
I called her my girlfriend at one time, but she would answer me. No,
Another win for the toe.
Another win for the toe.
But you know what? Still, Keanu.
It's time to stop making decisions, buddy, okay?
just for
What's
a little
that
bit.
From?
That's from Red Letter Media. They're on YouTube. They do movie reviews. And they have a character called Mr. Plinkett. And he's just like this crazy old man character who reviews movies. And he says, I've got a whole sound drop bank of him that I'm going to
He went to move his car. Oh, wait. Gino doesn't review movies. It's okay.
King of All Yetis says Nick got his judge changed. Sounds like a conspiracy to get him to me. No, he has to have his judge changed because the judge he went on stream and says she's got booze pouring out of her fucking vagina. He started trashing the fucking judge because she's the judge in his defamation lawsuit that he's currently going to lose. And now that, that would have looked like shit. So he changed it to a judge who's like...
Okay, wait. So are you telling me that's true? He was in the middle of defamation. He was suing somebody for defamation.
No, somebody's suing him for defamation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because he called them a pedo numerous times.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, I knew that. Yes.
So he gets the judge changed, but the judge he ends up getting changed to is like one of the toughest on drugs judges in Minnesota. And it's an election year for him.
Is he going to represent himself for honestly?
He's that fucking stupid, yes.
I think he will.
And I don't think he's going to let Kayla get her own lawyer, because that lawyer will tell her, do you want to see your fucking children ever again from not behind plate glass? Then here's what you do. Go to rehab, go to counseling, work with the police, work with CPS, clean your fucking house, open it up, make good with everybody. Nope. Nick's going to convince her, we got to fight this, we got to do this. He's going to drag
Even
them
though
all
we
fucking
don't know
down.
where our pug is.
Right.
We have an idea where our children are. So I will be representing us.
Boy,
well, what's April going to do? Do you know? I mean, like, do you have an idea? What do you speculate?
Have I told you the thing I'm not allowed to say?
Are you going to text it to me?
Yeah.
And see my reaction? I won't say it out loud.
Guys, we got about 3 minutes left anyway.
Ooh, this is a fun cliffhanger. I won't say it. Just text it to me. But I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. Like, the funny thing is,
I can't share that information with anybody else. I can only. I'm not even. I shouldn't be telling you, but as long as you don't know that you got that from me, and you don't know that it was ever really a thing, and that I'm just doing it for the show, and it's all just a bit, then I think it's fine. Yeah.
Got it.
And going back there doesn't help that either. That's for sure. Mr. Nobody with 199 says, surprise you open mail if it isn't super chatted. I'm a bit of a whore. I'll admit it. That's fine. So yeah, that's what I know. And
wild. I know.
To watch, it's just, and I'm sorry to belabor the point, but it's just so wild to watch someone that you now clearly don't know. Like, I don't know this person. They're a fucking stranger to me, because the person who used to have that name never did shit like this. Never.
No, it's wild. It's wild. I I can't believe it. That's where I kind of went, like, I'm like, you walked out of there. I can't believe you went back there. I can't believe it. So I want to, like, give her the benefit of the doubt and go, like, yes, I think she's being manipulated and all this stuff. Again, I don't know them. I don't think they're probably inherently bad people or what have you, but
people make choices, you know? People make
I know. My mom keeps going, she's like, Lila too. They're spirit animals with each other, right? You're a failure, Aaron, right? You're a failure.
I think my theory on Lila is that I think Lila's so fucking pissed at April because she's not really even saying anything. I've literally now just gotten there where I'm not pissed, but I understand where her brain's at because of what's been happening, and it's fucking terrible. You're watching someone, it's rough because you're watching someone throw their life down the shitter, basically.
Yeah. And the more that I like reach out, I care about you, I love you.
You feel like an idiot.
Yeah, honestly, I do feel like a fucking idiot. I'm like, all right.
That's how I felt. From December to when she got out of jail, that's how I felt trying to talk about drugs. Was like, I feel like a fucking idiot because I come in with this good intention and I end up coming out getting yelled at, being called a monster and a garbage person and a bad husband and all this shit. And I'm just like, no, I ain't going to feel this way anymore. Sorry. I did what I could.
No, I know. So I get that. And the best thing that anybody can do for somebody sometimes is a little bit of tough love. And that's what she needs. Honestly, she does. Because honestly, I am fucking gobsmacked. She walked out of there and she's back there already. I can't believe it. Like,
Yeah.
it's wild. So
Yeah, it's a fucking and then to go back, like Gino said, you were in a house, you got arrested in a house full of drugs, guns, and children, and all you had to do was
and he
just
doesn't
not
even
go
ask
back.
me. He's like, "Oh yeah, no, I sent her a long text message today." I'm like, what? He never asked me. He's like, "Oh yeah, no, I said." I mean, it was like this. I'm like, "Oh, wait till you hear that tomorrow." I assure you, she didn't answer, but I'm like,
And to be a drug addict, accused felon's side piece. Ugh. Yikes.
that's what I'm just wondering. I'm like, what's the end goal? Do you think he's gonna? What do you think he's gonna? Best case scenario, somehow, I guess he is his own lawyer and like somehow like finds a loophole to get the charges dropped, and then you guys live happily ever after. Like, where does Kayla fit into that? Where do the kids?
Right.
Where's the pug? Like, what are you fucking thinking?
There's no thinking going into this at all. As Scarface said, the booze and the kunsha tell them what to do. All right, guys, we got to get out of here.
Yes,
We're
we
done. It's over. Gino's going to be here tomorrow, and apparently he's got some things to say. I'm very excited for that. Rumble Friday tomorrow. Keanu, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Aaron.
What's going on tonight?
Ooh, nightlife with me, Chrissy Mayer, and Violet Brandani.
Yes.
9 p.m. My channel, Chrissy's channel, Violet Brandani's Kick channel, I believe.
Perfect.
Subscribe
There
and
we
see Gino tomorrow.
All right.
Rumble, yes.
Great to have you once again. Goodbye, Keanu. Bye, everybody else. We're leaving. See you tomorrow.